Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Esports Club Community Cup Season 2, supported by Ubisoft and with our broadcast partner Loco. With me again today will be joining alongside Baba Gusta. How are you, brother?
Well, I'm doing great, Bullet. I wouldn't say it's been a while. We just casted the previous matchup of the second qualifiers
12
yesterday
hours.
itself. Yeah, so today we are very excited to see what do we get to see the rest of the eight teams which will happen. To start it off, as we take a look at the match schedule, we have two matches. Starting off, it will be Makers 5
Spicy.
who's going to go up against WontStopPeeking, and the second matchup, GeeTwo Esports versus Hulky Warriors. Those are the two matches that are going to see for today's for today's stream. And hopefully, I hope that the teams are going to give us a banger performance in this Community Cup.
Of course, man, taking a look at the first map itself, the first matchup itself, Makers 5 up against Won't Stop Peaking. Now, trust me on this one, there's gonna be a close one. Not talking about the prediction, not talking about the prediction, Baba, but there's gonna be a close one. But taking a look at Makers 5 and Won't Stop Peaking roster, the players who are gonna be in this team, man, it just seems to me it's gonna be a banger one. I'm just waiting for the map veto. I just wanna see which maps are gonna be these guys are gonna be playing because this is going to be a close one. Meanwhile, guys, we'll be taking a look at that whole tournament format. जिस तरीके से ये टूर्नामेंट पूरा comprehensive way से फॉर्मेट को सजाया गया है. As you can take the look, क्वालिफायर वन में भी हमारे साथ 64 प्लस टीम्स जुड़ी थी. 6 से हमारे 10 जून तक का सफर चला. Qualifiers 2, 64 teams in, and now we have the playoffs. Top 8 teams will be battling it out from today till 26th of June.
Yep, from 19th to 26th of June, that will be our playoff. And we have to obviously determine who will be the champions for the Community Cup series for season 2. First place, obviously, will get a total of 6,000 credits per player, which means that it's 6,000 into 5. That itself is like 36,000 credits. I mean, if you do the math correctly. Talk about second place and third place. Second place will have a total of 3,000 credits. Third place, 1,800 credits. Third and fourth, fifth and 6,200 credits. And last but not the least, seventh to eighth place, 600 to 600 credits. So the top eight teams who have just been qualified for the main event, the last place, or should I say the first team to be eliminated, will have at least 600 credits. Talk about seventh and eighth place. Let's take a look at the brackets as of now. We have our eight teams in the upper brackets. Makers 5, Won't Stop Peeking, Hulky's Warriors, GeeTwo Esports, TikTok Suman, Shisha's Warriors, Fractionaries, and last but not least, Team Phalanx. They will undergo in a round robin. It's a double LM. So the loser of the upper brackets will be in the lower brackets to ensure that they would have their final fight. But of course, one of them have to be eliminated. But talk about the upper brackets, which means that they have one chance. Even if they do lose up against one specific team, they can come back and secure their spot into the grand finals. But it's a lot of competition, and I have to say, for a total of those eight teams, they are here to win, and they are here with the main goal in mind, that is to be the champions. To start it off, first matchup, Makers 5 versus Won't Stop Peaking. All matches will be best of 3. So we'll just take a look at the map pedo and see what kind of matches, what kind of maps we're going to witness from these teams.
Of course, Map Veto is here. I was just talking about the Map Veto when I gave you the throw, man. Shelly will be the first matchup, I believe, which is going to be the pick from Makers Fam. And the Clubhouse will be the second one. I like the fact Shelly. No, Shelly, for me, Shelly is like a very complex map. Seems like a very complex map for me to attack on personally. But Makers 5 going for Shelly. Things seems like they have pretty interesting things in mind and like how they want to approach the overall map against Won't Stop Picking. Because taking a look at like I said, like taking a look at some of these players, man, these are some of the players who have taken like a short-term break from the game and then they have come back, and some of these players are just regular mains of the game. So yeah, this is gonna be interesting one. And border will be our decider map, but like I have a feeling this will go onto map number 3, because like I said, some of these players have took a short break from the game, but talking about the last matchups too, they just completely dominated their teams in the previous matchups. So yeah, it will be a close one from my guess, but let's see which are gonna be the teams who are gonna be attacking first upon their maps. There you go. Maker 5 का जो pick था शैले उन पे वो पहले attack करेंगे, and for the clubhouse side of things, it's gonna be WontStopPeeking attacking first. But on the border, if it does goes on map number 3, it's gonna be Makers 5 attacking the first 6 rounds.
Yep, and talk about the two teams that we're going to see here in our main event first matchup. It's Makers versus Won't Stop Peaking. Makers 5, that is. And if you take a look at the rosters on the side of Makers
Yeah,
5, you have the Maker himself, Doctor, Silence, Rattler, Sandy, Hishan, Hishan with an H, and Fadals. If you take a look at the entire roster itself, it's almost a mixture of Hunters LFO, MRCZ, and Kira Esports. You just take all the the frag teams and you just put it in one specific team, and then you have Makers 5. That's how deadly the team on the side of Makers 5 is. But let's not forget about the side on Won't Stop Peaking. You still have Ishan, aka Buccaneer, who just came back just to compete for the Community Cup. Last time I remember, I used to see him compete against MRCZ when he was playing under a team called as Monka S. Man, that was way back. That was in the August majors, but unfortunately, there wasn't any much of a competition from that because it was a best of one after all. And actually, I know it was a best of three again. Apologies for that. The August majors has been a while, but it's glad. I'm actually very glad to see most of the returning players come back, and we see that in Team Won't Stop Peaking. You see Kuntal coming back. You see Vinci coming back. Dark
Kuntal.
Lord,
Yeah.
Desmond, Mojo. These are all returning players, and and they came here to compete in the Community Cup to see how well the scene is going. I wouldn't say this. They're not here just to see how the scene is going. I mean, obviously they're going to give them the best competition that they'll
They
give,
want
right?
to
So,
have the taste. They want to taste back the things of like the playing in a competitive game. Because why not, man? If there's something happening on a scene, or you want to be a part of it, you want to contribute to the scene, contribute to the whole ecosystem. And yep, it's gonna be Shelley on the first map. Like for me, if we talk about the maps, but for a second, for me, Shelley looks like a complex map to attack on. It seems like a very easy map to defend on, but a very complex map on attack. I'm really looking forward to how the whole team of Makers 5 is gonna just approach to the map, and what are gonna be the operators. It's gonna be some of the typical, just you got some hard breach, you got something to deny these intels on. But yeah, as you said, it's a team of where all of these fragging players are up there. The entry fraggers are there. So yeah, it's gonna be some kind of chatter going on in the comms. Who's gonna play which operator? But yeah, it's gonna be a one factor to determine where these teams take approach on. I'm really looking forward to this whole map. Of course, we have all the players ready. I believe, Baba, is this.
mhm.
We're just waiting for one. We are just waiting for one.
Yeah, I guess we will be able to look it out. Let's just start off with the first matchup, folks. It's Makers 5 versus Won't Stop Peaking. The first map will be on Chalet. And let's just start off with the ban phase itself. The attacker bans and the defender bans, of course, it will be the same. Thatcher, I mean, it's just instant 5-man ban. Thatcher itself, 100% ban rate. We don't want Thatcher to be any single maps at all. Oh man, I mean, at this point, I just feel sad that
The Thatcher rework is
Thatcher is
coming
currently
though.
is benched.
Yeah, yeah, of
You
course.
know,
Yeah, yeah. It feels like, yeah. There was a time, Baba, if you do remember,
mhm.
Clash used to be benched.
I mean, Clash used to be benched, but now Mira has currently been benched quite a lot of times, right? But since there was since Mira is currently disabled for competitive play,
Yeah.
maybe they might think of banning some other defenders instead. But Valkyrie ban will be for sure. And just like I said, Makers 5 will ban that specific operator as well because you don't want to give them instant info. You don't want to, get caught off with the C4 traps. It's much more powerful than a pulse cardiac sensors. It's even much more progressive, but both of them has its own ups and downs. The last bans from One Swap Peaking will be Kaid. And there you go. Thatcher, Jackal, Valkyrie, and Kaid will be the operators that won't be available on Map Chalet. And let's just proceed to round number 1 with the site being on second floor master bedroom / office.
Yep. So yeah, we are seeing Ulala going in for the Thunderbird now. They have now selected bar and gaming room. Yeah, it's yeah. Let's go in for those some different objective points rather than going for the usual ones in the starting, because we all know we are playing the whole competitive matchup on pro
Attackers
league
need to
setting, and
locate
it's
and
gonna be the
defuse as
first
many
6 rounds
bombs
to
as they
defend
can.
on for the side of defense in the first 6 rounds to be attacked on. Okay, there's one guy missing from the side of Makers 5. We're just waiting on him, but looks like they wanna just continue 4v5. That's a nice thing. They wanna start the matchup at the right time. It's a nice thing. Big props to them. Big ups to them.
Attackers have located a
Yeah, I
bomb.
mean, it turns out the players on the side of Makers 5 had to. I mean, they had to start a 4v5 because I mean, it's obvious at this point. They had a power cut again.
Baba,
Like you
Baba,
said, we
Baba.
can't do anything about it.
Take a
Yes.
look at the operators. Makers 5
10
operators.
seconds
Oh
left before
boy.
insertion.
Oh no. Makers 5 ops. You have Sandy with the
5
Nook,
seconds remaining.
Silence with the Iana, Finka, and last but not the
Attackers
least,
are moving to
Rattler
defuse the
bringing
bomb.
in
Attackers
Hibana.
dropped
Now,
the diffuser.
let's not
Attackers have recovered their
underestimate these
diffuser.
players now,
A
shall we?
bomb
Because
has been
these
located.
players that we've seen on Makers 5 End, they're in the scene and they know every ups and downs of the meta-wise. They know how the team
True.
cooperates, but it always comes down to how well that they can cooperate each other. Because they had to go up against each other sometime, right?
Yeah.
But look at that, already they're making their own push right in towards the window side. Well, as we see Kunthal already right from below the
Oh no.
library hatch to get those 2
Okay.
kills. Andy, once again, hoping that he might find the Melusi right at his fingertips. That is not going to work out. But although at the hands of Buckinator getting picked out quite early, maybe having the control on library would have been a good idea. But I guess they wanted to start it off with a rush that could jumpstart the match itself for for the playoff itself. So, man, Sandy currently in the library side is a bit worried. Can he get a shot? Nope, he does not. He'll just be forced to fall back. I mean, I don't think he'll fall back. Kuntal won't fall back, that's for sure. He wants to go for an aggressive peek, and he'll do exactly that. Triple kill for him. And it's now Maker left in a 1v4. Currently, he was just hunkered down right from outside the garage. Outside garage. And now I believe he might go and vault back into us the same place again, maybe on gaming room. I believe he saw one of the players though. Doesn't want to shoot it just yet. Diffuser has been dropped. He has a lot of time to think it through. Grenades could be used to flush out one of the players. Gonzix will be used to have an instant access into the mudroom. What can he do when you have all 4 players arriving right at his fingertips? There you
Kuntal
go.
with a 4K.
Kuntal starts off with a 4K. That almost could have been an ace in the first round, but it will be 4 kills for Maker. Good job for him, as he'll be able to give WontStopPeeking the win on defense. And let's proceed to round number 2 with the side being on Master Bedroom and Office.
Yep, Omega are going for Zofia, but nope, he has changed it to Finca. No, mind, I'm just not gonna talk about the ops with the attacker repick being in place. There's a lot of time for the attackers to rethink upon while the prep phase is still
Attackers
on, and
need to
how they wanna
locate and
approach
defuse
things,
as many bombs as they
how
can.
they observe things, how the defense is setting it up, whole of the objective, and then trying to decide which operators you wanna go for. Right now, I just feel like they are buying out the time for the fifth man to just join in, because let me tell you guys one thing. It's not 4v5. It's not 4v4. It's a visual bug. In the custom room, it's a 4v5. All 5 defenders from WontStopPeeking are present inside the game. This time around, Buckinator is gonna go for a Rooney. Last time, if I'm not wrong, he was
10 seconds
probably
to go.
probably he was taking the Thunderbird. This time around, Ulala is with the
5
Thunderbird,
seconds to
Taplo with
insertion.
Alibi, and Desmond with our EDS man. Kuntal this time around,
Attackers must
again going for
locate and
Melusi.
defuse a
You want to
bomb.
play that MP5 with in the medium short in the medium range, because last time around he was there at library, hatch 2 of them guys inside the room just first, and he got very easy 2K for himself. This time around, let's see what kind of aggression he shows to us. I see probably one C4. Yeah, one C4 on towards the side of defense. That's a good thing. But still, I just prefer like if the attacking team is going from library, they get some frags early as possible, because man advantage towards the side of won't stop picking. Definitely a good chunk of advantage that will be they will be having to just suppress the attacking team. It's gonna be Maker's 5. There you go. He fires some shots over the side of Dark Lord. Probably he was trying to get the vertical shot towards the stock hatch. He gets some damage. He needs to go back to the Kona stations, just regain all of its health. Of course, there are 3 Kona stations available towards Thunderbird. And he can just get these stim shots back on his HPs. Rattler spots Jaeger Desmond by his drone on toward the side of blue, and Desmond clearly doesn't have any idea that all of the team is just gonna just push him. Probably he gets some audio cues. He needs to rethink a little bit. Not gonna take your firepower down, but there you go. LMG coming into play. Sandy picks up one on the right side of bottom stairs. Desmond now out of the equation. Makes it a 4v4. 128 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time for the attackers to rethink where they want to take up the approach. I see one guy probably going toward the side of Solarium. There you go. Doctor spots one guy towards the side of Piano. And it's gonna be a 1 kill to the side of Library Stairs. Sorry, I told you it was Piano. It was not Piano, it was Library Stairs. Silence picks up another one onto the side of Retrade, I would say. Makes it a 3v3. Want to go to the side of Bathroom. It's gonna be the Surya Gate trying to stop him. Rattler, he has opened up the common breach. He might go in for a plant.
Attackers have located.
Ooh la, where are you? I want to see the C4 incoming, but I don't think that he can play with the C4 right now with that. So much of distance. Silence picks up another one. Kuntal going down. 45 seconds left on the clock. Rattler going in for the plant. Ulala trying to go for the pre-fire. He gets one, makes it a 2v2. C4 going to the play, but it's on the wall. Ah! It's on the wall. It's on the wall, and he almost gets the guy, but nope. Makes it a 1v2. Ulala needs to he needs to get back the health first, because with this low HP, I don't think so it will be
Defenders have
possible
located the
to do a
diffuser.
1v2. All of the attackers are just being at the safe distance, not going to be just like being a little just like aggressive. But there you go, Rattler coming onto the main library stairs, and just gets the guy with that reflex. The Cupcon reflex, I want to call it. The Cupcon reflex, the Spetsnaz reflex, that reflex side that recently came into the change, that all of these non-magnifying sights will be available to all of these operators.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a good change though, because
Yeah, it's
you had a
such a
lot
good
of
change.
operators with a different site, where some of the sites you can't even get to use it. Like for an
Yeah.
example, the Capcan couldn't get to use the normal standard
Defenders, protect
holographic
your
site,
bombs from being
but now you
defused by
can. You
attackers.
can still use it now. I mean, the same thing could have been said to most of uh, the operators, which concludes to Fuse, maybe Fuse, Capcan, Glass can get to change his own specific sites. Even if you
Yeah.
want a dotted site, or if you want to go with the hollow, you get to have a choice. You get to choose what kind of size that you want to use it on a specific weapon, and that's actually good, because it always comes down to the player's perspective. It always comes down to
10
the
seconds
player's
remaining.
preference, and it's quite interesting to see Rattler trying to
5
use
seconds left
the
before insertion.
Spetsnaz's hollow side. Actually, no, it was the Spetsnaz reflex side
Locate
being
and
used on
defuse the
Thermites'
bomb.
gun. Interesting, but I have to say, Makers 5, they just took round number 2 very slowly, and they just made every single decision count. With the help of their attack drones, they did get to have some information on their own, and they tried to do something about it. Rattle, on the other hand, again in the alt side, I believe Buckinator had a specific uniform which is not available to be in play. So your Rattler just said, yeah, no worries, but just don't use it in the next round. Sandy, on the other hand, first kill, Desmond goes out, 4v4 equalizer, an immediate one at that, and Won't Stop Peeking is currently having a lot of problems in round number 3.
Yeah, man, that's why was the last one. Extremely sorry. Onto the last one, he was the first guy to get picked from the side of stopping. This time it's gonna be probably was going for a spawn pick. This is why we are seeing that he's already out of the equation so early. Spots the pre-placed nitro. He gets set, and it was probably the nitro from the side of mute also. Even if it doesn't destroy it, nobody's tried to trigger it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be it's gonna be a no problem. But of course, why take the risk? We might be we might see this is Rainbow Six Siege, but we might see like Buckinator going for the C4 and that triggers that C4, but no, that's not the part. Going for the grenades to just destroy the any kind of hard regional, but I don't think so. It's gonna be something that was gonna deny the breach. Probably it was mute jammers, but I don't think so. It was
A
their
bomb
place.
has been located.
Gaining and very easy entry toward the side of the office. Two guys holding up piano. Probably Sandy can just go in with that LMG and try to take one guy out, at least, because they have a whole line of sight down towards the wall, ready for them. Kundal gets silenced, making the side of things a little bit equalized. Next minute gets Ulala, but it's already equalized, making a 3v3. Trying to go for the bathroom also. They have a space to just go in because I don't think so. Alibi knows that somebody's gonna just come and go toward the side of bathroom. There you go. Sandy picks up Buckinator. Does already toward the side of piano. Gets one. Come on, get that guy. Oh, almost. But there you go. Darklaw picks up next picker toward the side of window. It's all down to Sandy in a 1v1 because Kuntal is already down. He can go towards the side of Kunai station, Kunai station to just get him revive, but no. Sandy will come, confirm him up, makes it a 1v1, and it's a triple kill coming from the side of Sandy. The Feudal is down, 26 seconds left on the clock. He has no idea where's the last guy at, but definitely Dark Lord just trying to play out the time. Trying to play out the time. So, just Sandy doesn't have the time to just plan, but he has a lot of time in his hand. Almost 30 seconds left on the clock. Trying to go for the impact, trying to do a fake, but no, the fuse is getting completely planted. 46 seconds left on the clock for the fuse.
Defenders have eyes on.
A little cat and mouse chase going on between the attacker and our last defender, Sandy and Darklord. Probably gotta rely on those on cues. One guy needs to just stop sprinting right now just to get us sign cues right. But there you go, Sandy being at the good spot, being able to just spot Darklord in a clear place. That's the last kill, the second round for the attackers in their bag.
Yep. I have to say, for the past 2 rounds, slow and steady, says
Slow
Makers
and
5.
steady, yeah.
And they eventually did win those 2 rounds effectively. Even with the 4v5 man contest advantage, they somehow decide to make some effective plays that WontStopPeeking needs to be even much more careful about. I mean, having an early peak both on round number 3 and round number
Attackers need
2,
to
not quite
locate
sure
and defuse
if
bombs.
it would be a good idea. I mean, there was a pre-play C4 that was being prepped around from Kuntal's end. I believe the main problem that I have to say would be that the amount of information that they've gained from the attacker's drone is the main reason why players like Rattler, Silence, even maybe Sandy knows exactly what to do and what not to do in a situation like that, because it always comes down to the information that they've gained from the attacker's drone in the prep phase, and then
10 seconds remaining.
with just remaining 10 seconds they could just make the plan then and there itself, and looks like it's been working out for the past 2 rounds. Second for Master Bedroom and Office was the side that has been picked 2 times, and since that did not work, Bar and Gaming Room will be brought up back again, the same side that WontStopPeeking had won on round number 1 without having any issues, because Makers 5 decided to go for a very aggressive push from the Windows side, and at this point Rattle is he's just having fun. And I mean, again with the Spetsnaz reflex sight, I mean, it's a good sight. I'm not gonna lie. It gives you a good angle. It gives you a good focus towards the opposition player. Oh boy, silence. Oh, he just silenced Kuntal with just a shot from that pixel angle peak being made towards the library side. Just like that, Makers 5 are in the advantage once again with the 4-4 by eliminating out Kuntal. This time, library control will be their main focus for Makers 5. And here comes the support with the flashbangs. Sandy's already in towards the windows of library, and Dark Lord will be forced to fall back downstairs of the mezzanine stairs. But not quite sure if it's a good idea though, because he forgot about one of the players still in the stairs, and somehow he survives. No, it does not. Maker and Rattler still try to make their own best efforts to survive, ensure that Sandy would survive in that library room, but it wasn't enough. But look at the good refracts coming in from Makers 5 team. It's just left with 2 players. It's Desmond and Buckinator. And both of them are in towards the side. Oh,
nice.
Beautiful shot, Ishan. Beautiful shot to take out Rattler, but it's not too much. Silence is still in the hatch. Library control is the main important thing that the attackers need, and they are using it to their advantage. And Desmond left in a 1v2. They have good amount of grenades to flush them out. Here comes the first grenade right at the head, but will that connect? No, it does not. But next one, Maker. Even though his nade isn't properly cooked, the LMG will surely get its mark. And in the end, Makers, man, I this is unexpected. I mean, a 4v5. Now I'm seeing in the first half that Makers 5 are in the advantage, and that too in attack, 3-1.
Yeah, man.
And
Look,
round number 5, this might be a tough competition coming in from WontStopPeeking's end, unless and until if they don't do something about it. Maybe just be careful about the angles being made from silence, and maybe we could see Makers 5's attack
Defenders,
coordination
protect your
starts to
bombs from being
falter a
defused by
bit
attackers.
if the defenders are not careful about it. So I hope that they tone down the aggression quite a bit and start
exactly, they
to
have.
maybe plant a trap or try to issue a bait. If that bait works, then who knows? Maybe Won't Stop Peeking might be able to take advantage of it at the early round itself.
Location of a bomb.
Yeah, the way the Kuntal and I guess that was Desmond onto the first 2 rounds where Makers 5 just got him. So they were trying to do some kind of like we go in for a spawn peek, maybe we can just try to flank it up, but it's not just working for them. They are very
10
good
seconds remaining.
with the drone work that they're doing in the prep phase. And after even the prep phase over the on towards the action phase, they're doing quite a bit of drone work, trying to get
Attackers' objective is
as
to
much of the
defuse the bomb.
information possible in their head, and the execution is so perfect because man, it's a 4v5. How you can just go and let the attackers take 3 rounds from you? So yeah, that's apparently the case, but this time around it's gonna be the side of Dar area yet again to just go in for the objective point. They're trying to go in from the library, making an entry, but like yeah, the way how the things are around going on towards the side of attackers just makes me feel like defenders need to starts like take things a little bit seriously, because man, it's a 4v5 in your defense. It's already in your hand. All you need to do is just play out a little safe, a little too seriously. There goes spots the head, silenced, almost trying to get the Melusi, and it's going to be Dark Lord fully down to the side of library platform. I think so. It's gonna be the Sandy who is just trying to use no, trying to approach from White Garage. Who's already inside the map. He is taking the map entry. Dark Lord comes with another flake, and he gets Maker in that rooftop.
Hmm.
It's already a 3v5. I want to see where Sandy is, because that no position with the library stairs can be a fireplace stairs. Sorry, can be a good one, because he can just go in, take up, just try to take the defender a bit for a surprise from that door. He can easily get 2 picks.
Oh
There you
no.
go, there you
Oh,
go, there you
no.
go. What I said, there you go. Makes the 3v3 Buckinator, and Kuntal is already out. He gets another one, makes the 3k. Time for a ace, bro. Time for an ace. He's probably know that somebody's on to the side of, oh, quad kill. Oh, that was a trade. Already quad kill. Just last guy. Desmond surviving on the defense. Diffusers getting planted. Silence on the upper stairs. Gaming room पे यहाँ पे Hagatler hold करेंगे. Windows से निकल जाएंगे. Try to be a little safe. 35 seconds left on the clock as of now for the time to just go on and defuse the diffuser. But I don't think so that's gonna happen.
I mean, man, what just happened? All it needs is just Sandy's FMG to just stay silent towards the mezzanine stairs to get the final player. And Desmond,
Need to protect it.
again, couldn't do anything at that moment. Man, this is what happens, that even if you do have an information from the default cams, you need to be careful about Nook, because Nook almost has the same ability as Vigil does, but being able to hide from from the default cam gives you a huge surprise, and that surprise was a welcomed one for Makers 5's end, because they just got a huge turnaround, 4-1. Round number 6. We are at the end of the first half, and this is not
Attackers need
what
to
I
locate
expected
and
it to
defuse as many
happen.
bombs as
From
they can.
I thought maybe Won't Stop Peeking would just, you know, try to equalize it 3-3, maybe try to put themselves in the lead 4-2. But no, we don't get to see that. No, we don't. But instead, we see Makers 5 be 4-1. And I believe that they're going to make true to their name by ending the first half at a 5-1. I mean, it can happen. I mean, the way how Makers 5 have been coordinating on attack has been so great.
10 seconds to insertion.
And I have to say, how do these guys pull it off? I mean,
5
we
seconds
try
to
to do
go.
it on attack. We try to, be as the all-time support. Yay, I
objective
have
is
a
to locate a
thermite
bomb
with
and
a
defuse
breach
it.
charge. I'm gonna breach out the reinforcement walls. And now what should I do next? I don't know what I should do next on attack because that's the only thing I know as the main support role. But these guys do more than that. They don't just focus on opening up the walls. They focus on giving them info. They focus on giving the team the kill that they required for their early peaks. They are here to ensure win for that one specific round out. And I believe on round number 6, it might be a different cause here for Makers 5. C4's been tossed around once again, not being able to find a single player. Sandy is going to use his ability to open up lines of sight. This way, he'll be able to take out the mute jammers. Easier said than done, and I actually learned something. Instead of immediately heading in towards the entrance side, it's just best to gain control on library, have a specific operator like the Ash to make a long range breach, and there you go. Garage wall is open. Snowmobile garage is open, and guess how many times you have? It's just 2 minutes left. For, as a normal player who plays Siege, and at a ranked moment like this, we always scratch our heads and think, what should we do to open up a garage wall? And Sandy actually showed us on how to do. Not only did they just open up the wall, they got an entire second floor control right in their hands, which means that they have the roam control. They even have every single ability, ability as in utilities, at their hands, and they are here to cause chaos once again. Rattler, start off to take out Dark Lord. And just like that, it's 4v4 in a minute and 20 seconds.
Sandy knows that somebody's gonna come with the kitchen hallway. Probably how the way he peeked ADS for a second, and he had definitely gave up a call toward the side of next Maker. It was a vice versa. Kuntal trying to find one guy, but no Maker will get him. Kuntal gets out, makes a situation of 4v3. There you go. That's when equalizing with Sandy. Mossy has no idea that this one is just pushing in from the. It's gonna be Rattler just pushing in from the main breach, and there you go. It makes it a 3v2. Planter going down. 50 seconds left on the clock. C4 going down. Probably a kill coming in, but no, it's gonna be Rattler taking out. Ooh la la. I don't think so. Bakinator can do anything because he has been surrounded from every side. Vertical, library stairs, everything. Can you imagine that? A 4v5. And the scoreline is already 1-5 into the favor of Makers 5. The way some of these guys are playing from the side of Makers 5, I just want to highlight the second last defense round where they went up to the bar and gaming. The whole team just distracted the defense on their side, and it was all to the silence. He just went in up there with that nuke. Sandy just went up with that nuke. He exactly knew. I have the intel. Nobody has the attention toward the side of open area. I will just get him. I'll just get everyone. And with that mechanical aim, he just gets everyone, man. Because with that FMG, sometimes it just like gets uncontrollable. For me personally, sometimes it's uncontrollable with the excitement that, oh man, I have the intel. There's no one peeking toward the side of me. I can just get everyone. But that was some play right there to just like take more, like the more damage, to do the more damage, that it's a 4v5 and we are just still getting you. It's just something that WontStopPeeking will think about for a night or two.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, there is still hope. Yesterday I know I kept saying that there was always hope for the underdogs, but looking at Makers 5's presence on attack, I seriously don't think WontStopPeeking can do it in the second half. I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry. I had to say it. Makers 5, having already at a man disadvantage, already at a 4v5, and somehow gets a 5-1 scoreline in the first half, which is so difficult to make. And they just pulled it off. There itself is an achievement.
Yeah, I think so. When it comes to individual play, there you go. There's some pick up Sandy. Completing the vampire. Like, for the side of individual plays, WontStopPeeking was not able to do much on the defense. But on the attacker side, Makers 5, the individual plays was happening because of the whole team coordination. And that again comes to a point that that Nuke just getting inside of the bar and taking 3 guys down. That was almost a 4K into the last. There you go. Talking about this round, already 2 guys down from the defense. Salid's picking up 1. Probably he's down. No, he's not. No, my bad. Rattler, not elaborating all the way. Desmond getting a little bit of damage from side of Silence.
Dropped in
He
the
can
diffuser.
get that guy. He can get that guy. Yup, Rattler gets Desmond, makes it 2v4. Attackers, come on, it's your time. It's your time. Rattler gets another one, takes down Ulala. He's in a 1v3 scenario now with that SMG-11. Nope, Akinator comes from the bathroom. Takes Rattler, and it's gonna be the first. It's gonna be the second round in the whole map. First round to the side of attack from the WontStopPeeking to take in the bag. Scoreline will be 5-2.
Yep, 5-2, and Won't Stop Peeking will start off by returning a statement to them on attack. And not quite sure what Maker and Silence was doing in that mezzanine hallway. Maybe they didn't get to see the inverted rappel being made from the ace, Desmond. He was there, and he did in fact eliminate two
Attackers
of the
need to
important
locate and
players,
defuse bombs.
especially at the early half itself, which was difficult for the defenders to hold their own side. So you saw both Rattler and Sandy, I believe. No, Rattler and Maker, both of them making a crossfire angle towards the hallways that would connect from the library doorway and in from the mezzanine hallway too, to ensure that if one of them does get picked out, another trade would come in, and that's the only thing they could have done at that moment. Even if you do stay at the site, I really don't think you could contribute more,
10 seconds left.
knowing that you've already lost out of players. You only have like
5 seconds to
I mean,
insertion.
at the attacker side, all 5 attackers are still present. And
Attackers
even
are moving
if
out
the
to locate a
attackers
bomb
do
and
storm in
defuse
the
it.
site, with all the defenders defending at one particular place, you are bound to be traded. And they decided, you know what, since we're going to get traded, how about we make some aggressive plays? And it eventually did work out, like sort of. They did force themselves on a 1v3 situation with Rattler being the one, he was playing, mute at that time. And I believe on round number 8 it will be a different case scenario though, because this time I don't think they'll go aggressive, and Rattler
Attackers
is
have
just
located a
patiently
bomb.
waiting for that rappel to to come in from the windows of master bedroom. And once he gets it, he'll just throws the impact, gets the kill, and just fall back. Will it be a bait? Will it be a trap? We want to see that now. Rattler again making a fake. Just hear the rappel. There you go. The rappel sound. And here comes Sandy with the first frag.
A bomb
Ulala
has
goes
been
down.
located.
Equalizer 4-4. Rattler, what are you thinking? Run out. Come on.
Claymore!
You want it.
Claymore!
Claymore.
Claymore.
Actually, there is a Claymore. Oh, yep. That was a Claymore. I just forgot. Silence will take one more to put themselves in a 3-3 equalizer once again. Information is king for the attackers as they're trying to make their best efforts to get those shots. And Maker comes into the rescue at the right time to take out Kunthal. And now Peeking has started to be in a very difficult spot once again. Oh, fucking hater. Oh. Too close for comfort. But he will somehow succeed in taking out Silence.
Yep. Sandy making the way for using that impact. He's already in the side. Diffuser is down. I don't think so attacker have much thing to do. Despite they can go in for those individual plays. There you go. Sandy picking up Buckinator. 1v2 left. It's gonna be Dark Lord is left with that 100 HP. But I don't think so. The way next maker is holding his angle, more something plus can be done right now. Piano pe yahan pe hame. Oh, Sandy is down. Oh, Sandy was down to almost a 1v1. Like next maker with this particular angle, he was just way ahead with that Yana. From that Yana. The way like that stop picking, and I feel like they're not able to win certain of those individual gunfights, and this has resulted in going 6-2 match point for Makers 5 in the whole map. I would say a whole matchup. So if you just take out the best of 3 part, 4v5. Now that is some commendable teamwork coming in from the side of Makers 5. The more that the words gonna fall short if you want to praise that, but I don't think so. Like, because man, you have Desmond, you have Dark Lord, you have Buckinator.
Attackers need to
Despite
locate
that,
and defuse bombs.
6-2 scoreline.
I mean, why not? Why not a 6-2?
Because man, because certain man advantage matters a lot in siege.
Yeah,
Like
it does.
you are playing with a man disadvantage. Except that part, you're not able to win the individual gunfight. Despite that, on the side of attackers, they're being very aggressive with their peaks. And now comes to again that part, you're not able to win those gunfights. So it just that means that you need a little bit of practice, then.
10
You
I mean,
need a little bit of
insertion.
practice.
Are you
Yeah,
saying? Are you
yes, yes.
saying that
Bomb
Makers
located by
5 were being
attackers.
aggressive or
5
Won't
seconds
Stop
left
Peaking are
before
being
insertion.
aggressive this entire match?
Attackers'
I'm
objective is
saying
to defuse the
when it
bomb.
was Makers 5 being aggressive to take the first round itself, it was Kuntal to take that 3K from the hatch, right? If you remember.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would say both sides were being aggressive, but it's just like Makers 5 are able to win more gunfights compared to Won't Stop Peaking, the individual gunfights especially.
But for now, we're going to see the Amaru use the Gara hook to gain instant access from outside the office balcony, but there isn't any aggressive plays that needs to be made just yet. Won't Stop Peaking needs to be careful though, because if Makers 5 gets a hold of the attack coordination, then that means it's all over in the first map itself. Chalet is their map pick. And somehow, this kind of shows how great the players like Silence, Sandy, Maker, and Rattler knows every ins and outs on the map Chalet. If they know what kind of push that they will make, they will somehow find some particular angle and gets those shots right away. And they need to be careful. Won't stop peeking. They've already made a lot of mistakes in the first half. It's best if they don't make it once again. And if they do it, they're going to give Makers 5 the map point lead in the upper bracket. Grenades being thrown around once again. This would try to flush out Sandy, but he's still alive. Gone 6. Grenade once again. Sandy still survives from the library. Again, there's a lot of pressures being turned around. Dark Lord will finally succeed. So does Desmond to take out next one Maker. The aggressive push will come in, but Silence is still alive with the MP5. Still up and kicking. Takes out Desmond. 6-2. There is only 2 players left, and the same thing can be said to Won't Stop Peaking, because it's a 2v4 situation. Makers 5 has come back at a certain situations like this, but Ulala is still alive too. The Amaru, the LMG, which is very deadly on close and long range. But if they close it out, if something bad happens to this execute, man, Makers 5 will definitely be happy about this, that is for sure. Won't stop peeking. And what are they thinking again? I believe so. Kuntal, beautifully down to take out Rattler with good amount of angles being made from the stairs itself. And now Silence will get caught as well. Couldn't do anything about it. And Ishan will come back and take out the final player. Round number 9 goes in the favor of Won't Stop Peaking. And in round number 10, let's see if that comes to an end on the side of Makers 5.
I think so. Won't Stop Peaking will get 1 or 2 rounds, make it a 6-5. I think so. Like they need to coordinate a little better onto the side of attack, and they are doing it for past 2 or 3 rounds. The way they have got till 6-3, 6-2. Sorry, that one round on defense. Still, I have a feeling that they can take 6-4, 6-5, but I
Attackers
don't
need to
think so.
locate
Like
and defuse bombs.
they Makers 5 will allow that to go 6-6, and we can go over time on this map.
Bomb located by attackers.
Way no, the defense is just like the coordination seems very on point. The call seems very on point. Even we are not able to get from the way how these guys know okay which attack is gonna come from which angle. Then the individual gunfights coming to the play, and they make us
10
fight,
seconds
taking most of
remaining.
those. And just something like I wasn't
5
expecting
seconds
to be
remaining.
such good. Man, I know they're like very good
Attackers
players,
are
but
moving to defuse a bomb.
it just feels like that Won't Stop Peaking needs to, like I said, it needs to coordinate more as a team. They definitely need to be on the same page with that intel sharing with everything. Ulala, there you go. Amaru with the grapple taking it into the side of office balcony, and he's already just using all of the drones to gather the intel. And there's going to be Rattler holding out the solarium.
Yep. I mean, I could confirm my suspicions that Won't Stop Peaking did underestimate Makers 5.
They
I
did.
mean, at the start itself, yeah, it's a
They did.
4v5, but now I believe they just come back to their senses and realize, all right, you know what? Let's be serious. It's round number 10. If you make a single mistake, we're going to give Makers 5 the win that they want in map number 1, and we don't want to do that. And I believe with the information being given exactly on Rattler's whereabouts, they're here to finish him off, to ensure that the entire control of second floor will be theirs. The Twitch's shock drone will be there to give him the confirmation, and Rattler is thinking of falling back. And does he seize the Amaru? No,
Oh,
he does
Rattler.
not. Ulala arrived sneakily as ever to take out Rattler. And with it, they got the entire control of Solarium and even on the master bedroom. Sandy attempt with the aggressive peek. Not quite sure if it was a good idea. And Makers 5 is left with 2 players once again. 2v5. Silence and Maker. Let's just make it 1v5 because Maker also gets caught off from the library halls once again. Silence. Just entire run to silence. 1v4, 1v3. He gets 2 kills. Now he just has to focus on the rest of the 3 players on the side of WontStopPeeking. But the main problem is he doesn't have any denials. He doesn't have the impact nades to open up walls from the floor. Which means that he only has 45 seconds to succeed in this post-plant situation. 1v3. A difficult spot for Makers to succeed. The attackers have all the utilities, they have all the crossfire angles, and Dark Lord, immediately realizing where exactly Silence location is, he'll just fling back and gets the shot out. And WontStopPeeking, they are here to fight another round. Round number 11. WontStopPeeking is slowly starting to gain their momentum in the second half of Map Chalet. 6-4. They need 2 more rounds to end it once and for all. Can it happen, or will Makers 5 end it for all? Let us find out in the site. Second floor master bedroom / office.
What Makers 5 next, you know, change should be as a team? Baba?
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Go ahead.
bombs.
Renaming themselves Makers 4.
I mean, we could have said Makers 4, or we could have just said Crazy 4 instead, you know? Because this is like a crazy duo, right?
Crazy 4.
Yeah, Crazy 4, yeah.
How? But yeah, I can sign them up. Never mind.
You know, I just made a reference of the movie. I could have just said Crazy
Yeah.
5 instead.
I got you. I got you. I still feel, man, this will go 6-5, but I don't think so. Makers 5 will then allow to make it.
Yeah,
a 6-6.
maybe. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe when it's at 6-5,
Attackers are moving
then
out to
Makers
locate a
5 would
bomb and
win.
defuse it.
You know, because it's in the name itself. It's Makers 5. First half 5-1. Second half 7-5. Imagine that happening. That would have been the meme of the century. That is. I mean, imagine that about to happen. It can be an entire meme about this. Makers 5, 5-1 first half, 7-5 in the second half. Imagine that happening the same thing on map number 2. It would be hilarious.
I just feel like you said, like WontStopPeeking needs to take Makers 5 a little bit more seriously. Like some of the round in defense, where I just thought like how you cannot watch the opening, but just no god got in. There were many some of these individual fights. So if you just take out the individual fights, you are defense. You need to some of that to take some of these operators which can provide you intel. Even Valk is banned. There's a lot of operators that you can just get in those intels
Attackers
from.
have located a
Because there's
bomb.
just 4 guys already. Like you have a little bit of favor being onto yourself that they are not a complete 5-man stack. But nonetheless, it's gonna be match point yet again this time around. Silence is trying to peek over just a little. He knows that I cannot get it. He knows that somebody's on the Solarium. Grenade comes in. He needs to get out of that place at the right time. He gets out. It's gonna be Rattler, who's just trying to make up his way toward the side of Trophy. He's spot 20. I don't know how he can go to the sound, but it's gonna be Kuntal to the rescue. Take a Rattler. Makes the situation at 3-4. 1 minute and 38 seconds left on the clock. Ulala
bomb
still
has been
on
located.
the Rappel. I wanna know where is Buckinator. Where are you with those air jabs? Okay, he's gonna be on the front here. Okay, fine.
Yep. Already helping his team with the air jabs. The attackers don't have to worry about any runouts coming in from the defender's end. But they do need to worry about the man-con advantage plus the side control because they're losing a lot of time once again. 1 minute left. You still have the Iana Dark Lord in which his holograms are still in cooldown. Here comes the fight once again. Kuntal, LMG, instant control to take out Sandin. Here comes Silence with the aggressive peek right from the window to take out Ishan. And Maker, he needs to figure it out what exactly is happening. Sees the head, but no, Dark Lord knows this. He knows exactly what Maker is thinking. And now it's Silence back again in a 1v3. And just like I said, 1v3, Dark Lord just sprints towards the windows of piano, singing the symphonies of destruction, and takes out the final player. And with it, WontStopPeeking are in 6-5. And we're back at the round of 1, folks. One round for Won't Stop Peeking to put this match in OT, and one more round for Makers 5 to put ourselves on map number 2, and that map will be none other than Clubhouse. And that Clubhouse is the map that Won't Stop Peeking has made their decision to go out with. But let's find it out if this 4v5 works out well for Makers 5, because they had great morale boost in the first half. From round number 2 to round number 6, Makers 5 were unstoppable on attack. And then suddenly in the second half, you get to see its downfall just because they've lost one of their players. It's very difficult having already at a man count disadvantage in the 4v5, and even with Won't Stop Peaking, getting that if they do succeed in getting that early peak, it's even much more dangerous for Makers 5 to succeed. So what will Makers 5 do now, knowing that Won't Stop Peaking needs one more round to put this
10
on
seconds
OT,
remaining.
and Makers 5, despite their best efforts to put themselves in a
Left
huge
before insertion.
lead at the first half, will they
Attackers must locate and defuse
make
the bomb.
the unforgivable decision to let Won't Stop Picking put themselves on OT?
Man, this can go anywhere around the way how some of these last attacking rounds going to the favor of Won't Stop Peaking. But I just feel Makers 5, like I say, Makers 5 won't allow them to go on to match point over time. But let's see what kind of story we see. Adjustment this match around Buckinator swapping the Nomad role. That's one around putting the Nomad Buckinator on towards his favorite Twitch. Probably use the Twitch drone to destroy some of these ADS, some of these, for my magnets. But I don't see that happening right now because we don't have the POV. But it's gonna be Mezani के room पे यहाँ पे Sandy बैठे हुए हैं. He knows that somewhere around they're gonna
Bomb
come. It's gonna
located
be
by
Rattler
attackers.
also holding down the rotation. But it's gonna be Kuntal and one more guy probably making his way
A
towards
bomb
the
has
side
been
of trophy
located.
room. Silence gonna know that. Silence gonna know that he has the sound cue that somebody's going in, coming in from the side of Solarium stairs. He needs to take up that angle to just be safe, play safe. But that's a nice rotation and angle work coming from side of defense, I gotta say. But there you go, opening up the reinforced wall. Sandy's downstairs holding the ground floor. Now this can be interesting one. Just three guys on towards the side of side. There's one guy trying to play that flanker role. He gets Kuntal almost, but it's gonna be Maker in a bad spot. Two guys almost, but it's gonna be the LMG yet again to win that gunfight. Makes it a 3v5. I want to know where is Rattler is just holding down towards the side of the rotation area. Is gonna come on towards the side of piano. I want to see Silence until the unless holding down the piano hallway. It's gonna be Rattler coming onto a very less HP. Sal picks up the head of Tasman, making it a 3v4. Probably there's someone that's gonna be Kuntal. Probably making his way to the side of B-bomb side. They can go in for a plan, but they don't have the diffuser. But they are still in towards the side of Solarium. I don't know how they don't have the intel to just get in towards the side of Master Bedroom. It's gonna be Sandy coming out of the flank of Solarium. So it's gonna be Dark picking up Rattler. Sandy with that impact need to confirm Kuntal. And it's gonna be Silence yet again picking up Dark. There you go. Where I said they won't. They just not gonna allow to make and go onto a side of match point. But it's gonna be yet again a trade of body. It's gonna be Silence going down. It's making it over 2v1, and it's just Sandy left Buckinator with that little spray just to confirm it up.
Oh
The
man.
problem is, yeah.
Oh
there
no,
you.
this is
Khatam,
good.
khatam.
Oh
Chalo.
no, don't. Oh my
Oh,
god. For a
oh,
moment, I thought it was gonna happen, but
oh.
oh no, that did not happen. Oh man, that was so close for comfort. That was so close.
I missed that one part that Ulala had the diffuser,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where the big problem was.
Yep.
You knew, like for a second, that you have the master bedroom control. Why not just get in and plant?
Maybe he was too afraid that he couldn't get access towards Solarium, right? And imagine if he did decide to, rappel back from master bedroom window and rappel inside.
Defenders,
He would waste
protect
a
your
lot of
bombs
time.
from being defused by
Plus,
attackers.
Sandy,
The
he was
Kuntal,
already in stairs, right?
yeah, ha. But Kuntal was still alive. Sandy was, yeah, maybe. I just feel like the way how Makers 5 on their attacking side were using a lot of drone work. The kind of drone work is not being done by the side of WontStopPeeking. Trust me. It's just like they don't have the intel, right? Because I remember Sandy was on this particular piano hallway. Where just the A bomb just behind.
10 seconds
I'm
left
completely
before
forgetting
Yeah,
that area.
the
He was
piano room.
there
Yeah.
at the place. You just
5
open up the
seconds left.
wall, the right side wall where Ulala is just reinforcing right now. You had
Attackers are
the
moving
entry
out to
point, man.
locate a
You
bomb
had
and
the entry
defuse
point
it.
to just get in. It was just say didn't have anyone to just look the bathroom room. You just had the stub room. Just never mind that I'm just gonna call it tub room. You don't have anyone to just be there. But still, man, I just feel you could have gone for a plant and why not take the risk? There you go. And let's make a opening up the frag on Buckinator. I don't know how did that happen, but it just happened. And we are on towards the side of match for overtime, guys, and it's already a 4v4. Buckinator going down very early.
I mean, I have to give credits to Sandy because the way how patient he was, he
Yeah,
knew
he was.
exactly that one of the players was repelling in the
True.
window, so he had to be patient. He had to know exactly what kind of plan that Buckinator was thinking. And if he did succeed in eliminating Buckinator fought up with that rappel down, it would have been huge. It would have been the match would have been done there itself, but this will be even much more difficult to concede, talking about the way how Makers 5 is being very dominant on attack itself, especially on a map like Chalet. They've already removed 2 players out of the equation on the side of WontStopPeeking. Desmond and Buckinator, both of them are gone. With next one, Maker, who just succeeded in eliminating out Buckinator while he was going in for the spawn peak. And now there is a lot of pressure once again from WontStopPeeking's end. I mean, at this point, WontStopPeeking is like, we just hope at max OT we just get attack instead of defense, because that's how Chalet has been working out at this moment. Next one, Maker once again to take out Dark Lord, which means there's only 2 players left. Make that one as Silence takes out Ooh La La, which leaves Shakuntal left in a 1v4 situation. 45 seconds because of the post plant. Can he use his C4 to deny the plant? Not quite sure, and he won't do it. A lot of gunfights, a lot of bullets being sprayed around one specific position, and it could be Maker once again with a flawless round. And I believe that was his 3K from his end. Maker's
Yeah, that was
5.
3K.
Yeah, that was a triple kill coming in from the side of Makers. And now they're in overtime match point. But here's the biggest problem here. Makers 5 is having a lot of problems on defense. And guess what will happen if Makers 5 lose round number 14? Round
7-7.
number 50. Yeah, 7-7. But guess what the role swap would be? Makers 5 would be
On the
in.
side of defense.
No, Makers 5 would be on attack.
Oh, sorry.
Because round number 15, currently right now,
Attackers need to locate and
Makers
defuse
5,
as many bombs
round
as
number
they can.
14, they are on defense.
Yeah, I got
And
you.
even if they lose round number 14,
Yeah.
it's still a 95%
Bomb
chance
located by
that
attackers.
Makers 5 will get it out. Yeah, I mean, not get it out, get away with a victory at the first map. It's
Feel
like
like-
it's already written in Map Chalet itself. Makers 5 have already. It's just, man, I don't even know what to say. Makers 5 attack perfectly executed, perfectly done. WontStopPeeking have no idea on what to do with it. And even
5
though
seconds
WontStopPeeking is doing a pretty good job on attack itself, how will they perform on defense? Because they've only won one defense round, and that was on Bar and Gaming Room. And that's exactly when Makers 5 went for a silly rush right from the window side of a gaming room window. But the rest of it was just perfectly executed. I just feel bad for WontStopPeeking. Even if they do win this attack round, they have to win round number 50. They have to.
I have a feeling Makers 5 will shut this down on this round.
But what if they don't?
Let's see.
I mean, Chalet has been attacker side for a very long time, especially in this region. Attack has been favored for quite a lot.
True.
Information has been given around from WontStopPeeking. The information is going on pretty well from their end. All they have to do was just get control as fast as possible. But the way how Makers 5 has established their crosshairs on the side, it makes it difficult. but it also makes it a bit easier for the attackers knowing that there's only 4 players left. Deployable shield, Dark Lord gets one, Raptors off the board, which means no more of those smoke gas canisters, and another one from Desmond as he takes out the next one. Maker, Sandy, still alive, still trying to make his own play, and he will succeed in doing so. 3 kills,
My
okay.
God.
Sandy, what just happened? What did you do? Okay.
Now,
Sandy?
Dark Lord will be like, bro, मेरे से ना हो
Bro,
पाएगा.
I mean,
Just joking.
even I'm also shocked because the amount of theory I've made, I might get a passing marks on an essay, but I will fail in the specific
Good
moment,
night.
that's for sure. Silence with the final frag
Very
will
lovely.
give Makers 5 the win that they need on round number 14. What a twist and turn of events that we did get to witness here, folks. Makers 5.
8-6.
5
Man.
minus 1 is equal to 4. And that's all it needs to get victory for WontStopPeeking.
No, this is why I say I get a lot of co-casters like who are so good at mathematics, and Baba Gusta is
I'm bad at mathematics, Bullet. I'm really
heard,
bad at it.
just heard that.
I mean I had to memorize it. Come on. I had to memorize it. The only thing here's the thing. If they say what is 9 plus 18, I still use my fingers to count.
Same here.
Yeah, it's like 9 plus 18. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
You guys
It'll
just
take more than
calculate.
10 to 15 seconds. So I'm just not gonna prolong it a lot. But like I said, I'm not that great at maths.
Yeah,
I mean,
coming,
you
coming
talk
from
about 1 or 2. I'm just like 5 minutes. 1, 4, 4. That's pretty much it. That's all I can do.
yeah, it just felt like the Sandy did his part, man. How next, I just feel like next Maker was a bait to him
Mm-hmm.
because they didn't have the call that Sandy is also there on the hallway, and the Finca just went in. I feel for a second that next Maker can be the MVP for the round. Of course, gonna be Sandy, but it feels like next Maker का जो bait था, it just worked out pretty well, pretty well. Yeah,
I mean,
let's
let's
yeah.
let's just take a look at the highlights and talk about Maker's undefeated performance on attack. First half, yeah, round number 1 was a was a no show for Maker's Five's end because they just went like I said in the previous round, they went for a very aggressive push from the Windows side. Didn't work out, but the rest of the 5 rounds, what exactly happened? Why did Bone Stop Peaking had a lot of problems to deal with Makers Five's attack coordination, and let alone Sandy with the Nook on round number 5? He's just no one's contesting on Fireplace Hall. No one was there. He just gets quad kill. All 4 kills in the side just like that to give Makers 5 the win that they need. I mean, what just happened? I don't even know what to say at this point. I don't even know what to say.
There's one thing.
4v5.
There's one
Yeah.
thing. Just I just want to play Makers Five. Are just like very good. Trust me, man. Just very good. I
Yeah,
know
I
it's
mean,
a community cup. I know it's a community cup, and there was a very big gap. Trust me on this one. If we can get Won't Stop Peaking right now for interview, anyone they will say that they had a very bad coordination. Trust me, because some of these attackers were just being clueless. Take this for example. Sandy just went in to take Buckinator for a second, and just Darklo is not just providing that. You could have just gone, went in, and just take out Next Maker for a second, but that didn't happen, right? So it, it,
mhm.
it feels like, yeah, there was improper coordination. Just like even the 10% was there, and that 10% gap पे पूरा map लेके चले गए Makers 5. But yeah, after like most top picking came into attack, there was some round where like both of these attacking side just went in and they got some of these rounds, but it was all Makers 5, and especially the last round Sandy ka play, it was just like it was more of a, I would say, a Makers 5 role. The way how he put up his shield and reinforced the bathroom side wall, and no, like at that time also I just feel like somebody could have gone to the side of bathroom, like why not? But it was like more of a Maker's role to just get in that specifically because Finca did. I'm pretty sure Finca didn't have that intel that somebody else is just holding down the piano hallway, and it was all Sandy.
Mhm. Yep, it was all Sandy. Now we all know why Sandy is in Hunter's LF4. His raw performance, his gunfights, his challenges. are just so difficult to top it off. And the way how Sandy makes unrelenting plays like this in Community Cup, just imagine what kind of chaos that he might produce in the next Pro Series. I mean, at this point, Sandy kind of feels like he's making a statement here, Bullet. He's like, at the first Pro Series spring event, we all know who the winner is. It was Hunter's LFO after all. Jitri, Sparko, some great performance being made, and also from Rattlers' end. Here's the thing, you have two players from Hunter's LFO, and you have two players from MRCG, right? All of them together to form Makers 5.
Oh, so
I
you're just
am
you're
just,
just
yeah.
you're just hinting to us like let's form another team, combined makers, sorry, combined mercenaries
Mhm.
and combined monkey hunters at FO
I mean, it
coming
already
together.
happened, right? It already just
Best
happened, right? It's Makers 5. I mean, I just have to, yeah.
combined together the best team of SA.
Yeah, I mean, just wait till you combine both Sparko, Jittery, and Hasib. That would be like a different change, of course, that for sure. But for now, we'll just take a short break, folks. We'll be right back with the map number 2. So until then, go grab some popcorn, have some good amount of hydration, H2O, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Community Cup Series for Rainbow Six Siege Season 2, supported by Ubisoft and our broadcast partner Loco here with Bullet, my co-caster. And we are back with map number 2, Makers 5 versus WontStopPeeking, a 4v5. Unbelievable performance in the first map, 8-6. That we did get to see on Maximum
Man,
OT. Actually, not on Maximum
maximum
OT, just normal OT.
match point OT.
Yeah, match point OT from all the way from round number 14, 8-6, and now they're here to seal the deal on map Clubhouse. This
Yeah.
map is specifically picked by Won't Stop Peaking, so I hope there will be some retaliations being made. And I just got news from Makers 5 end that it will be yet another 4v5.
Unfortunate.
Again, I mean, I believe we just got info from
Yeah.
the players on the side of Makers 5 that they have a lot of issues that they need to deal with. I mean, Doctor Hishan and Fatals currently have a lot of problems, so they've they decided that they will go 4v5 once again on map number 2 Clubhouse.
Even
Even though,
what's the
yeah,
exactly? Even though it's a 4v5, they're still able to seal the deal, dude. Like
yep.
what else do you need? It just feel like won't stop picking. If you don't win this map, बहुत I make a Twitter post and rant on won't stop picking. Trust me.
Whether or not it will work or work out, let's just find out on map number 2. Clubhouse is in. Ban phase will also appear at the right time. Makers 5 will be the one on defense. Won't stop peeking on attack. And talk about the first attacker's ban, it will be none other than Thatcher. I just feel bad for Thatcher already.
Yeah,
Thatcher,
like we were talking
you
about.
know,
Thatcher rework is coming,
Mhm.
and
I
I
we
guess
know,
we
yeah. You did
yeah.
inform me in the first map itself. I
Uh,
just, Thatcher has been banned in so many times. You know what I did? I went to the operator select from the Thatcher's end that we get from the main menu. Every single operator has its own lore, right?
ha, ha, ha.
You have this great CGI cinematic trailer, specifically the way how Dokebi met with Thatcher and call
Yeah,
it the hammer and the scalpel.
yeah,
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
such a great CGI. It tells us about the difference between technology and using guts. Right. It's the hammer and the scalpel is more of like strategy or gunfights, precisions. Even though both of them has its main core of strengths, there is always some kind of weakness, and I actually like that story. From the Kebi's end, she's always into phone
The,
calls. I mean, if we get all the cans, we can get every single information we need, and we get to do it. But the more you wait, the more problems you get to deal with. And I just feel sad to see Thatcher is just benched every single time. Followed up with the next bans, we have Finka, Kaid, and Valkyrie. Finka will be the only one which won't stop peaking made a decision to ban because they don't want Maker to bring in Finka once again on attack. No, they do not want that to happen. And we'll proceed to round number 1 nonetheless. Basement Church and Arsenal Room 4v5. Makers 5. Can they do it for the second time to proceed into the next phase of the upper brackets and force won't stop peaking into the lower brackets? We're about to find it out right now.
just want to predict things right now because I'm in a mood for predictions compared
All
to the
right.
first
I am not making predictions at all, so I'm glad you
Attackers need
made
to
the decision
locate and
for it.
defuse as many
it
bombs
just
as
if the first 3 rounds goes on to the favor of one stop, it might be that Makers 5 like will be in a little bit of hurry to just end things up because they know if they are in a very big of a morale boost that we did it 4v5, we can do it all over again. Of course, why not? But it feels like if Won't Stop Picking wins the even like okay 3-1 hota hai or 4-1 hota hai, it's just like if it happens at 4-1 after like fifth round, after sixth round, it might be like Won't Stop Peaking will get this one.
10 seconds.
But it comes up again that when Makers 5 will be
5
on
seconds
attack,
to go.
this might can be the same story because like both the defense and Makers 5
Attackers are moving
attack,
out to
it was
locate a bomb
very
and
all
defuse it.
good on towards the side of first map Chalet. Clubhouse feels like a very closed map. I would say not very much to be like a risky approach, like some of those risky hallway, risky angles coming from the side of attackers. But there's still a lot of space after the specific uh, reworks. Like you have a lot of space as defense also to just rotate on, grab on to try to do some flanks. And it's like a very overall balanced map for now to me. What about you, Baba?
I mean, talk about Clubhouse. You have one specific side which favors a lot on the defender's end. And when
Which
it
is?
comes to the attack, I mean, basement chest and arsenal room. That's the side where most of the defenders have good control on, if and
Okay.
only if you've banned the Kaid, in which Won't Stop Picking have done it. So, side on basement church will be even much more difficult. And in order to deny that, in order to delay the hatch being opened around, you need to have at least one of the players holding in towards logistics. And that's exactly where the Legion is. Rattler is currently doing exactly that. And you also have some controls, or should I say protection, being made from the stairs with the help of the SMG-11 player Sandy. But let's not forget, you also have Fuse. The cluster charge has already been used mainly in towards the kitchen side to force one of the players out. And the information that they have right in towards garage ensures that none of that would happen. Again, A parkour attempt from the top and it's still in. While meanwhile we see Desmond get the first frag to take out Rattler. Now let's keep that in mind. Just because Chalet was an attacker favored map doesn't mean that it will be the same on map number 2, because the attackers can somehow get caught up in a very strange situation. Second kill comes in, but unfortunately Buckinator could not get that kill off from Silence right from that K9 spot. And he will safely fall back once again. But the manpower is too much. It is too much for Maker's 5 to handle, because it's a 2v4 situation. Maker's Vulcan Shield are in very good position. All it needs is just perfect spot. Maker almost getting off his head, but he will survive nonetheless. He will succeed in popping off yet another Vulcan Shield. This will force them to wait for a total of 20 seconds unless and until if they make their own push. Kuntal is patiently waiting. He knows that Max 1 Maker has been tagged with a lot of HP. C4 attempt. This can be huge. Will it work out? Oh no, it does not. He'll be full on HP, and Kuntal immediately realized that. And the second frag will come in right towards the tunnel side to take out Silence. And I have to say, WontStopPeeking, gorgeous. This is just extraordinary attack coordination being made from them. Hatch control was theirs. Even the tunnel control was theirs as too. And they ensured that they will get it nonetheless. So pause timer will come in from WontStopPeeking's end, because one of the players on the side of WontStopPeeking has just got disconnected again. Internet issues, we can't do anything about it, but no worries. We will actually might have to rehost, I guess. We might have to.
It's an Rainbow Six SA match without a rehost, bro.
I mean,
What-
because
what else?
here's the thing. I mean, I was about to say, yeah, we're just gonna ready it up, but then I just realized Desmond is in Makers 5, but not at WontStopPeeking. Even if Desmond did, disconnect and reconnect back again, I really don't think he'll be back at WontStopPeeking. I seriously don't think that can happen. So, oh yeah, I guess they will wait for the players on the side of WontStopPeeking to join in, or maybe what has? Yeah, I think that's not gonna happen. Desmond, yeah, we have to go in for the rehost, folks. Again, I mean it's a 4v5, and according to how the game works, if you try to join in, it would firstly join you in the blue team itself. So yeah, rehost. It's uh, it's
It's
very
a different.
common. It's
Yeah,
very
it's
common in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. So you just back at the caster's cam. We can get to. Hey, you guys can get to listen to our stories about how we first played Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, I played on Red Crow. I believe Bullet also played on Red Crow too on controller.
Operation Health.
Yeah, Operation Health. All right, on controller. I used to play Red Crow a lot on PC. I had like a very small laptop which only works like 30 FPS. I used to play Siege so many times. I still remember I bunked 3 weeks of classes just to focus on the tournament, on a specific tournament. That is, I'm not going to tell which tournament was it. It was just a normal one, but I actually had to practice by bunking 3 weeks of classes, and I had to face the consequences for it. But somehow I did manage to pass it out exams. Don't worry about it, guys. I did somehow manage to complete all my exams, but man, those
Nicely
3 weeks.
dodged.
Yeah, I mean, I dodged it pretty well. I had to attend. Here's the thing. I had to attend like 6 exams of supplements plus 6 exams of regular. So I had to write for around 12 exam papers for 3 years just because I had to focus on a specific tournament for 3 weeks.
I'm getting
At that time,
nightmares. Now, by hearing
here's
the
the thing.
supplements, I'm getting nightmares about my next exam, which has
I
been
mean,
postponed.
here's the thing, Bullet. I still miss those memories because at that
Yeah, you
time,
do.
Foxy was with me. Okay, Foxy was the leader. He was like, you know what? Let's just compete in a tournament. We all five, we all have five persons present. All we have to do is just focus on the match, and we will win the match for sure. Turns out we lost 2-7. Simple as that. Guess what the map was? Oregon.
Oh, Oregon before the rework. It was a no. I'm not gonna lie. It was a very like a favored map to the defenders before the
Oh
rework. It
man,
was such a favored map to the defenders.
oh man, you know what's even the worst part? We were the defenders in the first half, and we didn't do a good job
Oh.
at it. We didn't do a good job at it, Bullet. I was like, in my mind, I was like, dreams, motivation. I'm going to be the best player in this region. Turns
The
out I
siege
just
player.
became a commentator. Yeah.
yeah, if it be back on console, I used to think, man, no, I'm gonna take the Indian esports to the next level. I'm gonna make a siege esports team on console. And guess what?
It can happen. It can happen. I
And
mean,
guess what? Yeah, the
it's all about not giving up, right? So
before the community itself starts to think, I'm no, you know what? I'm gonna just go and buy buy an cheating device and just cheat on console. Like, yeah, of course we know that Ubisoft is working towards it, and I'm pretty sure that they're gonna just
are
find a way
you
to.
are you talking about MNKs on console?
Yeah, people do. You don't know about that?
I know about this, but when you said cheating, I was like, what kind of cheating you're talking about on console?
Because my friend, not gonna mince my words, to actually play with MNK on console on Siege, you need a cheating device, and that costs around. It used to cost a back in operation health. It used to cost around 12k, 13k. Imagine spending 12k, 13k, and still losing to a gold. Never mind. So yeah, so
Okay.
that's the part. That's the part. And back when I remember, it was the Pro League which happened for a console tourney for the first time by Ubisoft. I remember that. I went and saw how it didn't work. I researched about it, and then it was just like, there's nothing happening for our region. Why not just host ourselves? Yeah, we did host it with a group of friends. Like, they helped me. We went in back and forth, a lot of issues, but man, a tournament is tournament. It's just like that. We wanted to play some competitive, we wanted to skims around, and there were a lot of teams that provided us with a very good response. And bro, trust me, it just feels like when console players will get an opportunity. We have talked a lot about in the off camera other places as well, and the PC players will get the right amount of spotlight. Our SA region scene will grow like massive. And trust me on this one, massive viewership, massive amount of people talking about Rainbow Six Siege, especially with our lovely R6 mobile coming in so pretty soon. It just feels like year 7 is the year for Siege.
Yeah. Well, good. I mean, there used to be a dialogue in a specific English movie, so I'm just gonna say that right now. Every good things comes to those who wait. Every
Who worked
good
for it too?
things comes to those who wait and work for it. That's for sure. That's for it because it's always the amount of dedication and the amount of commitment that you make towards one specific work shows how much you want for the scene to arrive. So yeah, for now, how about we just change the topic and talk about the other stuff here? Makers 5, One Stop Peeking again, round number 1, basement church and Arsenal room. Had no problems on their attack push at all. I mean, Fuse was there. You even had the Legion trying to support the hatch in towards logistics. Unfortunately, that did not work out. They decide to fall back from the side. There isn't much we can talk about it at the moment. But on round number 1, there was a lot of problems that Makers 5 had to deal with. Plus, we already talked about the rest of the three players on the side of Makers 5, why they couldn't get to attend. One had a lot of connection issues that he couldn't get to attend. Second, power cuts. Third, have some issues
It happens.
regarding some stuff. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just it's just unfortunate that we
we know
can't do
what's
anything about
happening.
it.
We know. We just we can't talk about. It just feels like even when they are just having the will to do 4v5, even after winning the first match, just feels like that's not a big deal for them. And yeah, of course, it's kind of like they are having a man disadvantage, and still like it's just like I wanna give like a big respect to the Makers 5. They're still having the will to just go on and fight it off. At this point of time, there are many teams out there just like, man, we can't do a 4v5. Let's forward. So it's just like better, man. You are just like you're not taking the opportunity. Just go away. It just feels like, and big ups to them. Trust me on this one. I have a huge respect for now the Makers 5 player, how they are just going in 4v5, winning the maps. Even for Won't Stop Picking, man. Like it just happened. It's a competitive play, and in many titles it just happened. Like, oh, it's a 4v5. It's this, it's that. It just feels like in our siege community, it's not happening, and people are just like, when the opportunity is just coming, they are just using it at the full potential, like utilizing it at its full potential. And you know what? I'm pretty sure our clubhouse map, even if it's a 4v5, it will be a banger and it will be a close one. But like I said, if Won't Stop Picking get those early rounds to themselves, like the first 3-4 rounds, it can be then it can be a little bit a little bit problem for the side of Makers 5.
Yep, if it does gives a problem for Makers 5, they'll be forced to go ahead and they'll forced to head in towards to
Yeah.
the decider map, which will be on border. And on OT, Won't Stop Picking will be on defense, and Makers 5 will be the one on attack. So currently, the first one will be obviously Maker on attack, but on map number 2, Clubhouse, they'll be on defense. So for defensive side, Makers 5 have a lot of work that needs to be done. Of course, they are very powerful on attack. We just saw that example on map Chalet on how dominating their performance was. 5-1 in the first half. They would have almost got 6-0 if something bad happens to it. If something bad happened to Won't Stop Picking in the first round, but other than that, it was just smooth sailing on attack.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
not the same on defense. Then talk about Makers 5 having, let's just say, they have an advantage on attack in the second half. But is
Okay.
it worth the risk? Is it worth the risk for Makers to lose a lot of defensive rounds and be victorious on attack? And if they make mistakes on attack, imagine the amount of pain that they need to deal with, knowing that even at the deciders map, you still have to go 4v5. And Makers 5 will not be happy about this because they've already won map number 1. They've got let's just say they've got the confidence, they got the morale. They said that,
True.
yeah,
True.
we've got map number 1, we don't
We
have any
can get that.
problems heading
Yeah.
in towards map number 2.
Yeah.
But you guys need to make sure that you don't get overconfident as well, because it's a 4v5. You're already at a manpower disadvantage, and if you keep making aggressive plays like the ones you saw on Rattler, actually not on Rattler's end, I believe we saw some on Sandy's end, on
Yeah.
Silence's end. If they make aggressive plays that can get caught off, and making those aggressive plays leading to Won't Stop Peaking having even much more advantage, that would force yourself into a 2v5 situation, then it is not good, especially on defense. And that's the main thing that I'm worried about if Makers 5 doesn't take care of the situation really quick.
Agreed. Agreed to every point that you said. But yeah, man, it's just like that. It's gonna be a very, very like a confidence coming in from the side of Makers 5. We got the first map itself. Then the fact that it was a 4v5, but Won't Stop Picking, there will be a for a vengeance suit, bro. You defeated as a 4v5. Now we're gonna crush you on the next map. That mindset that needs to be there, right? That mindset needs to be there, man. You don't wanna go towards the side of loser bracket, then work your way up towards the final, and then just like we will play. Just like, man, we have the chance, we're gonna crush you, but it all comes to the gameplay itself. Then the fact that, yeah, I personally felt that there was a very big like improper coordination between the side of Won't Stop Picking, especially on the attacking rounds. It was there. And when I'm talking about the defense now, what they had, it just felt like, why you need to be that much? Kuntal, you got 2-3 kills already. Just step back. Just step back. I just felt it was there. Just you wanna get in some kills, you wanna go in for the frags. But when it came to the individual player at the attacking phase, you couldn't show up that much. So it just feels like you need to cool down a little bit. Some of the players need to cool down a little bit on the side of like being aggressive. Needs to really think how they want to do their approach. But they need to like coordinate a little bit better. And yeah, Clubhouse can be your map for sure.
Yep, if you guys are wondering what is happening for now, we're just still waiting for the players to come in. We're just currently waiting for the players on the side of Makers 5 and Won't Stop Peaking to arrive at the lobby so that we can proceed with round number 2. But for now, let's take a look at the trailer for Vector Glare, the new battle pass for Year 7.
I love that.
Yep, folks, that was Operation Vector Glare. It will be available for Year 7. Claim it now to get early access for Sense and also get an ultimate 20 tier skips that has a lot of limited available skins in the game itself. So, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and grab your battle pass and enjoy playing Rainbow Six Siege. But for now, let's focus on the map that we're going to see here between Makers 5 versus Won't Stop Peaking, which is currently waiting in for a pause that's been arrived at the hands of Makers 5. And when it's done, we will proceed with round number 2. Bullet, how do you feel about this match? And also, what do you think of the battle pass?
Was there yeah, battle pass seems fine. I'm just like I got the battle pass for myself. I'm just trying to get a little bit of time for my like just to play it out and just grind till 100 because that UMP that 3D
Defenders, protect your
like
bombs from
UMP
being
skins
defused
look
by
so
attackers.
fine, man. And some of these Wolfguard themed uniform skins are way too good. Just feel like yeah, of course we have something very great on the battle pass. So definitely I would encourage more of the guys to just go on and like buy the battle pass and support the devs because why not? You have such a good skin, such a good chance to just get those skins because you should get them.
Yep. Finally, round number 2 will commence with the side being on Church and Arsenal Room once again. But will we see some changes being made, or will we see some adaptations that
10
would come in
seconds
on the
left before
hands of the
insertion.
defender's side? Won't Stop Peaking won't have any change in their
5
operators
seconds
once
remaining.
again. It's still the same as you saw on round number 1. The Fuse,
Attackers
the
must
Nomad,
locate and
you have
defuse the
double
bomb.
hard breaches, the Hibana and the Thermite, and since Kaid isn't available, you can just repel in from the windows of kitchen and just use those Escaros pellets to open up the hatch. Easier said than done. Shouldn't be much of a problem for them to open up those important hatches. But how will you deal with the roamers? Especially Sandy, who's already at the logistics wall. He already just made a lot of holes to make an unexpected angle towards the entry side of the kitchen door. But the main problem that Makers 5 needs to deal with it has to be towards the tunnel side. Yes, the smoke gas canisters would help them wait a lot of time, but how much would you use it, and will it be a good thing? Because you also need to worry about the hatches too, in which they will drop down eventually at the late rounds. So it's best for the smoke pane like Rattler to save or conserve some of his smoke gas canisters so that he could use it in his late rounds.
Yeah, man. I just feel like I thought for a second that the fifth guy is here when the map was starting it, but it's gonna be a 4v5. But there you go, could tell taking that opening frag. That was probably a guy coming into the side of kitchen. But nonetheless, it's gonna be Silence holding down the tunnel. It's gonna be Kuntal going with those fuse charges to just create that space, destroy those utilities up. It's gonna be Desmond trying to just hold off, guard off Kuntal's uh, and there is a Kuntal body that just like nobody just comes in from the kitchen hallway, the main stairs. It seems like they're trying to push him
Attackers
from
have
the side
located a
of
bomb.
construction. That's gonna be the tunnel area, and probably they can even get in. But it's gonna be someone coming from the side of defense. Gonna be Buckinator trying to just get a hold of. It's gonna be Silence on defense. Sorry, I missed that. It's gonna be Buckinators who are just coming from the side of attack. It's gonna be Silence. Just take him out. It's gonna be just 3 guys up to the 4. But probably a Nitro can do the part right now because just 3 guys just holding on to the side of kitchen. But I don't see any Nitro the side of things.
Yep, there isn't any much though, because Desmond already takes out one more player out of the equation, and that is next one Maker. Only 2 players left, and Maker's 5. They need to use those smoke gas canisters, and one of them, which has already been used to hold off that aggressive push that was about to happen in towards the hatches side. You still need to be careful about the blue angle. Silence, aggressive peek once again, and Rattler gets one more with SMG-11. This is good. Dark Lord has been eliminated, but you still have the diffuser still on track. Rattler, again, aggressive push from blue. He'll get one more. That's a double kill for him. Immediate control on blue is there, but he also forgot about the hatch drop, which is about to happen. Smoke gas canisters. Will it work out? I believe so. Silence actually takes out Ulala, which leads to Kuntal. Left in a 1v2. Oh no, disaster struck. Who won't stop peeking this time? Because they've lost a lot of players and they've lost a lot of body. They don't even have the diffuser in hand, which means that they're forced to fall down, and only to fall down at the hands of Silence, who was patiently waiting for him to arrive at his eyesight. In the end, Makers 5 will succeed round number 2 by winning Basement Church and Arsenal.
Oh, we have a pause timer coming in. It's gonna be someone. Oh, it's gonna be Desmond with an unfortunate disconnect. But it's gonna be the side of CCTV and cash. It just feels like, man, the clubhouse is a very good map. बहुत बहुत like personally मुझे बहुत मजा आता है. Clubhouse हो गया, border, villa. It feels like it's just like it's a very good one. Like
Yep. Hmm.
the
Yep.
maps.
Yes, it is. Yeah. The map clubhouse. It's always the same similar moment. It's like a standard map, right? So as long as it's always a since maps like clubhouse villa is always a standard map, most of the players would understand on exactly what to do and what not to do. So yeah, back again, folks. We just have to go in for rehost once again because of the issues that we had to deal with once again. Apologies, but I think there is a workaround on this. For just for an example, even Desmond do get disconnected, and when he reconnects back, he would automatically join in from the blue team, right? So what if exactly? What if you put the team from WontStopPeeking on the blue side so that even if Desmond does get disconnected, he'll still come back with the same team. I mean, there's it's just a workaround. It will work out eventually. I mean, it's not that much of a big deal, folks. I mean, yes, rehost. I mean, the devs, the game, they're still trying to figure it out. I mean, I'm pretty much sure that the devs on the side of Ubisoft are doing a great job at trying to figure out on what to do and what not to do, and they've given us good amount of content. I actually like that. The content of bringing in sense, good amount, good good outfits for the cosmetic items that we
The
didn't get to see on Vector Glare, and a lot of changes that we might be able to see with the future changes like the Tachanka rework. Tachanka rework, yeah, I mean, many players haven't been playing Tachanka just yet, even with the reworks being made. I mean, you have the Shumika launchers that can detonate on impact, and it can at least incinerate for almost 5 seconds. It's still a powerful gun, but the main problem is you you don't get to defend yourself once you equip the Shumika launchers, right? You are pretty much vulnerable, and
yeah.
even if the attackers and all the attackers needs to do is just push and push aggressively, knowing that the Chanka doesn't he hasn't equipped a weapon yet, and he can just automatically eliminate him just like that. So it's always it's difficult for the Chanka to you know contest in a gunfight with his ability intact, but don't underestimate that operator. He is very strong, and he could waste an entire minute just by using those launches. He can just block an entire entryway. Just imagine if you have the Chanka on Basement Church and you use the entire Shumika launchers in towards the tunnel side. Not a single attacker can set foot into that particular place for an entire 2 minutes. That
But
is
at
huge.
but at that same time, somebody can come in from blue and just fuse you, just like get you up. Like I just feel like, and somebody just can like that take Kuntal for example, just come in from the kitchen and just fuse you up.
I mean, but you still have support, right? And plus, even if you do place it in towards kitchen, the
Yeah.
maximum coverage of site that fuses cluster charge can go through would be almost in towards the arsenal side.
Arsenal stuff,
Not
yeah,
no, it, it
yeah.
it doesn't go more than the dummy
Beyond that,
spot. It doesn't go towards K9 spot. It doesn't even go in towards blue. So even though cluster charge does come in effect from towards kitchen, it can maximum just take out some of the utilities that's been placed, but you
yeah.
don't get to see much contest being
Yeah,
made from that particular spot.
yeah, I was trying to say just if you like you said, man, like oh, we have a guest today, never mind. So it's just like if you want to use the Shumika launcher, you need to have a lot of support, a lot of like at least one guy just holding your back. And now it takes that, it eliminates that one part that the same guy just go and rotate toward the side of whole map, just watch other areas, not that the attackers come through. It just feels like that, yeah, that Sumika launcher, that Tachanka just comes on that point. Okay, that you need to have like that kind of support, and that kind of like somebody needs to watch your back when you're trying to play with the Shumika launcher. It's just around that. But yeah, the best way for the side of basement to use it, it will be like the main stairs. Sumika launcher. You can just watch out the church hatch. You can just place it on over there because like if somebody comes in from the side of blue, he will go in for a wall bang if you're not making any kind of rotation and something like that. Not a very big, very big side of line of angle, it will be fine. But yeah, using that the tunnel, of course, that was a good point. But I'll just prefer like to use it on the side of main stairs. That is a much better one.
Yeah. I mean, that's actually a good point there, Bullet. I actually like it because at the main stairs, this is actually good if you're trying to hold a site on second floor gym, right, Bullet? Because using those Shumika's launchers to hold out the main stairs push is good. And but also you need to still be careful of the one like you said on blue.
Yeah.
You still need to be careful on the breach that happens on second floor gym. You still need to worry about the logistics hatch. But other than that, Tachanka is still a viable denial operator followed up with smoke.
Yeah, area denial,
The
the
Vulcan
crowd
shield
control.
such as Goyo. And also let's not forget about Capcan. His EDDs does play it as a trap. You
Like
can still place
Kuntal
it on the
said,
doors.
like
Yeah.
Kuntal said, delete it from the game.
It's just, I mean, it used to delete it back. I mean, Capcan
he
used to
he
delete in just one Capcan
Capcan
trap.
still deletes the entry denial device. It still deletes with 40 HP, 40 massive HP, and now you can place more than one ETT on a same doorway. Just like, man, the Capcom mains are so happy. Trust me. And with that gun, it feels like to me. With that DD being placed on more than one DD being placed on a single doorway, just like the gun is too strong for it now because he has impact. He has that gun that is so powerful on a medium range. It's just so powerful on the it's just balanced. But with that one ETD, more than one ETD being placed on a one single doorway, it just feels like the damage needs to be a little less with that Kapkan gun. It just feels to me.
I mean, Capcan used to be even more dangerous just by having three traps in his possession.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
100
I
HP,
know, 100
it's,
HP.
it was an instant death if you get caught out from one of those Capcan traps. But even with the nerfs being made from both
I
the
I
Capcan, even on Frost, it's still the same. I mean,
I
they still
remember.
toned down the traps a bit. But yeah, for now, you know what? How about we just take a break from all the nerdiness about the game and just focus on the match as we will proceed to round number three. Second floor CCTV and cash room will be the side. We just changed a bit of the side, and I think we might be able to go for a no. No, I don't think we not. I don't think we won't. I think it's the same. Round number three. Again, we're still working on it, folks. Don't worry. Even if something happens again, we'll just come back to our caster scams and talks about some good stuff. Yeah, I guess we have to go for pause time once again because we forgot about the bans.
It
I mean,
happens.
we make mistakes.
Problem.
Guys,
Yeah.
come on,
ठीक
guys.
है,
We make
चलता है.
mistakes. It happens, you know. Even I make mistakes a lot while I cast. I mean, sometimes I don't get my pronunciations right. Maybe I don't use my grammatical
Talk
stuff
about
right.
pronunciations and bullet is here on English desk.
I mean, here's the thing. Bullet is actually great when it comes to casting on Hindi. He did cast internationally on Japan League. I saw
Japan,
him cast. Yeah,
yeah.
that was amazing, Bullet. Come on.
Thank you so much. But yeah, we just want the scene to become like the Rainbow Siege in our region. I just want it to become so big that we have more regional tests. Like, why not? Why not having someone from like Urdu? Why not have a Urdu test? Why not someone is like, because we have a lot of Pakistani teams in our region too, like that comprised of the SA. Like, it will be so good. I just want the game to be that like popular and big in our region. It just feels like one day we'll definitely get there, and the ESM feels so good with the Ubisoft support coming in. We have a whole roadmap. We have so many great changes incoming, like the Thatcher rework, the cross progression. Yeah, you know about the cross progression, right, Baba?
Yeah. I
The
think I
cross,
do. The
yeah,
cross progression, right?
yeah, the cross progression in coming in. There's something that needs to be confirmed, but yeah, cross progression in coming in. We have a few more map reworks, I guess, in coming in, and like a lot of big things too. Like with some changes. Like I remember the Year Seven roadmap with like more of these changes that needs to attract a lot of more players. You know, the players also who don't want to enjoy company, just want to enjoy the beautiful game of like the tactics being played with so many operators coming to the play, with so many like a different perspective to a perspective being open in their mind about FPS game. And that one thing is that if you remember, the arcade events incoming in, that would be permanent every week or so. If I remember, every week it's going the plate is going to be changed. It feels like there's so many good changes incoming. And man, oh man, I'm really hyped about it. The rank 2.0, how can I forget the rank 2.0 changes coming in the next Tier 7 Season 3? That's another major change that's coming in. So yeah, so many good, good changes
Yep,
coming in.
good changes as well, Bullet. I'm just very much more excited on what the next future holds for the game of Rainbow Six Siege. And don't worry about the match, folks. We will immediately get it done and dusted.
Yeah.
We just have to get the confirmations right. The lobby settings needs to be done right. The bans has to be done, and with every single thing which has been properly rectified and ticked it perfectly, we will head in to round number 3 immediately, folks. Again, we do have to apologize for the amount of time that we had to waste, and yes, of course, we're still ensuring that we would give the best, we'll ensure that we would give you the best possible outcome that we could have given. But for now, don't worry about it, folks. We won't be able to wait you anymore. We will head in to round number 3, second for CCTV and cash room. And let's see, without having any problems as well, we will proceed to round number 3. There you go. Bans are in as
My
well.
God.
Thatcher, Valkyrie, Finka, and Kaid. Makers 5 will be on defense. WontStopPeeking will be on attack. There's no changes at
Yeah.
all. The only difference is that it's a 1-to-1 equalizer with Makers 5 making their presence in round number 2.
Coming back to the point that I made again, if Won't Stop Picking gets like 2-3 more runs and make it a 4-1, make it a 3-1, it just feels like the momentum shift is gonna happen, and probably they can
Attackers
win
need to
the
locate
second
and
map,
defuse
because
bombs.
why not? Like, you have the man advantage, you have everything favoring you, but it's just one thing, like Makers 5 coordination, Makers 5 overall individual gunfight, so they're just winning it out. Feels so much better compared to the Won't Stop Picking. That's two of the major differences that I feel. What about you, Baba?
The major differences about the players, you mean?
No, between the team, like Won't Stop Picking and Makers 5, compared to what
Mhm.
we saw on the map number 1.
Map number 1, the only thing that I can say positive about Makers 5 is that the way how
10
they
seconds
proceeded
remaining.
on their attack pushes. The coordination was just well done. And
5 seconds
I
left
could say the
before
same thing on defense too, but the main problem was they started to lose a lot of players. It was just left with a
Attackers'
2v5
objective is to
situation.
locate a
And
bomb and
somehow
defuse
Won't
it.
Stop Peeking. How do they not have control on the situation? I still don't get it. Like on round number 2, it was a 2v4. They could have just dropped down from the hatch, went in for the plant, or they could have just blown up the wall on basement church and head in for the plant with the amount of covers being displayed around. You still have the advantage, but somehow it's something. There is this one particular angle where they couldn't get the trade out properly, and that is what One Stop Peeking is having a lot of problems of. They cannot get the proper trade. They're losing in individual gunfights. That is having Makers 5 get the advantage that they need in round number 2. So hopefully on round number 3, I hope that they don't make those same mistakes again, because this is second floor gym and bedroom. This is not CCTV. This is second floor gym and bedroom. The site where Won't Stop Peeking has a chance. But if they make those same mistakes that they did in round number 2, then seriously don't think Won't Stop Peeking might be able to come back in a situation like this.
Yep. I'm just trying to just wait it out for like 2 months. I want to see how they approach the defenders. Just like the specific like CCTV and cash room, it's a very good side to defend upon. There you go, Kundur picking up silence. It's gonna be standing trying to peek a little bit, and there you go. He gets Bucky Nater. Hi Sab. The oof, oof moment right there. Moment right there. Nonetheless, making it a 4v3. Next maker trying to hold up the construction area. Let's see how all of the defense is gonna just answer to the attacker's approach. There you go. This one like trying to just like, bro, you can't peek me. You can't peek me. Just come in and just do an open peek. We don't do that, buddy. It's gonna be Sandy and just one more guy holding on to the side of construction. Sandy's very low on HP. It just feels like you don't want to go open there. Oh, there you go. Shorty onto the face of Dark Lord makes it a 3v2. It was actually not the CCTV side. I'm really sorry about it. It's gonna be the side of gym bedroom. I thought for a second the way the reinforce was. I'm really bad. I need to get my eyes checked for sure.
Well, just don't worry about it, Bullet, because talk about the next 40 seconds, even my eyes would be blind because of this individual gunfights that we're about to see. Because Makers 5, they're back again in a 2v2 situation, not a 2v4, mind you, because round 2 it was a different scenario, but Makers 5, they still have the advantage. Rattler missing the opportunity would give even much more of problems. He wants to go aggressive with a shotgun, not quite sure if it's a good idea. Oh
Good.
no, that was just a good trap, a good bait that's been laid around. And now it's just Sandy left in a 1v2. We've
seconds
seen him
remaining.
made some miraculous clutch. Can he do it once again?
Nice,
No, it does
nice.
not. Shut down in the hands of Desmond. And round number 3 will go in the favor for WontStopPeeking once again.
Yeah, I would say it was a very good round coming from side of both of the team, and yeah,
No,
it
no,
was a
no,
good
don't
round.
worry. Don't worry about it.
It was a
He'll
good
come
round.
back on blue. I know for the fact that he'll come back on blue. I know this.
None, I'm alright.
I believe you, game. I believe you. There you go. Haha. Hey, you don't have to worry about it, folks. Desmond is back in his own team. We will proceed to round number 4.
Yep.
Yay! Problem solved, Bullet. High five.
High five.
High five. Hey, hey. Second for CCTV and cash room will be the site. And let us proceed to round number 4 with the action not being able to stop a single bit.
Man, oh man, I just feel he. I'm just trying to analyze like why he won't stop taking his. Like I said, if they get 4-3 rounds into the start and get the early momentum going on, they can take this map. But if he's like the way how Makers 5 is just able to like crush won't stop peaking. Like I'm gonna use the word crush because man, you are a 5-man on the defense. What's going on with you? But not problem. It's not a big deal problem.
10
You have
seconds
still
insertion.
this whole map that you can took your vengeance on, and definitely they'll be looking
5
for a
seconds to
vengeance.
insertion.
Coming back to the vengeance part, where I say vengeance, it just be like, yeah,
Attackers are moving
let's
out
let's
to
get the
locate
match on going, man. Show some very good in pace, show some clutches, show some ace. Because there's only like makers doing that part. I want to see that part coming from the side of Won't Stop Peeking too, because why not?
Yep. I mean, WontStopPeeking, they are not having a good day at all, especially on round number 3. You know,
Oh.
and also, I just forgot. I forgot to give high five to Assassin 47 too, so high five, Assassin. Yeah, go ahead, Bullet.
Okay. It was like Won't Stop Peeking needs to stop peeking on the side of defense. I was just wondering. Yeah, they need to.
Oh, man.
They need
Okay.
to. Trust me. They need to.
I don't think peeking was the main problem. It's just that the trades that they're trying to get, it's not working out in their favor.
Not working.
because
True. That's true. That's true.
Rattler and Silence, both of them are doing just an excellent job. And here comes another frag, and this time it's Silence once again to take out Kunthil. Oh man, definitely not looking too good in a situation like this, but they'll at least succeed in taking out the wall on CCTV. But they have to vault it in a way that the defenders can actually use this to their
Bomb
advantage.
located by attackers.
Yeah, there you go. This one trying to go in from the side of lobby. He might get a good intel that somebody's holding to the garage door. If the Sunny doesn't know about it, he can get Ibana. There you go. I talked about it. Had it got happened, there you go. But
A bomb has
I'm so good with my predictions some of the times. But nonetheless, Rattles will be holding down the Eastern side. You guys go cover if somebody just come in from the side of Eastern side. At the same downtime, tries to push in from the side of the Eastern subroof wall. It can be a problem, but there you go. Next maker with that tabletop angle, he will get Dark Lord, making it all an equalized 3v3. And now Desmond is trying to get hold of someone at the Raptor, but Buckinita says, no, brother, I got you. No need to waste your flashbangs. I got you. It's gonna be just two guys onto the side of defense. Just left it out. It's just best to just one guy just goes onto the side of Eastern Stairs and just two of them just going for the plant. If everybody just going from the side of garage, this will be a very big problem. Trust me, it will be a very big problem. Oh,
Well, it
Desmond with
won't be much
another
of a
one.
problem.
bomb diffuser
Yep, it
has
won't be
been
much of a
dropped.
problem though, because
Attackers
Desmond
have
did
recovered their
eliminate the main
diffuser.
cause of threat, and this time Rattler has to Rattler is all by himself. He needs to find all 3 players. He still has a C4 in hand. He could deny the plant, but is it more than enough? Goes for an aggressive peek. He could use a smoke to his own advantage. C4 toss around. Will this connect? No, it does not. It just deals some minor damage to Buckinator, but Desmond knows exactly what he's doing. He'll just wait for him to arrive right at the perfect timing. takes out the final player and gives WontStopPeeking the win that they need. Round number 4 will be theirs, and round number 5 will commence without having any issues at all. And WontStopPeeking, I guess they are not peeking at all. They're just picking out players one by one, having the important chokehold points such as Garage. By eliminating and taking out Silence, they had the opportunity to push in, go for the plant, and ensure that none
Defenders,
of the
protect
players
your
inside of
bombs from
Makers
being
5
defused by
will be
attackers.
able to retaliate back on round number 4. Round number 5 will be a different case scenario because the site, I believe, will be in basement, church, and arsenal room.
Yep. Tip, potato chip. Do you like potato chips, Baba?
I like all forms of chips, except banana.
Waited all forms of chip. I wanted to put up a joke, but I can't.
Why?
10 seconds remaining.
समझो ना हम I'm a
5
caster,
seconds to
bro.
go.
Anywho's, round number
Attackers are
5,
moving out to locate a
basement,
bomb and
church,
defuse it.
and arsenal room will be the site for Makers 5 to defend. And I have to say, in first half, it is not looking too good in their hands. It's definitely not looking too good because Makers 5, they're not making that good appearance. Although they're making some good performance at their early peaks in with Silence or even Sandy. He's trying to succeed in getting those early picks, but it's still not enough to come back in a situation where Makers 5 were doing it back when they were in
Oh,
Chile.
lovely.
Oh boy, oh man. That's a huge yikes. Sandy just taking out Desmond just gave a huge opportunity for Makers 5 to succeed on their hold once again. Maker, ooh, it's best for him to just fall back instead. He will get caught out, will even get confirmation from the drone. So he will be forced to fall back and hope to fight another day.
I don't like playing Vigil. It's just like it has very good gun. The ability is so perfect to just be on track with your roaming part. It just Dark Lord using using that the ability to just get in the way the hologram just gets in and gives you a lot of intent. Just like even if like Yana doesn't have the drone, it feels like her ability does need to do the part. And with that G36C, it's a very strong gun. I would say that a medium good. I would say medium tire gun, but it still does the job. To just balance it out. Feels like Bakinator will be down. I don't know how it got down. There was a reset probably. It was a reset. No, that was probably something.
I guess it was a reset. I believe we
Yeah.
just didn't get exactly what was happening.
Attackers
Yeah.
have
But
located a bomb.
talking on the troubling
Attackers
sides of
bomb
Makers
diffuser has been
5, the
dropped.
hatch has been opened up in towards the kitchen side. And now trouble starts to brew around unless and until they have the tunnels controlled. This is exactly where Silence is in. And he's about to meet with an angry 4 players of WontStopPeeking who just wants to go aggressive. Can he hold his
recovered the
angle? No,
diffuser.
he does not. He'll just fall back. You see a barricade coming in? Nope. No barricades. He's just forced to fall back. And in just 40 seconds, what is Makers 5 thinking at this moment? What will they
Attackers
do?
have
Will
dropped
they
the
play
bomb
for
diffuser.
post plant? Will they wait for the
Attackers
attackers to
recovered
make
the
their
bomb diffuser.
own particular counter play? Information being given around, they know exactly what kind of positioning Silence is playing. Next one, Maker. Push needs to happen, the execute has to happen too. Sandy just made an entryway in towards the bar side to give even much more angle in towards the kitchen. And now tension starts to rise around. Silence gets one, Maker gets the other. Patience is the key to virtue for Makers 5, and they're just doing it ever so vigilantly. And it's all just left to Kuntal. In a 1v3, they took so much time onto executing the site. Not having the control on tunnels led them lose the site on basement church.
Patience is the key, bro. Slow and steady wins the race. That's a perfect that I want to use for Makers 5. Patience. It's just like the patience combined with that sheer aim that they're just getting like pop pop done is something like WontStopPeeking needs right now. 3-2 will be the scoreline. It's much of a fair, I would say, a scoreline to
Attackers need to
be
locate and
what we
defuse
saw compared on
bombs.
the first map. It's just like the two of these, like everybody on the side of WontStopPeeking, everybody's on Makers 5 are pretty well experienced with our region matches, with our region competitive plays. It just seems like Makers 5. They're for like, come on, bro, give us a good fight, and they're just able to do it. But 3-2 will be the scoreline as of now. Dark Lord not using those Gemini replicator. This time going on for Maverick, but still we have attacker repeat. Still 15 seconds to rethink which operator you want to use. Man, oh man, just some of these like
10 seconds left.
plays. It just seems like this looks like a I would say something more of a pro league qualifier.
To locate a
should
bomb
going
and
on right
defuse
now.
it.
It seems like to me. Trust me.
You know, it could have been if all 5 players were still available on the team.
Huh.
Even without it,
Even
Makers
without
5
it is-
are still holding their ground. Imagine most of the matches that we casted from the Community Cup series, especially on the second qualifiers, it was all 7-0, 0-7, 7-0. We didn't get to find a lot of.
It feels like Baba, you there? It seems like we have Maverick pushing from the side of Subroof. There you go. He's just trying to make the way for the hard breaches to just get in. Probably the VC Desmond is doing those carrier pellet and just go in. Let's see.
Bomb located by
Probably what's gonna
attackers.
happen. It just feels like, oh, we have 4 people on Makers 5. Never mind. Ignore the guy. Ignore that 5v3. We still have 4 people. Nobody's disconnected. Nobody's something like that. Sandy's trying to get some of the angle peek from the window area. Maybe something that we can see, because Sandy's that one guy is just able to pop off kills when it's needed for the side of Makers 5. Maker need those alibi hologram just to get that intel. Anybody can just go in for the wall bangs. If it passes on to the alibi's hologram, definitely it will be the bread thing to just give out the whole of the info. The push seems like Kunta is still trying to make his way from the side of garage. There's no one pushing from the side of eastern stairs. Sim seems to do a little bit of problem. Ratha gets Ulala, makes the situation a 4v4. Next Maker trying to hold off the angle. Rattle is still there on eastern stairs. Sandy gets Buckinator. Silence is getting a little bit of damage. It's push from the side of Silence. Silence is down. Rattler picks up. Desmond makes a 1v3. Next Maker also gets Dark Lord. And it's all down to the side of Kuntal. That who is pushing it from the side of garage. Still one guy, he knows it, he has the intel, but LMG on hand, one Claymore, no drones for himself, but there will be still some intel. There will be still some information passing through the dead teammates. Seems like probably a C4 incoming. I heard someone taking out a C4. Probably first Rattler? No. The C4 is not there. My bad. 35 seconds left on the clock still. Probably going for the Sandy. Almost bullet passing through him. But there you go. Kuntal will get the free fire, right? Kuntal body precision free fire leg from the side of Sandy, and he's already down to very low HP. Sandy gets finish on with the kill on Kuntal. Seems like the way how the push is happening from the side of WontStopPeeking. The Makers 5 are just able to stop it. They're like, bro, where are you? 3-3 with the scoreline, a very good competitive scoreline, I feel, but it just feels like WontStopPeeking we're not able to get that 4-1 or just 4-0, I suppose. But it's gonna be a 3-3 for now.
Hello.
You back, bro? Hello.
Yeah,
bro.
I'm back. Let's just say I just went to the Shadow Realm,
Attackers
made
need to
a.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I
You
know I've been
went.
making this.
You got.
I made a
this
bargain.
connect.
I made a bargain,
Okay.
Bullet.
With
so
the devil.
back here. Yes, I was like, please give me internet back. I have to cast this. And then he said, yeah, sure. Sure. He gave me my net back, and I was like, thank you. Thank you so much. Just came back, and then I realized something happened. It's 3-3. Okay, interesting. 3-3. Makers 5 just won 3 rounds on defense. Now let's see how well they do on
10 seconds left
the
before
second
insertion.
half.
Ambush
5
set.
seconds
Stay
left.
clear.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yep, round number 7 is a go. Talk about the operators that's been picked around on the side of Makers 5. You have the you have the Yana, you have the Ace, the double hard breachers in the hands of Makers 5, which means it's just a standard push. They just have to get clearance on the second floor, ensure that there isn't any roam presence coming in on the hands of the defenders. Other than that, I have to say, on the side of Won't Stop Peeking, they haven't made any roam presence being detected on the second floor. Not on logistics, not even on construction, even more so on CCTV. And just like I said, Buckinator just arrives at the right time by, coming all the way from the main stairs and gets control on logistics. But now he knows that there is one player right from the walls of second floor gym. Now, how can he contain the situation? Meanwhile, on the other hand, Rattler and his the second teammate is just ensuring that he'll be able to open up the hatches as best as possible. Again, breach charges being used from the ace to open up lines of sight. It would have been even much more easier if they had a sledge on their team, but it's easier said than done. Sandy, first frag, takes out Kuntal. There is so many times where we've seen Kuntal gets picked out so many number of times, and another peek comes in as Rattler takes out Desmond.
Yeah, taking a 3v3, Dark Lord pushes up to next pick and he gets one easily. This time around, it seems like WontStopPeeking after the swap, WontStopPeeking are looking pretty good with their defense on the side of Arsenal. But Nathan is trying to hold up the center stairs. Definitely nobody has the idea from the attacker that there is someone pushed from the side of center stairs, and if he pushes at the right time, he can get both of them. There's one guy already pushed inside of bottom central, and now Buckinate is onto the side of toilet, trying to make sure there's no one probably, and Rattler Sandia doesn't have any idea. But the Silence also doesn't have any idea. This can be a little bit of problem. Buckinator can be the guy in this round to make the difference. Rattler drops down from the hatch. He's already very low on HP. He might go in for a plant, and Buckinator, come on man, this is your time. Push it up! But there you go, Ulala trying to get Rattler, and he successfully gets one. There you go. Spot standing with that vertical shot, and Buckinator gets Silence. Told you!
All it needs is a simple angle, and Buckinator just used the same angle that the attackers just made it. And he just arrived at the right time to get the win. All Ishan just did was just head in towards logistics. And when the time was right, he arrived right in towards the bar, realized that there is an angle being made. He looks through it and just takes care of every situation that WontStopPeeking had a lot of problems of. 4-3, round number 8. The site though, CCTV and cash room, once again, not much of a problem that the side of the defender should be mainly worried about, because Makers 5 on attack, a bit difficult to say for the least.
It feels like WontStopPeeking the team was able to coordinate better despite the two of the trade that went on. Just like the things will equalize and favor onto the side of WontStopPeeking. They got the chance, they got everything right, and Buckinator with that flank just incoming. It just feels like Silence. The time was a little too less. That's not of a big problem from the side of attackers. But yeah, 4-3 will be the scoreline, and maybe WontStopPeeking will get this map. I'm getting a feeling that they will get this map, but that can go wrong.
I mean, anything can go wrong on round number 8. It always comes down to the mistakes that Kuntal is about to make, because Kuntal, he's not having a good day at all, both even on attack as well as on defense. He's the first person who gets picked out either from Maker or from Sandy. It's always been that. But the amount of utilities that they've fortified even more so on CCTV might be able to help them hold their ground and ensure that not that early peak would get picked out here once again. Rattler though needs to be careful, and it's once again Kuntal who just got picked off from Silence once again. 4-4, grenades being thrown around to take out the deployable shield, but they need to worry about the denials that the Jaeger ADS has been placed. Desmond will fall back. Obviously, he has to, because he doesn't want to get caught off from that line of sight. And now it's just a stalemate. They're just waiting for the attackers to push towards the site and make their move. But in order to do that, they need to get control on Garage. That's exactly where Dark Lord is playing. And if Dark Lord loses this gunfight, you're going to give the entire control on Garage in their hand. Never mind. Desmond just went out outside the CCTV wall and gets the peek like that. Okay, interesting. Cooked nade. This might be able to get caught from the Legion. Yes, it does. Beautifully done to take out Desmond, and a second one in which he almost got it towards the garage side, but this will give him much more of an opportunity to get more of problems that he needs to deal with. Dark Lord takes out Sandy while he needs to worry about yet another angle being placed. Ulala is still here with the support being made, and now it's just silence. All left all by himself in a 1v3 situation. Has no grenades. He can just use the holograms to only get information, but it doesn't have much time left to do so. Diffuser has been dropped right from outside the garage entrance door, and in just 50 seconds, he needs to make a play, and he needs to ensure that Makers would at least equalize it 4-4, in which it's a very difficult challenge to do so. Even with the Legion goo mine stuck around, the information and the impact is being thrown around, just make sure that Silence wouldn't be able to clutch it out that 1v3. Round number 8 will be in the hands of WontStopPeeking as they've continued their reign of terror on defense, and they want to continue to do so on round number 9 as well.
It seems like the momentum is getting around side of Stopping. They're able to play out really well, and the kills, the trades picking off. It's just everything is just getting all right with the side of Won't Stop Picking. The only thing is not getting right, the Makers 5 attack. But hey, it's a game. It's just like one side will win, one side will lose on. It's just Rainbow Six Siege.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Yep.
by attackers.
Yep, it is Rainbow Six Siege. We always have that confusion. Like, even if you predict right, it's always difficult to do it, right? And also, Desmond just made a decision to bring in the Mira, which in fact is not available in play. And Rattler just gives the confirmation. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to use any mirror, because I'm just going to use the operator instead. So, no using the Black Mirror ability. The ability which was,
10 seconds
My-
remaining.
it
My
technically
dear-
been deactivated because of it, yeah.
My dear friend Desmond just went in the flow, huh?
Yeah, I guess he did
He's-
went in the flow, yeah.
Attackers must
He's
locate
Desmond
and
Miles. I think
It-
I
it
think he has
happens.
some connections from the game Assassin's Creed, you know? I mean, it's a Ubisoft game after all. Why not? I can make that reference. Round number 9, 5-3.
Mati.
Fight to Jimin bedroom. Let's see how well they'll be able to defend up against Makers 5.
How many black eyes you have, Baba?
I haven't counted a lot. I just play the game and I'm like, yay, I got a skin, but I
But-
usually play. I haven't counted just yet. I think I will after this match comes to an end.
You know what we call, what I guess Pengu calls it, like when every black ice is on the same team, like everybody's having the black ice.
Uh-huh.
Kinergy.
Ah, yes. Energy,
Kinergy.
kinetic energy. Well, once again, Kuntal just got picked out. Not quite sure what is happening from his end. And he is letting Makers 5 get the 4v4 opportunity as best as possible. Desmond, on the other hand, succeeds in taking out Maker. Can he get a
Lovely.
second? No, he won't, but he will succeed in downing Silence. And also get the confirmation too. Sandy and Rattler, the only two operators left to succeed in a 2v4
located by
situation. A bit
attackers.
difficult for them to proceed. And I kind of feel like WontStopPeeking are trying to make it a 4v4. I don't know, because every time Kuntal peeks, he always loses his gunfight either towards Silence or from Rattler. So I'm still confused, like, is Kuntal okay? Is he alright? But anywho, focusing on the round as well, we see Sandy taking out Ulala once again from the bathroom side. But now he needs to focus on the construction as well as the logistics side too. And the way how Makers have been playing and the way how WontStopPeeking almost gaining control on map number 2, they just need 2 more rounds to succeed and put this match on decider. And they don't want to let that happen. Sandy already slowly making his way in towards the side. C4 being tossed around, not being able to connect. Here comes Rattler to go in for the support. That's not going to happen. Desmond comes in with a triple kill. And now he's just left all by himself. And Dark Lord just swoops around in towards the hallway side, finding the last player and give match point for Team WontStopPeeking.
Definitely, man. Why not? They're just working it out as a team pretty well, being like coordinating so well that with the Desmond, just someone needed to step up. Like, and it's what Desmond is found picking up those two crucial hits, one on the sledge, one on the guy who was pushing from the side of pool area to just get one on the Desmond, because I'm pretty sure Sledge just gave the call out that he's the Desmond just there on the pool rotation. It was a nice one, and yeah, let's see kind of plays that we see on the next round. That's going to be the match point for the side of WontStopPeeking. It's going to be a little pause incoming.
Yep, a pause time. Not quite sure exactly what the reason is, but I think it has to do something with the admin's call. So we just have to wait for that to happen.
Yes.
And once it's done, we'll be able to proceed to round number 9, second floor. Actually, not on second floor gym. Basement church and Arsenal room will be the site. So I think I think it has to be with the decision of bringing in Mira, I guess, because Mira isn't available in play, right? So maybe it has to do something with that, or maybe it's not. So we might have to see what will happen here. So guess yeah, yeah, definitely because of that. Mira is currently not available because of a recent bug that needs to be fixed. So currently she is disabled in competitive play, and in round number 9, Mira was brought out from Desmond. So I think they're having some discussion about that. So we'll see what will happen on that specific round, on whether it will be 5-3 or 5-3 back again, or is it are we just like giving a warning and just continue with 6-3 instead? Because I think that would happen, but instead, if I have to be on defense on Desmond, he didn't use the mirror ability, but you still have the operator being present. So okay, uh, yeah, it's just the information that needs to be gathered on the side of the admins. But for now, it's still at a pause, still having our discussions, and other than that, Makers 5 still holding their ground on map number 2, but is it more than enough to hold out even much more? Because I seriously
Attackers need
don't
to
think so.
locate
Won't
and
stop
defuse
peaking
bombs.
are already in match point, which means they only need one more win on defense to secure their victory on Clubhouse and proceed to the decider map, which will be on border.
Yes, sir. And I am definitely. It seems so like this will go on the side of, like I said, this will go on to the side of the third map, and it's happening right now. But the way Makers 5 is just holding it out with a 4 man, and we gotta give props to them. But nonetheless, it's gonna be a match point coming in. All the pause timers, all the issues getting resolved again.
10 seconds left
He's
before
like,
insertion.
we're stopping. You'll just shut this down on this particular run, make it a 7-3, and
5
just go
seconds
on
to
to the
go.
border map. It feels like it's happening right now in this round number.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Hey, let's see, man, what they're up to. Because no, I don't see anyone right now holding down. Probably it's just Buckinator yet again with Thunderbird. Thunderbird, say roaming. Interesting.
I mean, we we did see Thunderbird on the side of Makers 5. That was
Yeah,
Sandy, who was roaming
Sandy.
a lot. I mean, Thunderbird is a great roamer, obviously, because of the Kona stations. It even helps with the other operators to even get that ability. But for now, Sandy will get the early frag once again. This time it's not Kuntal though, but it will be Desmond. Desmond has been making quite a performance in both the first half as well as the second half on map Oregon. And with him being eliminated, which means that they still need to worry about taking out some of the rest of the players. Maybe they have to take out Ulala and also on Dark Cloud, which is because he's been giving a lot of information from the Pulse scans. Those scans are very important for the defenders to give the proper information regarding about the kitchen push. And once they have it, they could at least go for a C4 push.
Attackers
I
have
mean, go
located
for
a
a
bomb.
C4 execute. That C4 execute is always a very problematic situation for Makers 5 if they get caught out on a situation like that. Rattler still trying to find the mute jammer, in which he will succeed in doing so. Ivana's Excaros pellets to open up the tunnel's wall, and now he just have to wait for the hatch to open up from kitchen. Now after that, what will be Makers 5's decision? And will they get the early peak that they want up against WontStopPeeking?
Yep, this seems like they're trying to get the tunnel push right. They're trying to just get in the kitchen hatch right, and it seems they're just doing it pretty well for now. But it's gonna be Buckinator coming back to the church area because Desmond is already out. There needs to be a good anchor pots to be just held in. There's nobody right now pushing from the side of blue. There's someone I really want to see if somebody is trying to approach the blue area. Somebody already he gets the yellow ping. Yep, he gets the Melusi until right. Sandy will try to go in for a free fire, pre-fire, and maybe he can get someone. But let's see.
I mean, they're already wasting a lot of time, and somehow the attackers are still trying to figure out a way to get those kills.
Ah,
Sandy's already in. Triple
Sandy.
kill for him.
Attackers
Buckingham
recovered
is
the
still
bomb
alive
diffuser.
too. He wants to ensure that Maker's 5 won't be able to get a single win. Drop down will come in, and so does
15
Maker,
seconds left.
who has control on the diffuser. Lance happening. Buckingham is still dropped around from the canine position, and it's still not
Oh.
enough. Silence arrives at the right time to save his teammate Maker. Gets one
Oh.
and the second for the
Lovely.
confirmation too. Beautifully done. Beautiful flank. I wouldn't say beautiful flank. Beautiful flick. Man. And for a moment there, I thought WontStopPeeking had the site, or should I say, had the round. But on round number 11, this is where tension starts to fall. Tension starts to swirl around for the side of defenders. They just lost Basement Church and Arsenal Room, despite them winning 3 rounds on defense back to back. And now, all it needs for them is to win
Attackers need to locate
one
and
more
defuse
defensive
bombs.
rounds. You might think, yeah, it's easy for WontStopPeeking to win this defensive round. Not unless the opposition side has the morale boost. Not unless Makers 5 understands the way how WontStopPeeking operates, because they've already seen them defend on all 3 sites. Basement Church, CCTV, second floor gym, all 3 sites are in the favor of WontStopPeeking. The only difference is, will they do the same strategy as they put on the previous rounds, or will they make some slight adaptations to it? If they did, then Makers 5 chances of succeeding
10
in this
seconds
round
to go.
will be decreased to slim to none.
5 seconds remaining.
Or maybe we could see WontStopPeeking losing this round and give Makers 5 the advantage that they need. Anything can happen. And who knows, maybe we could find another OP on round number 11. CCTV in cash room. What will happen next? Ooh la la. Not a definite ooh la la moment, because he just got shotgunned with his own teammate Kuntal. So he'll be left with a lot of HP behind. And without Thunderbird's help, without Thunderbird not being available on defense, it's going to be even more difficult for Ulala to win gunfights.
Some serious drywall work.
It just seems like no. It was Sandy from the side of Makers 5. It was sometimes around Kuntal just stepping up to get those kills up. But it seems like just when Desmond is trying to do the spawn being just Kuntal's trying to be a little aggressive, just trying to win for those kills. The Makers 5 is able to shut them down. It just feels like they're trying to be just better. This time around, they're trying to push him from the side of construction, trying to take the logistic of his control. It's going to be Sandy onto the floor as shown. Kuntal gets next Maker. That was a shotgun. Okay. Oh. Okay. Kuntal will be like, bro, mujhe kyun mara? But theek hai.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be happy about it, but at least he'll get to avenge his teammate, the Buckinator, to take out one more. Rattler, okay, right nearby towards Buckinator's side itself, but he'll be safe for now as the breach will succeed.
A bomb has been
Flashbangs being thrown around towards the site of Cash. Unfortunately, no one is playing from that particular angle. A minute and 30 seconds left, and talk about Makers 5. They have to win this, or else we might go to Decider. Can't find the specific defender as of now, and this is even much more troubling for them, knowing that they couldn't find a weak point or a loophole that they could exploit. 112 seconds, the push needs to happen, and you see Rattler
attackers have located
still
a
needs to
bomb.
push because he's an attacker, so he needs to go in for the plant, but is there a proper support? Plant is happening. Rattler sticking to it. C4, will that connect? No, it does not. He will fall back at the right time. Sandy gets a turnaround. That's 2 kills. Dark Lord and Ulala gone, but not in the hands of Desmond, where he just denies both of them. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to the deciders. Map number 3, Border, will be the final site.
Good one.
Actually, not final site. Final
Final
map. And that will be the final countdown for the upper bracket. Who will proceed in the next phase? Who will go to the lower brackets? Let us find that out But for now, we're just back with the caster scam and talk about the highlights, which will happen in just a brief amount of minutes. But I have to say, Makers 5, even with the mankind advantage, 4v5, they still give us a dazzling performance.
And the way they were able to just shut down Won't Stop Peeking, how Kuntal was going, how Desmond was going, it just tells a lot. Trust me, it just tells a lot. So it just feels like, ठीक है, आपने कर लिया, you are doing it a 4v5, that's a very commendable play. It just feels like if Won't Stop Peeking loses out on the bottom map, 4v5 entirely on a 3 map, then winning the matchup. Sheesh.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, the amount of shutdowns that Makers did in the first half was I don't even know what to say next. Imagine if all five players of Makers were present. Imagine the amount of chaos that they would have done against Won't Stop Picking Upper Brackets. Here's the thing: even with them, even if they do lose in the upper brackets, they still have a chance, right? They still have a chance on the lower brackets. They could immediately come back up and just take out players one by one. And for now, let's just take a look at the highlights and talk about the entire matchup on map number 2,
yeah. This
map
was
Clubhouse. Yeah.
better, I would say, map compared to the first map. I would say, like, oh, even though like Makers Five were not able to like win this one, it was like the efforts being made from both sides were just top notch. It was such a good one.
Yep, yes, of course. It was a really good contest being made from Makers Fives and on defense. But there was some weakness that One Stop
Yeah,
Peaking did, took advantage of, and they did executed it successfully. There was a lot of, let's just say, post plan situations where Makers 5 almost had control of it because the kitchen control was the main thing that Makers 5 had a lot of problems with. Yes, sometimes, yeah, yes, they didn't get to pick the pulses, cardiac sensors, the C4s. They could have had good amount of information, but in the end, they tried to make it work, but unfortunately, they it could not. But talk about the second half itself. It was just one stop peakings around all around. I mean, all three rounds back to back from round number 7 to 9, all three of them won at the hands of one stop peaking. And the only round that Makers 5 won on attack was at round number 10. This round number 11 was very close. Rattler Rattler kept his trust towards Sandy because he knows how much he can trust his teammate. And even with the C4, he had to fall back, and Sandy just did all he could to go in for the plant, but it wasn't good enough. And I believe Rattler at that time decided that, you know what, I have to go in for the plant. I have to commit to it. But at the right time, Desmond arrived. And Rattler didn't thought that there was a hole being made. He'd expect that, yeah, he should arrive at the door. Why would he arrive at the wall? Because he didn't had info. He didn't knew that the soft wall was opened in
hmm.
more enough so that Desmond could just swoop right in and take out Rattler. And imagine if Rattler was even much more careful about it. I mean, just like he was careful about that C4. Imagine if he was careful about that push. We could have seen Maker succeed that with Sandy giving him the utmost protection that he could ever give. It Makers 5 would have done it, but yeah, it always comes down to that pressure moments, and that pressure moments nearly got in towards Makers 5, and Won't Stop Peaking will put us to deciders.
Yep. And we can see the match results 8-6. Almost on a. It went to match time over point and 7-4. The second map is going to be the third and the final map for this matchup. That's going to be Border incoming shortly. And want to do some predictions, Baba?
Well, like I said, Bullet, I just give the predictions to you and I just stay silent.
You know, it feels like Makers 5 will do their work on Border.
Just because I said silence.
Hmm. No, no,
You, I
you
mean, here's the
see,
thing. I haven't made any
okay.
predictions yet. I haven't said anything, so I'm just gonna leave the prediction to you, Bullet. I'm just gonna stay silent. But for now,
See,
yeah. Go ahead, Bullet.
it just want to start the way how on the chalet talking about the main of the place depend upon the library hallway on solariums and the piano hall. It just seems like when talking about the second floor objective, armory and lockers just feels like they're the same kind of position. You got to take that office work office sorry area to just be in control, then you got to push it from 90 also, then you got the hard breach. It feels like it's a very very similar kind of play style that is onto the that is very strong onto the side of Makers 5, even if they are a man down, even if they are playing it a 4v5. It feels like Makers 5, if they are on defense, which they are not, I feel they are attacking, so ho jayega. We'll be taking a short break, guys. I'll be right back very shortly with the Esports Club Community Cup Season 2 supported by Ubisoft and with our broadcast partner Loco. मिलते हैं एक छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Community Cup Season 2, supported by Ubisoft and with our broadcast partner Loco. Again, Baba Gusta will be joining with me alongside, and Baba been a ride. Makers 5 versus WontStopPeeking. We are on to the final map for this matchup, the border. ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे कुछ राउंड्स हो चुके हैं. अब देखते हैं किस तरह से रहता है, किस तरह से चलती है चीजें. बट it just seems like कि यार Maker 5 will take this one. Like, I have a feeling Makers 5 will take this one, the bottom map.
Yeah, Makers 5, huh? Well, we're about to see that out in map number 3, Deciders. With Won't Stop Peaking already succeeding in winning map number 2. They're on map pick, of course. And now they are in on the Decider map. Border will be the final map for the first upper bracket matchup for the Community Cup Playoff Series. And now it is on. We don't know what will happen next. We don't know what kind of bans. I mean, we know exactly what kind of bans will happen. It's just that we don't know what will
Can
happen at the
predict.
game
Baba can
itself
definitely
in the
predict.
first and second half. I can't predict, Bullet. That's why I just
Then
leave
an
the
operator
prediction to
bans.
you.
Oh, Osa?
Okay, interesting one. Won't Stop
Interesting one.
Peaking makes a decision to ban OSA because they don't want to have a lot of competition coming in at their end. Granted, I know why, because the first and second maps we haven't seen OSA being brought up because it was Finca at the first map that was brought a lot, and Sandy used to play Zofia as LMG, so which means Finca will still be available. Yes, it is. Make us 5 will decide to ban the Thatcher, which means the rest of the other two operators might be the same, Valkyrie, or Won't Stop Picking might be able to ban someone else.
Yep, it feels like they might go for Kaid. They might. No, they go for Valk. Won't stop. Sorry, Makers 5 goes for Valk this time around. Buckinator will be kind of like bro मेरा Valk क्यों ban किया, but कोई बात नहीं. Feels like if I want to predict the last one, I think they might go for banning Kaid because why not? Maybe you're on the side of defense, but Azami, very, very interesting bans from the side of Won't Stop Peeking.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. And plus, this is border. Even if you do ban or not ban Kaid, it's still the same because the walls on second floor armory lockers, the floors itself is a hard wall. It's not a soft wall anymore, which means that even if you do place a specific equipment, not even an IQ can be able to destroy that important gadget unless if you have that proper angle that you can be able to shoot. But other than that, Kaid is very effective and also difficult for the attackers to open up the walls, such as second floor armory
Defenders,
lockers,
protect your
even
bombs from
on
being
the
defused by
archive
attackers.
side. But let's find it out on round number 1, being on first floor tellers and bathroom, and see what Won't Stop Peeking has in stores for us. Because they'll be the one on doing defense, and
Yeah.
Makers 5 will be the one on attack. So let's see how well that they can be able to progress in the side of second. Actually, it's not on second floors. I just realized it's on first floor, tellers
First
and
floor, yeah.
bathroom.
Tellers and
So quite intrigued to know what they're gonna do next, but we'll see about that. Right here, right.
like after the rework, like
10
the
seconds
the
to
bathroom
insertion.
areas, the terrace and bathrooms are also very good side to defend. It's just like you
5
have the
seconds to
hallway
go.
in your favor. You even have the windows to your favor. Just it's a
Attackers'
very strong
objective is
side
to
to
locate a
defend
bomb
upon.
and defuse it.
But yeah, if somebody just decided to go toward the side of server room, well, you are gonna get good night. Let's see what kind of approach we see from the side of attacker. Sandy trying to go in for the usual peaks to get someone who's trying to be a little aggressive toward the side of the second floor hallway. साउथ बालकनी से एंट्री हमें देखने को मिलते हुए नजर आ रही है. डायरेक्टर भी यहाँ से वेस्ट बालकनी की तरफ से आर्मी लॉकर्स में अपनी एंट्री बनाने को देखेंगे. Definitely to trying to get the upper floor control, but I think so. That's like yeah. आप एक बार जरूर से rumors जितने भी हो सकते हैं उनको आप एलिमिनेट करने की कोशिश में रहिएगा. But definitely need to just be aware of the fact that you don't have a nomad to watch your flanks.
Yep. With the Nomad not being available for the attackers, knowing that you have to go in with brute force, you still need to be careful for the flankers. flanks that WontStopPeeking might be able to arrive, especially on the hands of Kuntal and Dark Lord, in which Kuntal's performance in this first and second map has not been quite effective. So hopefully we might be able to see that on map number 3, where he might be able to show his
Oh.
presence. And Sandy actually gets the first frag to take out Desmond. I believe that was a one tap, but we
One
didn't
tap,
get to see
yeah.
it quite clearly. But that will give the advantage to Makers 5 once again, but Rattler needs to be careful from that vertical lines of sight, because that's exactly where the Mute is trying to hold on to. Rattler gets dealt with a lot of damage, no, not quite a lot. And a grenade would be tossed out in response to it. Not a lot of damage being dealt around once again. They're just trying their best efforts to take out the Kite's Electroclaw. Meanwhile, Sandy is still doing his own dirty works in towards the waiting room as he succeeds in taking out Dark
Oh.
Lord. Oh no, oh boy, Rattler. Oh boy, he should have been careful from that grenade, but what is Naker doing? He forgot about Kuntal right towards the customs. That is not good. There wasn't any protection at all, and Maker not being able to understand what happened. We will see Kuntal take advantage of it, and yet another one as he succeeds in taking out Silence.
No, just Kuntal doing his job, and just Sandy doing the frag job from the side of Maker's side. Just feels like both of these players are very, very on the just taking those frags, trying to shut the guys around, extending bodies. And it feels like they're doing their job pretty well. But right now, Sandy is able to like open up the hatch because the hard breach is already out. And, you gotta waste a lot of canister fuel for opening this hatch up. Maybe, of course, Rattler will get the angle and takes out Kunta. Kunta will be really surprised that, oh my god, from where did he kill me? But that's not going to be the case for right now. Rattler already made his way to the side of server room. He's very low on HP. He needs to be aware of the Buckinator holding down the custom inspection area. 50 seconds left on the clock. You gotta go in for the plant, but there you go. Buckinator kills up Rattler. And Sandy up against Buckinator for a second, but he's not taking any kind of heat, just waiting it out. He's already thrown down. Finds the head, he gets one, but no time to go for the plant. And it's gonna be the first round going toward the side of WontStopPeeking for the map of Border.
Yep, Border first round looking very good on WontStopPeeking's end. And talk about round number 2, Tellers and Bathroom. Round number 1, Tellers and Bathroom will be theirs. And the second round itself, they are back to defending. They're going back to defend on second floor, but since I said about second floor, this immediately goes back to first floor itself. Ventilation room and workshop will be theirs, and with Desmond arriving at the right time, he'll be able to pick the certain operator, and that would be Vamai. And with it, ventilation and workshop will be a go.
It feels like
Attackers need to
like,
locate
no,
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
WontStopPeeking. Kunta is doing a pretty good job. He's just able to just shut some of these guys down from the side of Maker's 5, and then just and needs to like cool down a little bit. We don't need to hold some of the weird angles. We already know that there's already a sledge opening down those vertical lines of sight. So we just wait it out, because of course you want the round. Just feels like TEC. Need to slow down a little bit, bro. Immediately we can see some of these operators. Legion coming to the play. Still going for those slow down operator to just deny the entry. Going for Aruni. Aruni's gun definitely, from my perspective, definitely needs a little buff. The magazine size is pretty small. When just two guys are pushing on you from the different kind of angles, it sometimes gets very, very hard to just use that gun and take these guys out.
Yeah, eliminating the main cause of the problem will be even much more difficult for WontStopPeeking, because Makers 5 almost made that clutch happen, especially with Sandy, who just got 3 kills. But the main problem was Maker had no idea that there was Kuntal holding all the way towards custom inspections, hoping that one of them would just proceed in towards the Windows side. Not quite sure exactly what Maker was thinking at that moment, but hopefully he won't be able to do the same mistakes as he did in round number 2, because the site would be on a different perspective, and Buckinator just randomly pre-fires and somehow gets a chance to take out Rattler. That was the timing itself favored Buckinator so much that Rattler had nowhere else to go. The timing was absolutely perfect, and unfortunately for Makers 5, this time they won't get the early man-con advantage just like they did in the previous 2 maps, and this time WontStopPeeking is currently at the driver's seat. They have the control, they have the contest, all they need to do is to hold their ground. They just want to make sure that even with the information that they've gained with the drone, will be able to, counter
Attackers
it
have dropped the
from their
bomb
own
diffuser.
information from bulletproof caps. But looks like one
Attackers
of the
have
players been
recovered their
caught out, and
diffuser.
it will be Kuntulu just got eliminated out, maybe in the
Attackers
hands of
located a
Sandy.
bomb.
But the amount of bans that we saw from WontStopPeeking's end, banning out the Osa on attack and Azami on defense, shows that WontStopPeeking might have something else to do in the second half itself. Meanwhile, the breach will succeed on the hatch of archives,
Bomb located
and
by
now they're
attackers.
slowly making their way to eliminate players one by one towards the site. With the help of the vertical line of sight, they have the high ground potential, but they don't have the proper information from the attack drones. Grenade once again thrown out to open up lines of sight for silence, but unfortunately won't be able to find one. And in just 45 seconds, they have to go in for the execute. But where will they go? Will it be from ventilation window? Yes, there is. But the protection needs to be strong in order for makers to post themselves on a post plant.
Gosh, 34 seconds left on the clock. They need to just think about how they want to approach it. Seems like they want to go in towards the side of B-bomb side, but it's going to be silence on the upper floor, also guarding them up. I don't see anyone except for Desmond on the side. Maybe there's someone, but no. Desmond picks up next one. Maker who just came in. And it's going to be a really big problem. 2 seconds left on the clock. No carrier, no diffuser onto the side of any of the operator. If Desmond just goes in, but Sandy's onto the side of Douglas. Double kill coming from the Sandy. That's going to be the lone player. It's going to be Ulala picking up Sandy. Makes it a 1v2. You gotta go in for the plant at the right time. Going for the plant.
Operators, you have run
No
out of
problem.
time.
It was Jaeger on the upper floor. That's why. Won't stop peeking. Yes, please go on.
No, you go ahead, Bullet.
No,
I was actually continuing my stuff. Yeah. No, you go ahead.
It just like Won't Stop Peeking are doing a very good job. But there's some was on the side of custom inspection. If there was someone, you should have probably gone to the side of main stairs and just try to hold off the main door angle, because the Viega went in a little late onto side on the second floor, so it could have been a good one. Just TK, it's fine.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Yeah,
as they can.
so looks like in round number 3 we might have a rehost
Oh,
because they just found.
we
Yeah,
have
looks.
good news.
Yeah, it's actually a good news for Makers 5 because they've got their sub back. So they requested for a rehost, and I believe we might head in and do a 5-5 without
Finally,
having any. Yeah, finally, without having any disadvantage at all. Yeah.
fine. Now imagine, no disrespect, no hate to any team.
Hmm.
When they are able to do 4v5 on a map, imagine a 5v5.
Imagine a 5v5.
It's gonna be a
Mind
banger.
blown. Yeah.
It's gonna be a banger, and trust me, like how Won't Stop Peeking are able to just go in with the momentum, दो round अपने bag में रख लिया है. It feels like after 5v5, things are gonna get more hard for Won't Stop Peeking.
I mean, I don't. I don't really think that it would be a much. It would be difficult for Won't Stop Peeking because they did
Okay.
succeed. Because they did succeed winning 2 rounds on defense, right? So
Okay.
on round number 3, even though there is slightly a bit of a difference, knowing that
Okay.
Makers 5 have got all 5 players ready to play in, it always comes down to the coordination, right? On the attack side, the
True,
way
true.
how they progress. And talk about Maker, who just got caught off on round number 1, where the site was on Teller's in bathroom. He went in to try to open up the wall on Teller's wall. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
they didn't had control on customs inspection. Same thing happened on round number 2. They tried to went in for the plant on ventilation. Unfortunately, they forgot to open up the barricade from mains, and that's exactly where the defenders rushed in towards the ventilation door instead of arriving towards the rotation. That's exactly where Silence was looking from that vertical line of sight that he made on second floor armory lockers. And just because of not opening up that barricade, let the defenders to freely enter in from the doorway, get the kill, deny the plant, and also give the win for Won't Stop Peeking. Now, this won't be much of a problem for Makers 5 because on round
True.
number 3, even if they are going back to Tellers and Bathroom, you'll still have some support, you'll still have some protection. And with it, for Won't Stop Peeking, their job will be even much more tougher unless and until if they find a turnaround for it.
Let's see, man. Let's see. But with the 5 man coming, I just feel it just feels like the overall coordination will get more better on the side of Makers 5. The overall, of course, the gameplay is gonna affect it, but it puts me in a question mark, like how Won't Stop Peeking is gonna answer to that. Of course, on the last map we saw on the last map of Clubhouse, things went really good for the side of Won't Stop Peeking. But two of the guys going to be a difference maker. I feel Sandy from the side of Makers 5, and of course Kuntal and Buckinator from the side of I would say like Won't Stop Peeking, because Kuntal is just going in for those operator. Even if he's taking Aloy, even he's taking uh, co- on the last round, I believe on the last map, I believe he was playing a lot of support ops only, and he was able to just go in for those skills. Like why not? He's just able to just making those body exchange for his team. So it just feels like, yeah, if Kunta steps up a little bit, he can shut down. Of course, let's slow down the attacker to just come in for the defense, and that can happen a lot on the side of border. But yeah, when it comes to the side of defense, when the swap will be made, it feels like Makers 5 will have that upper edge over Won't Stop Peaking.
Or it can just lead to a downfall that Won't Stop Peaking might gain control in the second half.
Let's see.
Because here's the thing. I talked about Kunta not being able to let's just say be more effective in the rounds. You
Okay.
saw him get picked out
Get
early in
cocked
the
out.
round.
Yeah, true,
At
true.
early round, even on map number
Kuntal
one,
and
even on
Desmond, of
map number
course.
two, Kuntal was always the one who just get picked out every single time from Makers' end, always putting them on a 4v4 situation. I guess Kuntal was always trying to be aggressive, knowing that hey, it's just a 5v4. Even if I do get a pick or not, it doesn't make a difference. Well, I think they should have reconsidered it because it was. And even though if you lose that early man con advantage, it's I know it's still 4v4 equalizer, but what will you do in the site knowing that they've already lost one of your important players? Now, granted, Kuntal
True.
was being aggressive, and he was being aggressive for a reason. He wanted to annoy the players. He wanted to make them have a bit of fear inducted within them
True, true.
to say that
Mind.
hey, we might go aggressive, we
Yeah,
might peek out the window and shoot you, so you need to be careful.
yeah.
And that's the reason why Kuntal was trying to make an effort, and it was sort of working out. But Makers 5, I mean, we all know how determined and strength of their coordination on attack is. They always know that even if you do try to annoy them, he always get picked out having a lot of time at their hands. So at this point, on map number three, being on border, in which we will resume back, folks. Round number three, we'll resume back with all five players on the side of Makers, and also all five players on the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking. It will be a 5-5. Finally, it has been returned. And now Makers 5, they finally have a fighting chance on upper bracket. Will they come back to succeed in deciders, or will Won't Stop Peaking and end it once and for all? We'll proceed to round number three with the site, second floor armory and archives. And talk about Kuntal's performance on map number three. You saw him make a lot of impact on round number one and two. So there is high likely a chance that it can happen on round number three. And Makers 5, knowing that they've got their
Defenders,
five
protect
member
your bombs
back,
from being defused by
it's a
attackers.
clash. It's a 50-50 chance that it can go anywhere.
Really, I feel like at this point of time, maybe she should also try uh, be a little flexible with the operators control, because you have that skill. You can just go in and take those guys down. So why not just take some of these operator like Vigil? Why not take Vigil? Of course, like it is his overall choice, but why not? Like Vigil, you can just get out of the camp, and nobody can
10
gonna
seconds
notice
left
you,
before
and
insertion.
that can allow you to stay alive for a lot of time. Personally, I believe that.
5 seconds left.
And many operators, man, even like you can go for mute for a second, but Kulala is always there. But there's a lot of operators that he can use to his team's advantage, I believe.
I think we're about to find it out though, because Makers 5, obviously they'll be happy knowing that Hishan will be back. And again, thank you, Music J, for telling me who Hishan is. It's none other than Blank.
Music J for the win.
Yep, Music J for the win. And it's actually Blank who's in the side of Makers 5. So it's going to be even more problems for Won't Stop Peeking Zen, because, man, don't underestimate Blank, man. He used to be on a team called L2K, and he went against UG, forced them on a best of 3. This was in the August majors, and look how aggressive Rattler is. Oh, didn't even expected that now, did he? Rattler succeeds in eliminating out Kuntal, and now this time, Makers 5 are in a man-to advantage here. 5v4. Kuntal's already been eliminated. They've got control on Server's Room. This time, Makers 5, they have struggled so much on map number 1 and 2. Maybe this can be a boon for them in this decider.
Yeah, man, they're ready with. Like I say, it's gonna be a 5-man now, and that's gonna change a lot of like the pace of the game, the whole map. There you go. The Grenade doing the job of eliminating those mute jammers. He will go for the wall. Probably he's just waiting it out. But oh, bandit on the play. Good. Kai's on the play. I'm sorry. I'm a bandit main sometimes around, so it just came into my mind. But nonetheless, they're trying to do their job pretty well. Kai charge yet again. But there you go. Rattler putting up the band, but Kai stopping him for taking that third kill. Rattler gets shut down from the hands of Desmond. It's gonna be Silence trying to move it out. Whether it's on the left side, whether it's on the right side. Nitro can come into the play if he gets Nitro right, but he gets his aim right and he picks off Silence. Another good kill coming from side of Desmond. Nitro going to the plate, no connection being made. He was very too far away. Next way opening up the wall. Now it all goes to the side of Sandy to just take that grenade, but nonetheless, grenade wasted. No damage dealt to any of the player right there. 50 seconds left on the clock as of now.
Bomb has been located.
Two players in the objective. One guy guarding another side. Next maker trying to do up a little bit gunfight. Oh, there's already a guy on the other side of 90 staircase. He can go for the wall bang. Don't know why didn't Sandy just went out the another place, but it's gonna be next maker already into the side. Dark Lord trying to do a little bit of damage with that gunfight, but no, Dark Lord gets next maker on the second. One guy left on the attack, but it's gonna get shut down from the hands of Dark Lord. Almost a 3k. I would say a very good play coming from the side of Dark Lord and Kaid. Melusi and Kaid, a very good one from the side of WontStopPeeking, a very good one.
Yep, Desmond is on a next level. First, he places the Electroclaws. The grenade does somehow removes the Electroclaw, and then you saw a game of who's going to place the utility first. Then the second the Electroclaw comes back again, they thought they destroyed the utility, but little did they know, Kaid was in that wall
Defenders, protect
who,
your bombs from being
who
defused
picked
by
up
attackers.
that Electroclaw. And the amount of time that Desmond wasted running towards the second floor army lockers was actually huge. Why? Because Kuntal was already down at the early round itself. They already have service entrance control in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. At that time, defending army lockers walls was crucial for WontStopPeeking because
Yes.
they had to ensure that they won't get control on the side as fast as possible, and Desmond succeeded in doing that. Because of Desmond,
10 seconds.
WontStopPeeking can get to win another defensive round. It was
5
just
seconds
a 3v2 situation where both Kuntal and Buckinator, both of them were down.
Attackers are
The
moving
trade
out to
was
locate a
the
bomb and
trade game that Makers 5 did while they pushed in towards the wall on Armory Lockers. That didn't work out because Desmond succeeded in removing that. Not only was he focused on not opening up the wall on second floor Armory Lockers, he had to defend all by himself. So he was doing 2 jobs both at the same time. And that is so difficult to pull it off. Good job from him. 3-0, round number 4. I hope we might be able to see the same result from Desmond's end with the Kaid. I mean, it's just beautifully played. He just played around the sides and played accordingly to how Makers 5 would proceed according to that execute. And now the side of the attackers are now feeling the pressure because even if they got their sub back, is it enough? Can they do it? The struggles that they had to deal with on map number 1 and 2 is so crucial. They did their level best to bring it back up on deciders, and they have to do something about it. Maker once again tries to remove the utility but doesn't have the proper information on the players, and looks like Blank will get one this time by taking out Desmond.
Yeah, and like I said, it's gonna make a whole lot of changes, but I don't see on the scoreboard because 3-0 on the side of WontStopPeeking, they are able to just do it. Or probably it just feels like कि जब से fifth man आया है from the like fifth man is back from the side maker, so it's just like WontStopPeeking ज़्यादा अच्छा perform कर रहे हैं compared to what we saw. But it's gonna be taking on next picker with that Hatcher angle. It's going to be Dark Lord confirming Sandy. It makes it a 4v2 very, very quickly until the round exchange. Dark Lord with another beautiful flick. I'm not going to say flick. That was a flick. Another kill. But there you go, just two guys left on the side of attack, and it's gonna be Ratter trying to make his way toward the side of objective. He already vaulted in, already there's a sound. Q going from the side of Melusi Banshee trap, and he knows the guy on the bathroom knows. Ooh la la. I guess he doesn't know now. He was able to he was just speaking onto the side of Hatch, but now he knows Ishan is coming to help a little bit. He can definitely get one. Of course, he had the anger. He of course got the guy. Gonna be three guys all together, but there you go, Ishan picking up another one. If he's already being planted, you gotta just hold it for now. Ishan trying his best not to let any attacker just come in close, a defender come in close, but it's gonna be Rata picking up bucking it. It all comes down to Kuntal in the end. Oh my god, a 2v5, almost a 2v4 clutch, I would say, coming in with this duo. And how they have done it so beautifully. Like the amount of game sensitivity it took that nobody's on the side of bathroom. Even though I would say Belusi Banshee traps was making a lot of noise, I thought for a second that more defenders will be around to the side, but they were already very far away. Not far away, like they were pretty far away to just not help that 201 guy that was left on bathroom. That was especially Ulala. That was just mute holding down the whole of the objective, and that gave enough space and entry for the attack team. My attacking friends who were, of course, Maker and at that time.
Yeah, it was all
Ishan, sorry.
I mean, yeah, with 4 kills to blank, aka Ishan. It's actually difficult to pronounce. Is it Hishan or Ishan? Because you have Ishan on the opposition team, and that's Buckinator. Because
yeah,
it always gets confused. So I don't know why. No. Like here's the thing. I don't know why Blank had to change his username from Blank to Hishan. Maybe he didn't like the name, or is it because he wanted to change the name because he kind of liked that name itself? Or maybe that might be his real name too. Who knows? But focusing on the round at hand, round number 5, workshop and ventilation room. Blank, well done. I mean, just beautifully done, because having 4 kills from that hatch, gaining control on the area of bathroom, and forcing WontStopPeeking on a post-plant situation is not an easy task for Makers 5 to do it. And plus, he brought back the important attackers win that they were supposed to do. Now they're back with the same problem once again, because they have the Kaid, Desmond. And what will be their main response? Sandy. Reinforced wall, well, no problem. Fuse's cluster charge will come in to destroy every single utility that was present in our lockers, and somehow the deployable shield is still present because one of the ADS gets cut off from that projectile. So, a lot of tough problems because you need to fall back. Kuntal's playing very close. Not quite sure if it's a good idea, but somehow he gets hit, takes out Sandy, early peek, and this time Kuntal gets the upper hand. And now, you still need to worry about the doorways in towards the archives. That's exactly where the prefires arrived in the first place. I just heard a C4 arriving, and Silence is already in the side. Wait a minute. Silence is in. Silent but deadly. Side control is theirs. Buckinator has no idea that they are in the site. And now they have to play accordingly. Post-plan situation. And in round number 5, 1 minute and 30 seconds, all 4 players on the side of Makers 5 are still present. And what is that flick? Buckinator! Hello! He doesn't get the second shot from Blank because he will get shut down just like that. 3v3. What a flick. What once we thought he was focusing on the drone, he just suddenly flicks it back top and gets a headshot. Definitely he wouldn't Rattler wouldn't even expect to see that coming from him now, does he? But still, you need to focus on the round at hand. The objective is still at the hands of Makers 5, because I just realized the site is on workshop and ventilations room, not on towards second floor. And now they're slowly making their way to get in and ensure that they would get at least a 3-2. But no, it's not gonna happen. Dark Lord not just immediately denies it. But Silence also has his own methods, but just gets denied once again from Dark Lord once again. It's Maker left, and he's no more.
Lovely.
It's just Dark Lord. He is here to conquer the world.
Lovely.
Man. What
बहुत
a
प्यारा.
play! What a play from Dark Lord, man. Round number 5, continuing the winning streak in the first half, will give Won't Stop Peaking 4-1, and in round number 6, it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing for Makers 5.
Man, the Dark Lord, how he's just proving itself from past few of the defense rounds, it's just brilliant. Like he's stepping up for his team when it's needed. It's just brilliant. Like how he's just playing the Melusi, the how he got the kill on the third round, how he
Defenders,
even got the
protect your
second
bombs from
round
being defused by attackers.
towards the side of one. It's just brilliant, man. It feels like they're just stepping up as a unit, and when it's time to just defend yourself as an anchor, he's doing his job pretty well.
I agree. He is doing a pretty good job. Even though they did make their great efforts to hold armory lockers, once they realized that it's not worth taking the risk, they immediately fall back to the side. First
Yeah.
for armory locker,
Yeah.
first floor ventilation, and then next thing you know, Dark Lord does the unthinkable. He somehow
Attackers must
gets
locate
to eliminate Maker, who had the diffuser in hand, right? And actually, no, it wasn't Maker. I believe it was Rattler who had the diffuser in hand. Out of nowhere, it's been reinforced. Hibana's trying to open up the hatch, and then suddenly Dark Lord appears out of nowhere, takes out not one, not two, but all 3 players were still alive on the hands of Maker's 5. And now at the hands of round 6, WontStopPeeking being in a very good position here when it comes to both score count and also the defensive position that they're in. 5-1 is actually a good thing. 5-1 is what WontStopPeeking will be aiming for. But you still need to be careful on how well will they proceed in towards the attack. Buckinator, on the other hand, gets tagged with a lot of damage just by the Iana, who just went in for that pre-fire. And he wants to retaliate back once again. Stun grenades, which will force both Desmond and the Jaeger to fall back. And Desmond is just patiently waiting. Oh, the grenade. Oh, no, he will survive nonetheless. But it's too late. The Kai's Electroclaw just blown away. And now he has to play aggressive. He gets one. Silence goes. Does he get the second? No, it does not. Sandy comes back, but here comes retaliation back again from Kunthal. Back-to-back trade-outs working out this time in the hands of WontStopPeeking, and Makers 5 are at the deficit because they have to push in on second for armory lockers. This specific side has been a pain in the back for WontStopPeeking, for Makers 5, and now they're heading in for a smoke plant. Is this advisable? Will it work out? Can Blank go in and put Makers 5 on a post-plant situation?
There's a bulletproof cam right there, of course. Thank you so much, Nextmaker, for pointing it out for your team and for us as a caster as well. Almost I missed that, but of course, those bulletproof cams are like the smokes is there. It can be a little bit of trouble, but I don't think so. Like they're gonna waste a nade to just destroy that cam. It's gonna be 2 players holding down this B hallway, B side. Of course, Jaeger has that line of sight to hold down the plant, and this can be the game for Rattler to just go in from the side of 90 hallway, try to get one at least. So maybe they can go and try to make an entry. And yep, he's doing that. There you go, Spotsing up. Oh my god, Buckinator gets him already, and he was very low on HP. He gets another one. No, Nextmaker shut them down. It's a draw. Ooh la la! Makes it a 2v2. Dark was still on the right side of Archive, trying to make sure he doesn't let them plant. But Ishan is already going for the plant, and Nextmaker on the gun. They're trying to go in from different side of things, but it's going to be Dark Lord going for the fall banging spot. Nextmaker at the right spot. It's going to be all that left to the side of Ishan to make it a 1v2. Ishan gets Kuntal, but no, he shuts down Dark Lord 2 with a very lovely clutch in coming from the side of hands of Ishan. And man, oh man, I didn't fell for a second. Oh, they were both on the same hallway. Oh, that's why. Very well done from the both sides, but it's going to be Makers 5 taking down round number 6 in their account.
Yep.
Very lovely one, man. A very nice one from both sides. Very nice one.
Second half is in with WontStopPeeking succeeding 4 back-to-back defensive rounds. They are here to succeed once again on attack. This would be a different case scenario because WontStopPeeking's role swap would be even more tougher for them. Knowing it's... I don't know. I mean, I don't say I
Attackers need to
know.
locate and defuse as many bombs as
Because
they can.
Makers 5, I mean, granted, I'm happy for them. They got all 5 players back on track. And now they just have to do something about it. Oh no, looks like Sense just arrived at our observation cam, and turns out he starts to block the entire wall on the second floor armory lockers. I mean, come on, Sense. Just let us watch, man. We want to spectate. Come on, Sense. Come on. It's all fun jokes and all, folks. But yeah, I just hope that Sense would just. Sense's wall is way too strong on this one. Don't you agree, Bullet?
Uh, well, to be honest, the push that came in from last time, if there was a sense like how Jaeger was holding down over there, Melusi was holding down over there. Imagine 4 guys just going in and just be. अगर वहाँ पे C4 नहीं होता ना, there's a C4. I'm pretty sure C4 pop होता and it could have been resulted a kill. But it seems like Sense is a very good operator in some of these objective areas, especially onto the side of this particular armory side. आपके पास आगे angle, you have the half wall control. Just put up your sense wall, projector system, ROE projector system, and there you go. But yes, when defenders are so well skilled, so much having that kind of game sense, and having a C4, a double C4 also, they can just get him.
Even though with a lot of utilities that the defenders have, you still need to get the confirmation on the kill. And if you waste those utilities, what will you do at the end game? What will you do at the late execution phase when the attackers makes their way? And you just need to ensure, or should I say, conserve your utilities as best as possible, rather than wasting it on the go. It should have a purpose. The amount of C4s that you use has to be a way to get information. Oh no, this is not good, but... Okay, what just happened?
Happened.
What?
Okay, did I miss that?
I mean, here's the thing. Sandy just... He should have at least got a kill or two, but somehow... Is it because of the Finker's adrenaline surge? Maybe that can be, because the surge was active, he was at around 120 or 130 HP, Sandy was focusing more on body shots rather than on the head shots, and maybe that could be the reason why he didn't get a kill or two. Maybe that could be the reason, but let's not talk about it for too long, because Rattle is here to avenge his teammate by taking out Desmond and make it 4-4.
Yep, 1 minute still left on the clock. Unter trying to make his way toward the side of Armory, and the both teams are using a similar kind of approach with the side of Armory lockers. He spots the head of Nomad, almost getting that kill, but Surgeon coming to save Bucknator up. Nomad back to 20 HP, I believe. Ishan gets down off for a second. There you go. Kaid already down there. Kuntal को भी निकाल लेंगे, and यही होगा. 2v4 का situation बनते हुए नजर आ रहा है, and the defense side of things now looking very strong. Like I said, Makers 5 की defense काफी ज़्यादा strong हो सकती है, but for now it's gonna be Kaid who is trying to hold up the 90 hallway stairs. But there you go. Bucknator going down. He was already low on HP. Ulala confirms the kill, and for now, Bucknator is already down. It's just, I would say, it's a 1v3 for a second, because Buckinator is down and he's not on the gun. 50 seconds left on the clock as we hear the narrator go in inside the game, and Buckinator को revive कर लिया जाएगा अभी के लिए. And I don't think so कि ज़्यादा कुछ यहाँ पे कर पाएंगे, because both of them are pretty low on HP, and there you go, Ishan confirming the round for themselves. Yeah, होता है, like when you are low on HP and we are just pushing in with a man disadvantage, it happens.
Yeah, but it happens. And obviously it can happen, but man, oh boy, that was a huge, a lot of twists and turns, right?
Yeah,
I'm including this not just the match itself. I'm also including when it comes to the spectator's perspective, because the huge wall that blocked us that we saw right now, just I don't even. It kind of felt like it kind of felt like the sense. I think Sense wants to cast with us. I kind of feel like Sense, the operator Sense, wants to cast with us. That's the reason why you see these two walls appearing on left and right side. Maybe, maybe not. Oh no. I mean, I'm just making a joke at this point.
It's more like the gods of Rainbow Six Siege are giving up some signals, huh? They're trying to say
maybe
the Lord itself.
Maybe the map border is like, bring in the Chanka. We want the Chanka on defense. Make it happen. And maybe that might be the reason, or that might be not.
I gotta ask my producer if we can, get some developers, like get some
Attackers
devs
are
and
heading out
people
to
from
defuse a
Ubisoft to
bomb.
cast with us. Like that will be cool, man.
Or
That
maybe we
that's
could, maybe we could make like a devs invitational. Have devs on Ubisoft go like a one-on-one, like a 5-on-5 tournament. That would be fun.
that will be like in South Asia. I don't think so. Like this kind of thing has ever
I'm not talking
happened.
about no, I'm not talking about just South Asia. I'm talking about the entirety of the region. Like have like devs have like a 5v5 competitive match. It would be interesting to look at.
Imagine if we cast them like, okay, what is this guy doing? Okay, never mind. Desmond gets one silence, but Ishan will get the trade off for silence and picks up Desmond for a second. It's going to be a 4v4 very early in the game, very early in the round for itself, but it's going to be the side of ventilation and server room, which is going to be the objective. Let's see whether trying to hold it. I'm really sorry, it's not ventilation, but it's going to be bathroom tellers.
Yep, Hoffman tellers, and looks like Dark Lord has been down, is currently in a down but not out state, but no worries, he'll be able to revive himself back up to at least 10 HP and also give them the boost for the rest of the other players. But talk about Makers 5 was still holding their ground, and the way how they've started their explosive push right in towards West Main, they still want to continue, they still want to show their presence, but where is the rest of the other players? I don't think that's going to work out though. Next one, Maker has found one more by taking out Kuntal. Dark Lord just revived himself back up, gets another stem to give him more amount of HP, but Buckinator, man, he will fail to lose that gunfight from the hatch into his armory. And now things are starting to get even much more problematic for WontStopPeeking's end, because the defensive hold on Makers 5 is looking even more deadly. Push once again from Buckinator, but this time he'll succeed in taking out Maker. But you forgot about Hishan. Hishan is still alive, but Dark Lord is still present too to get 2 kills this time, taking out both next one, Maker and Hishan. And now it's a 2v2 standoff. Rattler is very low on HP, but he still has a C4 in play. All he needs is this information. And that information gets picked out from Dark Lord once again. Triple kill. And it's all down to Sandy. Sandy with the P10 Roni. Less amount of ammo. He has 1.5x scope, so he needs to make his shots count. A single missed opportunity can give WontStopPeeking the victory that they need, unless Makers 5 equalize it 4-4. A lot of tensions, a lot of stakes is on the line, and somehow Sandy just gets it. Oh no!
No!
Sandy just
No!
WontStopPeeking just
Won't stop picking.
gave it.
Don't do that.
WontStopPeeking just gave Sandy the win.
Exactly.
They just perfectly lined up for him.
Choke. That was a choke. I'm not gonna lie. That was a choke. Why you wanna go in from the same hallway? Ah. It feels as a player, I'm trying to like. Hota hai, like I was just say like, ah, you could have just gone vault in from the window, dude. Why you wanna go in from the same hallway and use some of your if they didn't have drones, some like, oof,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
it happens. And
Okay, it's.
I would request my producer sir to just rehost it when
I
possible.
think a rehost might be
Yeah.
in play, because
Yeah.
my God, it's
bomb located
I
by
can't
attackers.
going
see.
even more. We can't
You
see
can't-
anything. Oh man. I mean, previous round itself was a shock itself because of the way how Sandy
Yeah.
just
A bigger sense
won't
wall coming in.
won't stop peeking. The way how they just gave Sandy those 2 kills was just, man. Won't stop peeking. Let's just say they didn't had the information in the
exactly,
beginning to
lack
work
of
out
info.
with, and plus they didn't had the information
of
from
it,
the
true.
attacker's drone to work out with.
True.
So it was very unfortunate for the side of the defense, for the side of the attack, to be in a situation like that. But all in
Yeah.
all, Sandy, it's just well done. I mean, what more can I say? 1v2, he succeeded in that clutch, and now Makers 5, they're starting to come back. Second half, round number 7 and
Yeah.
round number 8, it's just going well for them. It's really going well
Yeah.
on defense. I mean, at this point, WontStopPeeking's the way how they went with the attack coordination, Dark Lord has been doing a lot of work, a lot of heavy work, that is. Finka, Adrenaline Surge, the grenades. Somehow the grenades utilities are not working out well in their favor. And the way how the information has been gathered from the prep phase itself, they're not getting it that much because Makers 5, the side on Team Makers 5, one of them is hunting drones, whereas the rest of the four players are focusing
Okay.
on reinforcing walls, they're making up lines of sight, even making the rotation holes. So that one specific player on the side of Makers 5, I still don't know who it is. He's been helping a lot by denying information by roaming all around the map. And that will help the side of Makers 5 to deny information even on the ready phase because you have a total of 10 attack drones. If you remove 5 attack drones, which leads to having only 5 drones left in the action phase, and you need to utilize them very carefully. And the way how they proceeded with that push and the way how explosively they started to be much more aggressive from that west main entrance, there was a lot of gunfight, there was a lot of refrags, but somehow they got the access to it. But
Yeah.
then afterwards, after they tried to gain control on first floor tellers, mind you, they didn't made any attempt on gaining second floor control. This was WontStopPeeking's brute force attempt to push towards
The objective.
workshop
Yeah.
without gaining control on second floor. So this was very concerning
Yeah.
on the attacker's side because Makers, they had every single site under control. They destroyed utilities,
Yeah.
they destroyed the information drones, and now they're just trying to play it accordingly because even though if you did succeed in eliminating the information, uh, even though if you do succeed in removing information, you
Yeah.
still need to worry on gunfights, you still need to worry on the LMGs, which are still powerful. All the LMG needs to do is just keep pre-firing continuously and force the defenders to not even peek a single time. That's how powerful that weapon is. So playing it accordingly, playing it patiently, they did so. And in that 1v2 situation, when you get to realize that every single drone has been destroyed and they had to make a push, they thought they were in tellers. Well, little did they know, Sandy just arrived at the right time, picks out two players just like that. There's nothing much I can
Uh,
say. I mean,
yeah. It just feels like, yeah, this is a very common thing. You don't want, yeah, when you have the time, almost like 20 seconds left on the clock, you did have the time to, just tell one of your guys to go in from the side of window. Why you want to just push them down to the same hallway? It's like a very, very basic thing that you don't want to do. So yeah, of course, like I'm not blaming or anything. It just seems like they didn't have the intel, they didn't have any other attacker drones to use by themselves. तो वही होता है, हर बार का खेल गड़बड़ होता है, तो वही चीज हुई है, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है. They have a lot of rounds to just go on. अभी के लिए it seems like Maker 5 are doing a very good job on the side of defense. Like I said, the play style is kind of very similar how they want to play it out, but Makers 5 are doing a very good job on attack too on the first map itself. So it seems like, yeah, the momentum shift is happening. One round on the side of Makers 5, one round to the side of WontStopPeeking, until unless we go on 6-6, of course.
yeah, I mean, overtime can be a chance. Overtime can
It,
be a
yeah,
way for them to succeed.
yeah.
And Makers 5, I think they're about to do the same thing. On defense, second half, they've already succeeded in 2 rounds on defense and then 2 rounds on attack on round number 4 and 6. So, what would happen if Makers 5 do succeed on defense, put themselves on OT? They have to go back on attack. And talking about Makers 5 performance on attack, it's not looking too good. Even with Blank joining in towards Makers 5 as a substitute, they got all 5 players, and somehow in attack rounds, they've only won 2, which is on round number 4, Tellers and Bathroom, and round
Yeah.
number 6, Armory Lockers and Archives. Those were the only 2 attack rounds that Makers 5 won. But on Won't Stop Peaking, they might also do the same thing. They might lose a lot of rounds, except they should win 1 or 2 attack rounds unless and until Makers 5 team makes a mistake. It's funny because I just made a pun right over there. A maker makes a mistake. That's 3 M's in just one sentence. But
Call about wordplay, bro.
maker making a mistake?
Yeah, that's wordplay.
Yeah, that's wordplay. But on a serious note, Makers 5, I gotta appreciate the amount of endurance that they have for these past 3 maps. And I just realized we started at
Yeah.
5 at the evening, and now it's 9 o'clock. It's dinner time. and still they are still competing. Even though if it's a community cup, even
Yeah.
though there's not a lot at stake, they still want to give the best performance that they've got. And I have to admire them. I have to admire Makers 5.
True.
I
True.
have to admire their perseverance. I have to admire their confidence. I could say the same thing to Won't Stop Peaking too.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like the amount of sportsmanship that they
Yeah.
gave, they respected the decision. Even though, even on map number 2, the map was on Clubhouse, and they accidentally had Mira. Desmond brought in Mira. Rattler says,
Right. Let's say it's
"Don't
okay. It's
worry,
fine
it's all right.
if you don't
Just
use the
make sure
brand.
not to use the ability. That's pretty much it. You can just
True.
use the operators." It shows how much sportsmanship that they have. And Won't Stop Peaking, they're
True.
also doing the same thing. They're also returning the same favor. They're like, all right, you can bring in the substitute, because we want to have a fair fight. We want to have fun. We want to have a fair competition. And that's what we're getting. In map number 1, we had so much ups and downs. In map number 2, it was also the same. The only difference
Yeah.
was it was a 5v4. Makers 5v4. Only one player was absent. And somehow they managed to win map number 1. Now that's something. Because winning a 5v4 isn't an easy job, right? Winning a 5v4 is not an easy job at all.
True. True.
Because you're already left with the
Exactly.
disadvantage, no utilities, you don't even have another player to provide support for the
Yeah.
team, and somehow Maker
Yeah.
manages to contain the situation. And now, yeah, just go ahead.
Please
I
go
was
on. No,
supposed to
no,
end
no.
the, no,
No,
I
no,
was
no, no.
supposed to end the
Please complete.
conversation
Please
right.
complete. No, no, no. Please go on, man. No problem. No problem.
Here's the thing. Won't Stop Peaking, they've come into their senses, all right? On map number 1, map number 2, they understood what their mistakes was, and they decided that they won't overpeak ever again. Map number 3, they showed that. They showed their performance. And they said that yes, we've realized what our mistake is.
Yeah.
We realized what our mistake is, and we are going to finish it by having a fair competition.
Yeah.
And again, folks, we are not going to wait at all. We will proceed to round number 9. The match will resume, and hopefully, we won't have any problems yet again.
Well, I'm just praying to all of the Rainbow Six Siege Lord, all of the ISP Lords, just not to have any kind of problem, not to have any kind of issues now, because it's 4 right now. Like, when these kind of rehosts happen, anything that happen, even a single pause, any kind of issue, it kills up the momentum of the players too. It happens like for us as casters too. Not gonna mince my words. It बहुत चीजें होती है. It affects everyone also watching on the stream too. But nonetheless, सब कुछ यहाँ पे चीजें solve हो चुकी है. We are on the 4-4 score line. It can go either way, but I would say like the way how Makers 5 are able to defend on the map
Defenders,
of
protect your bombs
Clubhouse,
from being defused by
it just
attackers.
feels like they can do it on the side of Border 2. But nonetheless,
Attackers
it's
have
gonna be a
located a bomb.
5v5 now. Things are equalized because दो मैप से Makers 5 का 5v4 खेलना, उसके बाद भी बहुत अच्छा performance देना. It just seems like WontStopPeeking needs to get back into the senses. Bro, it's now a 5v5. You don't want to give any kind of bodies, nonetheless, without exchanging for it. But let's see what kind of action we see. On the side of attack, on the side of defense, we are seeing Thunderbird, Kaid, Alibi from the side of Rattler, Silence going up from Lucy, Ishan picking up
10
Jaeger.
seconds left.
Of course, I would say a good set of operators because it's definitely working out for
5
them.
seconds to insertion.
C4 की थोड़ी सी कमी लग रही है. I would say like why not go for
Attacker's
a
objective is
C4
to
operator
defuse the bomb.
nonetheless, Rattler. Of course, it's your choice to play Alibi, but it seems like, of course, you can when you are going through just going for Mozzie, you can take some of the C4 operators too. Like you can even like take Input and because his gun is pretty strong, but not stronger. And the fire rate is not strong as Alibi gun, but it's still good to just be beneficial on the map of Border. On the side of attackers, Unala going for Amaru, Raklord picked up the Finka LMG, sorry. Like it's fine, it's good. It's good for you if it's working out. I see one defender still defending up the side of the CCTV office, and not much of a drone work coming in from the side of Ulala. He just went in. It's gonna be a risky play. Not just drone up, just going
Attackers have
kind of
located a
blind.
bomb.
Yep, that
There you go.
blindness.
There you
Yeah, that blindness is definitely going to cost Sandy the first pick that he needs. A second frag will come in too from Rattler's side, to take out Desmond to make sure that a refrag wouldn't come in from the side of WontStopPeeking. And now the pressure is on once again. The amount of aggression continues. Sandy uses the impact nades to try to deal some major damage, but he forgot about Kuntal, who's just sprinting towards the side of security room to ensure that none of any picks might happen towards the side of Makers 5. But look on the bright side. WontStopPeeking, they've lost one more, and they might be able to lose once more, and plus, they've dropped the diffuser. This is not good because now they have the information. Now they just have to play this accordingly. They just have to play around it. Rattler is just playing this patiently. He knows what to do. He knows what not to do. They've equalized it. Okay!
Lovely.
Okay, Rattler. You never cease to amaze me, my dude. Kuntal pulls out and another! Oh! Ah, man, this guy is on fire. Rattler is just something else. He's something else, folks. 4 kills back to back with the alibi. All it needs is a single tap on the MX4 Storm. And let's just say he is the Storm that is approaching.
That will be because Rattler has now the space to just go on a little more aggressive compared to what was happening before the before last 2 maps. They were 4 man, तो थोड़ा restriction में खेल रहे थे. Like we are 4 man. If we go on for aggressive peaks, we go on for to even overpeak to describe that more. तो एक risk आ सकता है ना. You are back to like a 5v3. वो और ज़्यादा गलत हो सकता है. तो अभी के लिए Rattler is having that more freedom to just go on and play any operator that he wants because he has that raw mechanical skill to just pop off kills. Arvaf now. 5-4 will be the score line. And if Makers 5 win another one, it'll be going on a match point 6-4. And if WontStopPeeking wins this one, that will definitely gonna go another way around to make it a 5-5. And then afterwards, this can be a very, very long map. I believe it can go over time if Makers 5 doesn't make it a shutdown, like make it a 7-4. तो मुझे लग रहा है कि हाँ जा सकता है ओवर टाइम मैच पॉइंट पे बिकॉज़ WontStopPeeking वही हो रहा है. 1-2 राउंड इनके पास जा रहा है, 1-2 राउंड के पास जा रहा है. It's just like 1 goal for myself, 1 goal for yourself.
Round number 10. WontStopPeeking at this time. They're starting to lose their momentum here on attack, and they need to bring it back up. Rattler has already shown his presence by playing as the alibi on the previous round, but this time he'll be playing as the Kaid, which means that he'll be play nearby towards the site. And with his Electroclaws, he'll be able to at least try to trick the walls into a second floor armory lockers to ensure that they don't have control. Because that is the main important thing for the attackers. They need to get control by opening up the walls on armored lockers so that they can proceed with the plan. Meanwhile, Kuntal gets one, succeeds in taking out Sandy. Now we are back with yet another problem here, folks. We don't get to see anything on our audios, but no, we're back. We got the visuals, and now we're gonna see that happen in a while.
Yeah. It just feels like, sometimes around where you're just like WontStopPeeking is just able to like shut down those overpeak coming from Sandy, coming from Rattler, and somehow Sandy is already out of the equation. 1 minute and 20 seconds still left on the clock. A lot of time because to try the UBCs. There you go. Quinta is using those fluorescent explosive drones to just get in and just try to disorientate any of those angles where these defenders are right there. And Silence is having a little bit of trouble. If he overpeaks a little bit, expose hoga unka piche se peek, and he can get backfire around. There you go. Desmond tries to comes up, takes up next pick. Silence picking up another one. There you go. A second kill coming in. And Rattler starts not bucking it. Make it a 2v2. What an exchange of bodies. And then, another one coming from inside Dark Cloud. This is what happens. You use these exploded drones to just like try to hold off, try to cause a lot of distraction. It's gonna be a last guy, Kuntal. No, the last guy from the side of defense. Silence just to 1v2 clutch situation. I don't think so that's gonna happen because Dark Cloud with that LMG, he can be too deadly at the same time. There you go, like I said.
WontStopPeeking. Thanks to Dark Cloud's push right then and there itself from the archive side. will give the win on attack. Finally, after so many rounds, after 3 rounds back to back, where Makers 5 has succeeded on defense, they will come back with their attack win, equalizing it 5-5. And in round 11, something's about to happen. The site, second 4 armored lockers and archives, and now the pressure is on. WontStopPeeking, they just got this match under control, but is this more than enough for Makers 5
Attackers need to
to
locate and
hold their
defuse bomb.
ground? It's the same side that they've picked, Armory and Archives. They lost so much bodies, and when I say so much, it was on the side of WontStopPeeking because they forgot about Silence, who was already on the side of Archives, holding his ground. It was a 2v4. And that 2v4 was converted into a 1v2 the instant they arrived at the site. And it's always those precious moments where you get to witness a match like this, folks. Yes, amidst the numerous amount of rehost, the pause timers, we get to see a match which is so
Attackers must locate and
competitive.
defuse a bomb.
so nerve-inducing.
Yeah,
It is so much.
Yeah, like coming to best of 3 with so many Rios, and वो किसी भी reason से हो, I'm not like saying like कि इसके कारण से हो रहा है, like उसके कारण हो रहा है, बस हो रहा है. It's more of like उतने समय के बाद इतने endurance की जो टेस्ट हो रही है उसमें भी सैंडी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं and spawn pick के लिए जाएंगे. Kuntal didn't have any idea, he was shut, like he gets shut down, and Kuntal, boy oh boy, you are out of the equation for this this specific round. That's going to be round number 11, and definitely Makers 5 looking very strong with this kind of defense. The attacker, the operator lineup looks too strong for hold, and there you go, Mute coming from the side of next Maker. Definitely they want to make it a 6-5 and then make it a 7-5. It can happen.
It can or it may not, but we all know what's going to happen first here, folks. It's Buckinator with the first frag to take out Rattler. But you forgot about the one who's playing from above, Sandy. He's still alive, he's still kicking, but not anymore because Desmond is here to shut him down once again. Equalizer on man count, 3-3. Next one Maker is still alive with the C4, so does Silence. So with the impacts, they have to play this accordingly. Information is being given from the attacker drones. They also have the information on the side of defense. They just need a kill or two, but it's even much more difficult to proceed because there's a lot of utilities being thrown around from the site itself. Two players, both of them holding their crossfire angles from the archives. There's a push happening in towards the office, but will we see a push happening in towards the hallway side of main entrance? We think so. Dark Lord will do that. Takes out next one Maker. The C4 has been contested, and Hishan has also been down too. This is not good at all. Desmond gets a confirmation, and now with Silence back again in a 1v3. He gets one, a beautiful headshot. Can he get the second? Imaginative free fires through the wall, but he will not succeed. And here comes the ace. Will slowly make his way to go in for the plant, or maybe not. He'll arrive right towards the door, and Silence needs to clutch this in order to put themselves on match point. Tough decisions being made here. Not a single impact nades being used, but he still sees one of the players, but he forgot about the crossfire angles. Oh, so close. So close for Silence to win that 1v3 clutch. But when it comes to a crossfire angles being made, it is difficult to win it. And now WontStopPeeking have got this under control in a huge matchup. Decider match point, 6-5, round number 12. It's all or nothing for WontStopPeeking. It's 6-5, one round to succeed in the first match of the Community Cup playoffs, and one more round for Makers to give them another chance on overtime.
Man, oh man. I just feel like when the Makers 5 having that man advantage, the way just Sandy went in and took out Kunta, I just feel like you need to back out a little bit and try to cool it down. Like, you don't want to
Attackers need
give
to
those
locate
aggressive
and
teams.
defuse bombs.
After like तुरंत ही Buckinator का जो kill निकला था on the side of the white stair, that stair where the Jaeger is just coming in from, it just feels like थोड़ा सा गलत हो गया at that point of moment. It just feels कि okay, then WontStopPeeking has the chance. जो भी आप गलतियां कर रहे हो, whenever the mistakes are being made from the side of Makers 5, WontStopPeeking is able to capitalize on that one as an attacker. So it just feels कि if this is gonna happen, if the Silence gonna be another time, or even if for this round Silence gonna be the left guy alone in the 1v2, Silence you know, thoda sa, it feels like he will get exhausted, man, to do these 1v2 yet again and again. And ye cheez hoti hai as a player.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
It happens. It happens most of the time. It always comes down with the fatigue that the players had to go through in a best of 3 matchups. It always comes down to the amount of endurance that they had to go through, being in that loop over and over again, playing a total of 15 rounds on map number 1, map number 2, and now on Decider. It has now come to it has now come down to this. Won't stop peeking. They've got the advantage, and looks like they will start it off with an advantage once again. By this time, taking out Hishan. Blank has been eliminated. We haven't seen his presence for a very long time in the second half. And now it's been daunting for the attackers here. For the defenders, that is. Now they're just trying to hold their ground. Information's being gathered around from Buckinator's shock drone. And here comes Sandy once again with retaliation, taking out Kuntal, holding his ground on second floor armory lockers. And Desmond is inside the building now. He just needs to get control on Workshop. This is exactly where one of the players is holding his ground. And that is Silence. Silence has been making quite a lot of reputation for himself of being a good holdout. And Sandy, oh, great shot. A great shot at that too for Raptors' end too, as he takes out Dark Lord. And now WontStopPeeking is left with just 2 players. It's just Ulala and Buckinator. Ishan with the Twitch and Ulala with the Hibana. These 2 players have to win it out if they have to succeed in this upper brackets, or else Makers will put themselves on OT. This Decider map will conclude everything in the first matchup, and we're just not done yet. We still have another match to go. And just by looking at this match itself, imagine the amount of chaos that these teams will provide if this goes to overtime. Minute and 10 seconds. There's only just 2 players left. They haven't been eliminated, and just like I said, Nakers gets 1, and so does Sandy to take out Ulala. All the way from Armory Lockers towards the west stairs, he arrives and gets a triple kill. And we all know what's gonna happen, folks. Round number 13.
Time match. We want you to say
You know
to
what?
the
Let me
next
just
thing.
take a short breather for a while.
Yes,
Because I have to scream on the top of my lungs. Because, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. Round number 13 is a go. Let's get it on with WontStopPeeking on defense, second for Armory Lockers and Archives. Let us proceed with round number 13.
Yes, sir. And let's see what kind of plays that we see in the overtime match point, because we all know how things are just going around.
Attackers need
It's
to
like
locate
a
and
game of
defuse as
football.
many bombs as
1
they
goal
can.
for you, 1 goal for me. 1 round for you, 1 round for me. It's just going like that, but not for any longer. Just 3 more rounds to decide where it's gonna happen. It's gonna go in which code? It's gonna be code of WontStopPeeking, whether they'll stop picking or not. It's gonna be Makers 5 making the aim for them. They're like Silence and Sandy. Even I would say Ishan. Olivier is playing very good, but on the side of WontStopPeeking, got Dark Lord for many of these attacking and defense are playing very well with Melusi, playing very well with that Finca. Now Quintel needs to step up a little bit, just get in those early frags for this specific round, because I know he can get it. Let me remind you guys, it's not a 5v4, it's a visual bag, and it's a 5v5. Just remind me, just letting you know.
Yep, it's 5v5 overtime, round number 13. It is all or nothing for Makers 5 on attack. And WontStopPeeking being the one on defense. They have made so much efforts for the past 3 maps, and now someone has to bear the fruit of its glory. Will it be WontStopPeeking on defense by winning 2 rounds back to back, or will it be a passing of the ball? 1 round win on round number 13 and 1 round win to the opposition time on round number 14. It can happen. This overtime will happen. But you still have round number 15, the final round to determine who will be crowned as victorious in the first match itself. And they're not wasting any time at all. Makers 5. Instant opening of the wall. Will it succeed? Yes, it does. There isn't any resistance being made from the Kite's Electroclaw. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. By the time it detonated, it was too late for the Kite's Electroclaw to charge at the right time. And now Makers have the advantage. The deployable shield sees one of the players, and that is Desmond. Takes a lot of damage, but he will survive nonetheless. He'll fall back, but will he survive? Not quite so. He's been downed. He's been down, but will we see the revival? Yes, we will. Desmond is revived, but he doesn't have Thunderbird to give him the sustain of the health that he requires it to be. A lot of tension. So, 1:25 seconds, and here comes another acquisition, and it's Sandy this time with the LMG to take out Ooh La La. The mute has been taken care of, which means it's just only 4 players left. Kuntal has been taking a lot of damage, so does Desmond. The amount of pressure that they're proceeding into a second for armored lockers is very huge, and here comes Sandy once again. The pre-fire is very strong on this one. And you should be worried about that specific angle once more, and it's Desmond back again, trying to give the hopes of the life of WontStopPeeking's aggressiveness hold, but Sandy is still strong. He gets one. They succeed in post-plant. 45 seconds. WontStopPeeking. They have to get it back. A 2v3. They're at a major disadvantage. Still 2 players trying to hold their ground, but not quite sure if that's gonna happen. Makers gets one and a second one, and they will succeed on attack. Round number 13 is theirs. And here it is. Overtime match point at the hands of Makers 5 as we are here on round number 14. WontStopPeeking. They're the ones on attack. Can they make it? Can they equalize it 7-7 to put us on maximum OT round number 15? But round number 14, it's Makers' time to shine. They just have to win one defensive round. Just one. It's not that simple.
They can.
It's not that simple.
I believe they will. Because, like I said, man, their defense is very good, and we have seen it, and that's why we are on to the match point. Just because, like, just WontStopPeeking just able to like shut them down
Attackers need to
on
locate
some of
and
these
defuse as
specific
many bombs
points
as they
where they're
can.
just making a mistake. It's just kind of vice versa. It's just like Makers 5 when they're making a very big. Giving them a very big
Attackers have located a
space to just converge upon, and WontStopPeeking is just able to converge upon it. That's happening on the side of WontStopPeeking as well. That's why we are on the 6-7, but it's gonna be just one more round for the side of Makers 5, or maybe it can be, it should be, because as a cast I cannot be biased and say Makers 5 will do it. Jokes apart, but I think so. Like WontStopPeeking, if they get a chance, if they go in for those early frags, and I want to see where
10
the
seconds
objective
to
it is.
insertion.
Yeah, it's gonna be the side of bathroom tellers. And I'm pretty sure 2 of these guys will try to hold out the second floor, and if they take the second floor control very early in the round, maybe we will see 7-7.
7-7 can be a possibility unless WontStopPeeking. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like they want to go a full-on rush towards the side? No, I don't think they will. No, I don't. For a moment there, I thought they will go like a full-on rush right from the entryway of archives. But no, I think I'm hallucinating for a bit. I need to get back into my senses and realize that this is overtime match point. One single mistake can determine the loss and the defeat of the opposition team when they complete the match. It will be very. It's a hard-fought victory for a team who wins this. Melee hole being made once again from Rattlers' end to try to take out the player from the windows of archives. Still not working out, but this time Ooh La La gets one by taking out Sandy. This is a good pick, because Sandy used to be very notorious on attack while he was playing as the Sophia, and there was some certain situations where the Thunderbird was being even much more annoyance on first floor, but he forgot about the C4, and next one Maker to take out Buckinator. There goes your Nomad's air jabs, Rattler. Good positioning, but he'll get caught out from the attack drones. He'll be forced to reposition himself back. Let's not forget, the side is on first floor, tellers and bathroom. Again, contests will be made, and Desmond will gladly get that kill to take out Rattler. And now Makers 5 are falling at the deficit once again. The attacks, the way how WontStopPeeking have been ever so dominant on attack, it always came down to those clutch situations, and they couldn't get to succeed either one of them. There was only one, which was Sandy with the Mozzie, that he succeeded in a 1v2 clutch on first floor tellers. This time, this is different, because you don't have Sandy, neither do you have Rattler, but you still have Silence. And Silence have made almost a 1v3 clutch, so WontStopPeeking will still feel the pressure, knowing that their job is not done yet. There is still a lot of work to be done in a mere 50 seconds. They just opened up the hatch. They just have to drop down. And with the Kite's Electroclaw, which has been so daunting for Desmond, look at that, just 50 HP from a single Electroclaw.
Recovered the bomb
Desmond
diffuser.
is in so much pain, but he needs to get it done. He needs to remove it. And there you go. Execute needs to happen.
A bomb
The
has been
push,
located.
silence, silently appearing right from the second floor stairs. Wants
Attackers
to
have
make a
dropped the
play
bomb
here.
diffuser.
But he needs to do it fast. He needs to get this player off.
Attackers recovered
Barbed
the
wire, the sound has been given. Can he get the
15
confirmation?
seconds to
If he
go.
just takes out Finka, he will deny the adrenal surge. And there you go, that's one. Beautifully done. That's Dark Lord gone. 3v3, 10 seconds. The attackers need to make a push. Next one, Maker sees one of the players. Can we see a refrag? Yes, it does. That's the second. Third, Maker. 1v3, ooh la la, left in a very tough spot, and they're not gonna get it. Finally, Maker's 5 has done it. From a 4v5, map 1 and map 2, they will succeed on round number 14. It's all this, folks. Hard fought
this.
victory.
Hard fought victory. A
8
real
to
hard fought
6.
victory, dude. A real massive hard fought victory. And the way they're just like playing and like see, I said for a reason that the defense is such good, they're gonna get it. And it's a hard for victory, man. Playing two maps of 4v5 is a real big deal. Props to them. Fifth map पे finally उनका बंदा हमारे साथ जुड़ा, आखिरी जो fifth man थे ईशान came back and showed like it's important, man. It's a third map, it's a decider map. Anything can go on with the 4v5, but it's gonna be Makers 5 to seal the deal for now.
Yeah, it always comes down to Maker with that one. I think it was 3 kills at that moment. At that time, WontStopPeeking didn't had
Yeah.
any information, and we all know
Yeah.
what was the end result. Even with the post plant that they've made on first floor tellers, it still wasn't enough. And we will finally see Makers 5 succeed in the upper brackets. Congratulations to them as they will succeed in moving to the next phase. But unfortunately for WontStopPeeking, they will head off to the lower brackets as they have to fight off either against GeeTwo Esports or Hulky Warriors, which will happen in the next match right about now, or maybe, yeah, we might be able to see it. But I have to say, man, best of 3. That was just the first match itself. Let's take a look at the highlights and talk about what exactly happened on map border. 8-6, I believe. Yeah, it was 8-6. All 2 rounds won at the hands of Maker. A lot of tough decisions that Maker had to make on attack. There was a lot of issues, but finally we get to see the end results.
Some of these players were very good. I just feel like when Buckinator just got eliminated, that's when the defense thought for a second, we can go in for those flank and silence and he just went in and did their job, man. They did, on the last round, they did pretty well. And that was the game changing round for themselves. Because WontStopPeeking, they had a pretty good second floor control. They could have gone for a plant. They definitely went for a plant. But air jabs were not on the place. And it was just like silence energy. They had the chance to just go in and they just went in for the flank.
Yeah, man, that was a long match. Not gonna lie, it was very long. And won't stop peaking. I
I
have
need
to admire,
H2O.
man.
I need
Yeah,
H2O.
I mean, yeah, H2O. To be honest, for both won't stop happening and Makers 5, they deserve an H2O. I mean, they've been. I mean, when did we start the stream? We started 5 at the evening, and it's been around 4 hours since we've completed our first upper bracket match. And we still have second upper bracket match to go. We still have to, cast the match for GeeTwo Esports versus Hulky Warriors. That's another match that we have to talk about. But
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. That is the end of the first match, folks. Maker, the first match itself, it was 8-6 on map Chalet. Second map was on Clubhouse. It was 7-4. WontStopPeeking went to deciders. And we all know what exactly happened in the end result. Makers will succeed 8-6 on an overtime match point. And man, what a tough match it was. That I have to agree.
Yeah, man, and it was more of a like endurance test to them after like the second map ended. Trust me, it was more of a like endurance test for both of the teams. 8-6 on the first map. Maker 5 tickets a 4v4, a 5, and the second one was a 7-4. Again, Makers was a 4v5, and last map, last guy joined in. It was a 8-6. It's just like It was a very close one. They kept it a very close one compared to the first map itself. Let's take a look at the brackets. There you go. Makers 5 taking out 2-1 score line. The map score, and Makers 5 proceeding to the upper brackets. And the first team to join up the lower brackets will be, nonetheless, WontStopPeeking. The second match incoming. And with me, with joining alongside Baba Gusta will be Aggressive, and it's going to be Hulky's Warrior up against GeeTwo Esports.
Yep, that would be our second match, folks. Hulky's Warriors versus GeeTwo Esports will be our second matchup. And I'm guessing at this point it can go decide as that too. I mean, who knows? I mean, anything can happen. I mean, imagine the amount of
Keep
how
your
competitive it
keep
is
your
on
H2O
Community
ready,
Cup.
Baba.
I mean, I've already kept my H2O ready, bullet. Don't worry about it. I have 4 liters of H2O ready to just consume in my body. But other than that, I have to say, it was a really great match. I actually loved it.
Well,
But for now,
nonetheless.
yeah, nonetheless, it was a great match. I actually loved it. But for now, let's just take a short break and we'll be right back with the second match GeeTwo Esports versus Hulky Esports. Until then, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rainbow Six Siege Community Cup, power supported by Ubisoft, brought to you by TEC, and of course, our broadcast partner is none other than Local. It's going to be your boy Aggressive here with Baba Gusta on my side. I think we haven't really gotten the chance to cast together, but today's going to be the first one, and I'm really excited. You had a pretty long day. I was watching through the entire stream, and my God, did Makers 5 and WontStopPeeking just go ham at each other. Now, it's even there's a possibility that this could get even worse. And I don't know if you're ready to handle this.
Well, aggressive. We've always been through those certain moments, like when Jack and CCV were casting for the Pro Series event. I still remember. I still used to watch that stream. It went all the way from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. So I also I by just by watching the stream, I also made a decision that no matter how many hours does it take, I will complete my job no matter what it takes, because the amount of matches that we saw, granted there was a lot of issues that needs to be dealt with, but the way how the players played aggressive, Makers 5, a 5v4 situation somehow wins map number 1, and at the final deciders map they won it out. And who knows, maybe there might be some other stories that we might be able to see on the rest of the 3 matches that we are seeing here in the upper brackets matchup here, folks. Hulky's Warriors vs G2 Esports will be our second matchup, which will be streamed right now. And then on for tomorrow's stream, we have TikTok Suman vs Trisha's Warriors. And last but not the least, Fractionaries versus Team Phalanx. And talk about the second matchup here, aggressive.
And the
G2
second,
Esports versus Hulky Warriors. What are your thoughts about this?
yeah, honestly, I do believe that G2, personally, their performances have been a little bit lackluster when you consider the qualifiers. They felt like a team that was a little bit more disconnected on that regard in the way that they play. But Hulky Warriors, they had a pretty simple run throughout the entire tournament of qualifiers one. If I do remember correctly, I did cast their games, and in qualifiers one, they were able to make it down through. So as we are on the map video screen, we do see that Oregon's going to be the first initial pickup. Villa's going to be the secondary. Pretty standard, nothing really out of the ordinary. Two very well-known maps. But the decider going over to Clubhouse is a little bit out of the ordinary because Clubhouse is primarily one of the first maps or the second maps for any matchup.
Yeah, it's more of like an opener map for everything. It's more of like heads or tails. Even if you press heads, it's Oregon. If you go tails, it's just Clubhouse. See,
Yeah.
the most of the maps that you see here, aggressive Oregon and Clubhouse. The main reason why these maps are mainly played is because the way how familiar the site looks. It's easier to
True.
defend. It's easier for the defenders to understand what to do and what not to do. It's easier for the attackers to understand what kind of execution that needs to be made. But it always comes down to how you execute the plan flawlessly. And talk about the first map where G2 has made a decision to go for that map. They're the one who decided to give Hulky Warriors to be on attack. So this means that G2 Esports will be the one on defense, in which Oregon is heavily a defender-sided map. And also, I do have to agree for the fact that G2 Esports was well, they did had a bit of problems in the qualifier series one itself, I believe, and then in the qualifier series two, we saw them, proceed into the playoffs, and now they're here going up against Hulky Warriors. Now, Hulky Warriors, might I remind you folks, is almost the team similar to Hunter's LFO. The reason why I said it, because you have players like Jittery, Beat, Sparko, 3 players who are in Hunters, so we all know how it's going to go down. And let's not forget, you have Shrisha and also Arbas. Now, talking about the ban phase here, folks, the attacker bans will be Flores in the hands of G2 Esports, which means Thatcher will be the main ban on the side of Hulky's Warriors. And if I can give you a hint, aggressive, on what exactly is happening here, remember we have 2 teams here, right? Hulky's Warriors and Shrisha's Warriors, right?
It's just I'm very much confused of what the real strategy is for G2. Because think about it like this, Baba, because
Mm-hmm.
G2 as a team, when I was watching their matches, they had
Mm-hmm.
flaws on their fundamentals. And you are going up against a team that have mastered the fundamentals and have elevated it to the next level. How do you even combat that? And with the very standardized bans and now Oregon coming into play, which is a very fundamental heavy map, I think that you also would agree on that. It's very fundamental heavy. There's not really a lot of rocket science strategies that you can go for.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah.
kind of a game plan are they going to go for here? Because this first map was chosen by them.
Yep. I have to agree on that, aggressive. This is the map where G2 Esports have picked the map. So at this point, Hulky Warriors might have to know and understand what they're trying to go up against. And then that first site will be none other than second floor kids dorms and dorms main hall. The With the same operators being picked out, the only difference is we see Stark bring in the Thorn and Electric bringing in the Goyo. Interesting use of the utilities being brought up from G2 Esports. And now let's see how well will they go up against Hulky's Warriors.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Setup's going to
can.
be coming in pretty standard, nothing really out of the ordinary. Now, I really wanted to ask you here about what that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that we see the operators coming into play, Pink is going to be taken in.
Yep.
Nomad, a very strong pickup for the side of Storms because you can easily control all of the different lurk entries that the players that can rotate in towards the side can hold it all down. But Hulky's Warriors as a team, they don't really focus on the lurks as much that I have seen personally on this particular map. The roams are a lot more
10 seconds
closer
to
towards
insertion.
the sides so that they can easily run back in, and they like to anchor a little bit more for this
5
particular
seconds
side.
remaining.
Would that be a strength or a weakness to them?
Attackers'
This
objective is to
particular
locate a
instance?
bomb and
Well,
defuse it.
aggressive, it could be a strength when it comes to the way how the site has been made. Say, for an example, if there is some particular holes that has been made right from outside, the defenders could use it to their advantage if they're confident with their gunfights. Now, if it is fully reinforced and they decided to turtle hold the site instead, they're just technically forcing the attackers to arrive at a linear pace. But for now, talking about the first frag, it will be beat as he succeeds in taking out Invalid. Immediate control in towards first floor garage, and he's definitely not wasting any time at all to use his air jabs to prevent any more further flankings.
Sorry, I meant G2. They like to play much more closer inside
Oh,
the side
okay.
instead of lurking. That kind of threw me off there for a second. I read it wrong initially, but yeah, I meant G2, not Hulky's Warriors.
Okay,
because,
okay, okay.
sorry.
Yeah, we'll have that after the round number 2. Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
aggressive. Yeah, I actually got confused with that way. But yeah, like I said, it always depends on the way how defenders play. Just like look at the positions on the way how Stark plays. He has the deployable shield on trophy room. The reason why he's in that position is that he's making sure that none of the attackers would gain control of that specific spot on second floor master bedroom. Technically, he is protecting the site by not letting them opening up by not letting them open up the wall onto a second floor master bedroom.
My
But
God,
I
our
believe
boss.
that's not gonna happen though, that is for sure. Our boss, he is not going to let them go away that easily. And he's going to get that kill, that's for sure. 2 players already gone, which means G2 Esports are left with just 3 players. And now they just have to play it accordingly. They need to play it safe, or else Hulky Warriors will just take out players one by one.
The LMG is gonna cause some damage, and again, this is what happens. I've seen this before as well. G2, they just don't like to go in for
Attackers
rooms at all.
located a bomb.
Oh,
They're all
Attackers
corralled
recovered the
in
bomb
towards the
diffuser.
side, and they like to anchor. Do you see what I meant before when I was still on the prep phase? You can already see they're all inside of the side. They have no angle whatsoever, and they are just being forced down one by one. Now, the anchors, they're still powerful. They're still potent. They can still go in for the kills, and they're doing exactly that. Reina still holding on down with this smoke, trying to slow them down for as long as he possibly can. Still has one more canister left in his arsenal, but it's not going to be good enough. Shisha just runs in with the LMG, shuts down one more player. The last one over towards the corner, and the smoke. I think he's just gone. I think he's just dead. They're just going to ignore him, go in for the diffuser. And now,
Attackers are active.
Smoke needs to be the one to push out. Instantly gets taken out by Flit. Beautiful angles being held. They knew he was in kids, and they don't have anything to worry about here.
Yep, they don't have to worry about that at all. Hulky's Warriors, slow and steady. They'll just gain control of the first floor first, gain control on garage. Next thing you know, they got the entire control on the site itself. And just like you were saying, aggressive about the way how G2 Esports were handling out on the site, I gotta agree, there isn't any roamers present right from below because most of the players that you see
Attackers
from
need to
G2
locate and
Esports
defuse as many
always
bombs
plays
as
from
they
above.
can.
There is no players contesting from below, which could have at least wasted a lot of time for the attackers. And maybe it would have been best if they tried to invest in that for a bit. I mean, you have some certain operators like maybe a Vamai, Mute. Even better yet, you could have bring in an operator like Melusi, the Banshee deterrent. All you have to do is just place those deterrents, play from below, and since you would have those impact needs, you can just try to play that accordingly. be a bit aggressive, try to make risky plays that Hulky Warriors would get
10 seconds
confused on.
remaining.
But we don't get to see that because they're just playing it passively. And
5 seconds to
playing
insertion.
passive for the entirety of the round might give
Attackers are
the
moving out to
attackers the
locate a bomb.
advantage more than the defenders itself. It's just they're just cornering themselves, and I have to say it's not a good idea if you get cornered on every single direction.
This is always a problem in G2. They're just falling into a trap, I do believe. We do see a little bit more of a lurk on from the side. I do believe one of the
Attackers'
players
bomb diffuser
are
has
on
been
towards the
dropped.
bottom floor to try and maybe cause a little bit of damage and be that thorn on their sides. And if they don't clear him, he could cause even more issues. They're over towards the bottom, but not really getting much done. Arbaz, though, getting lit up a little bit over towards the side. Needs to worry about it, but Shisha just gonna wait, break as many reinforcements as he possibly can to get his way up, make sure he creates multiple different entry points that the defenders need to worry about, but Arbaz, beautiful shot on the Womai gets taken out early. And if with the Womai going down, now you're gonna get bombarded with different forms of utility that will have no way of clearing out.
Yep, having the loss of Invalid on the side of defenders is not going to look good at the earliest amount of rounds.
Yep.
Where the attackers have so many time left. Pika needs to be careful on that garage, and he will not be, because Shisha will gladly just pre-fire his way right from the main entrance to take out
These
the main
LMGs.
root of the problem. LMGs are a huge pain, and it would have been best if they just banned Finka instead of the Thatcher. Yes, of course, the EMP are very strong enough, but even Finka is also powerful too. Stark might be able to get the kill. No, it
What
does
is
not.
that
It's Srisha
angle?
back
He
again.
saw that?
Yeah, he did. He actually did saw the arm part of that specific player, and he actually get the kill nonetheless. Stark, on the other hand, in the grave itself, gets to take out Sparko, and but in the end, Hulky's Warrior is still in the lead when it comes to their man count, because it's just Electric and Lena left in a very difficult spot once again. Both of them are good anchors. All they have to do is just hope
Attackers dropped the
that they
diffuser.
would not
Attackers have
be
located a bomb.
overwhelmed with the
Attackers
execute
will
that they're
cover
about to make.
Investments are gonna be done in Electric. Could be in a good spot, could easily turn things around from here, but again, Reyna's trying to slow down the whole for as long as he possibly can. Flashes coming in, poor old Electric. He has nowhere to go. The match just gonna get corralled into a corner. Reyna pretty much, yeah, suffering from success. Threw the canister, but put them out into the open. What is the man gonna do?
Man,
Just as good as dead. It's rough. G2, they need some form of control over the map because they're all just being pushed into a corner. And yeah, being in a corner gives you that advantage where you have the element of surprise, and sometimes the attackers are not going to expect you to swing out on certain corners. But against a team of Hulky Warriors caliber, you cannot count on that level of element of a surprise.
totally have to agree on that,
Attackers need to
aggressive.
locate and defuse
We'll
bombs.
talk about round number 3 with Hulky Warriors gaining 2 attack round leads. Can I interest you in a fun fact, aggressive?
Indeed, so I always like it.
So, remember we had 2 teams, namely Hulky's Warriors and Srisha's Warriors? Do you have any idea about these 2 teams?
No, sadly, you may need to enlighten me on that.
Okay, the reason why I'm saying this is because in the main event that we're going to see Srisha's Warriors be, we're going to cast Srisha's Warriors match in tomorrow's match itself. But the fun fact about it is, Hulky's
5
Warriors,
seconds left before insertion.
you have Srisha in it.
Oh,
In
so
Srisha's Warriors,
Attackers'
you
objective
have
is to locate a
Hulky in
bomb
it.
and defuse it.
Nice.
That's
Both
the
of these
fun part
teams are
about
just
this.
memeing with us at this point.
Exactly, they're actually memeing with the casters for us, aggressive, and they want to give us a hard time casting alongside with it. That's what I'm trying to say. And the talk about Hulky's Warriors, at this point, they just want to have a meme on who's the better Warriors. Even though if Shisha lose, let's just focus on the matches of now as Beat comes in with the blitz. Oh no! Beat is already in towards the side and with the blitz. Oh man. That's a huge yikes! Shisha's gone. Reyna still contains his hold in towards the freezer side, but is it still more than enough? 3v2 and somehow G2 Esports are still trying to contain the situation. But it's very difficult to contest. Blitz is still here, they got control on boilers. All it needs is just a single frag grenade to flush one specific player out, and I believe they're doing that right now. They're doing it right now. The plant is in, and so does the kill from Flare to take out Reina. And it's just Pika left in a 1v3. Not good at all. The information has been given, and also the confirmation, where Flare comes in right at the front.
I
And
was so
with it-
surprised. I was like, wait a second. Is he just gonna run in like that? And then I'm like, wait a second. Do I see a yellow icon with a flash in the middle? And immediately I was like, oh god, it's a blitz, it's a blitz. The smoke just had the worst time of his life. The smoke just got sent over to Jesus just by one flash.
Oh my
It
god.
became the weekend person.
Imagine the Blitz just doing that. He just flashed, and next thing you know, you just instantly teleports to Skyrim. That can
Attackers
happen,
would be
will
the
who
locate
best
and
knows?
defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, it's just a perfect meme situation though. But talk about Hulky Warriors, they're actually doing good when it comes to being a perfect meme potential here, aggressive. Imagine when they go up against Risha's Warriors. It's like that Spider-Man meme when you go, wait, I am not you, who are you?
Right, that would be the best thing to cast.
I am actually waiting for that match to happen, aggressive, because in order for this match to happen, we need to see Hulky Warriors be at the quarterfinals. And Srisha's Warriors also needs to win and be at the quarterfinals in order for this to happen. But talking about G2 Esports though, they're not looking too good because they're having a bit too much of a problematic situations that they need to deal with. First was the Blitz on round number 3 and now round number 4. What kind of chaos that they might bring? Let's find it out on Basement Laundry and Supply Room.
The attacker's
Again,
bomb
it's
diffuser
just the
has
same problem that we witnessed.
attackers
And
have recovered the
it's
diffuser.
constantly showing itself. But again, it seems as though things could be a little bit more different. Reina just gonna get caught out over towards the back. A little bit rough, but Pikachu over towards the tower. He's just gonna hold. Again, the fact of the matter is, these roamers are not really causing any pressure. They are not bringing attention to them. And the fact that they're not doing so is just putting them in such a tough spot. And they're giving away the space way too early. Look at Pikachu. I understand that the drone caught you out. You need to run on back over towards the side, but you're giving up so much space for the attackers to just take over.
Yeah, currently, I believe if I have to be the devil's advocate, Pika is trying to get into a choke position where he could engage gunfights in an easier manner. He doesn't want to contest long-range gunfights. He just wants to be in a way that he could be safe by having limited amount of cover, and also make sure that he'd be safe to ensure that there wouldn't be any trade-ups happening from the side of the attackers. But for now, talking about the breach, it did happen. The hatch will be opened in towards the meeting side. And now here comes a grenade from the Iana. Will this connect? Not quite sure. I believe Melusi just fling back at the safe side. But will it happen though? Both of the side has been opened up. Freezer side's been opened. So does the meeting hatch. So does the meeting hatch. All they have to do is just push in towards the side. And G2 Esports, please just hold your ground because Srisha is still alive. He's still kicking. He's removing every single player out of the equation into the baller's room. Triple kill for him as he takes out Pika. Stark is still here. He's still trying to defend. But is it more than enough? Because he's just the last man standing. He needs to find all 3 players. And with the smoke gas canister, with an SMG-11 in which it fails at long range, it's so difficult to contest. Smoke gas canisters, the plant is happening. Hulky's Warriors, they're not wasting any time at all. A lot of damage being dealt around once again. Patiently waiting. Peek, Iana. You forgot about Arbas right from behind the blue stairs, just sneakily taking out Smoke. And Hulky's Warriors continues their reign of terror. 4 attacker round wins, aggressive.
Yeah, they're not stopping anytime soon. They're just bum rushing their way in towards the side, and they don't give any two damns about what happens to them. My God. Again, G2, they're giving away too much space. I have nothing more to say about this. Again, raw fundamentals. This map is purely based upon the fundamentals of you playing as a roamer. And as a roamer, if you're not able to cause
Attackers
some
need to
damage or
locate and
even
defuse as
slow
many bombs
down
as they can.
the attackers and force them to use a lot of utility to clear you out, maybe a couple of drones, maybe some of the charges from the Sophia, you need something. Because they have ample amounts of time. How much time did they have? Almost 1 minute 30 left?
Yep.
If you have that much time as an attacker, what do you even have to worry about? Entry is simple. You can wait out the entire clock, and for some goddamn reason, one of the defenders will peek out and possibly think that, oh, maybe I need to rotate myself out of this corner. Or he's gonna fall asleep on the angle, you swing it and he's dead. It's just gonna happen constantly, and unless G2, they understand what they're doing wrong, I think it's done injustice for them on
Attackers are
possible
moving
7-0.
out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I mean, on round number 4, they did go a bit aggressive, especially when Reno was playing Thunderbird. Did get the early
They
peak,
got Swan
but
Peak.
the trade out is what Hulky Warriors are good at. And I believe the main reason why G2 Esports is losing on their gunfights mainly has to do with the trade out games. Hulky Warriors are doing an exceptional job because if one player goes down, another comes in to take his place and eliminates that player as best as possible. There's always a backup plan. And Arbaz almost got picked out, but he'll be safe nonetheless because he has those attack drones. Information being given around, I think he might be able to find the exact location of where the Melusi is. Brief has been sent around, and his suspicions have been cleared out. 2 minutes left. There's a lot of time, and here comes the pain of terror from the LMG.
Ooh,
No,
nice
it
shot,
does not. Electric. Electrifying performance from him, but let's not forget about Flit too. He's still here. He takes out Invalid, but let's not. He still have that mute jammer still present from the meeting room, and he needs to remove it. And that's exactly why Electric is still contesting on the attic. He doesn't want to give Hulky Warriors the control that they need, because if they get the control on the hatch, they can easily remove the mute jammers. And in just a minute and 40 seconds, they're still trying to figure it out. There you go. The mute jammer has been destroyed, and they'll finally open up the wall on meeting room. Now let's see how Hulky Warriors
Bomb has
proceed
been
with the push.
located.
There's going to be problem after problem. I do believe there is a C4 stuff over to this
Attackers have
side.
located a bomb.
We have to worry about that trying to go in for this push here, but for now they can wait, they can chill. Reyna holding from the top, and he's not giving up that level of control at any moment. Reed over towards the back, trying to see if he can get an angle for himself, but nope. They can't go in for this entry. It is still a 4 versus 4 situation, and the clock is ticking down. Ample amounts of time for the defenders to get into proper positions, but okay, Sparko he's just going in for it, and Flit's gonna be there for the backup. My god, Flit, you're an absolute demon. But again, Electric and Pikachu, they're gonna be coming in from the side. She also takes a back seat, and now it's all up to Flit. Flit, he's been so good in these 1 versus 2 situations over and over again in qualifiers 1. He needs to prove himself back in playoffs, but I don't think it's gonna happen. My god, you have to give it to Electric to come in clutch here from the top side. Beautifully.
Yes, yes, of course, aggressive. By the power of Zeus, Electric will succeed holding his ground in towards attic. That's all he need to do. Just hold out attic and never let Hulky's warrior make a single push in towards that specific site. And let's not forget about Pika though. Pika also made sure that Sparker wouldn't go in for that plant. That was very crucial for him to do it. Because if it did succeed, the defenders only had 45 seconds for that post-plant situation, and it will be even much more tougher for them if they could not find the rest of the other 3 players. So a job well done for G2 Esports to survive at a situation like that in round number 5, and that quick succession of kills, which once I thought that Hulky Warriors had the man-con advantage, suddenly it just became the opposite. From a 2v3, I believe. I believe it was a 2v4 at that time. From a 2v4, where Pika and Electric were the only 2 players alive, succeeded in holding their ground on first floor meeting room. But you still need to be careful about the time that the attackers have. They opened the breach in 2 minutes. In a minute and 30 seconds, Sparko went in for the plant. Even if they did had a lot of time, they could have thought this through. But still, they rushed it. And because of that rushed feelings, G2 Esports got a hold of that advantage. They used it to their advantage, and next thing you know, they won that defensive round. I hope in round number 6, they might do the same thing by playing it according to the clock.
I really hope so, because the primary issue in this round was they didn't really hold Attic at all. I think you saw that as well. They knew that Electric was holding on to Attic, and they gave complete control of it. They were like, oh, let him stay there. Nothing's going to happen. Marco's going to go in for a plant and we'll be fine. But what about the 90? I don't know what the hallway is exactly called. It's the hallway near the kitchen. Is it 90?
Yeah, hallway in the kitchen, right?
Like hallway leading to the kitchen from the main staircase.
Are you talking about the second floor or the first floor?
No, the first floor as it goes into the auditorium room.
Yeah.
Like,
You have the
like
meeting
the
room,
hallway
and
to the-
within the
yeah.
meeting room, you have the hallway, right? It's called
it's
the
the
meeting
hallway over towards the right side where Sparko
Yeah, it's
was
the meeting
planting.
hallway, yeah.
So no
Wait,
one.
you're talking about the one where Spark was planting, right? I believe
yes,
that's called
on
as a
his
stage.
right
It's
side.
called a stage, yeah.
Yeah.
Stage hallway, yes.
Yes, the stage hallway. There was a castle barricade there. No one thought to break it, and no one thought to hold it.
Yeah.
That's what really is what's bothering me in this situation. Flit got two beautiful kills, fine. Flit is one person holding down the person who's placing diffuser. Where is the third player? I know for a fact one person's up top. He is trying to stop Electric from going in for a push onto the hatch, and if Electric wants to contest from the hatch, he will die. Electric gets a kill. That's perfect for him. It's a beautiful shot. He was able to shut down the player over there. But what really happened to the other three? Flit got every single one of the kills that he required.
Hmm.
Sparkle was going in for a plant. Where's the third player?
I believe the third player was still contesting in towards the attic, where Electric was just giving them a tough time. And I believe
Two
he
players
went
on
in very
attic,
aggressive.
and Flit was holding the diffuser alone. I think that that was the primary mistake coming in from
Mm.
Hulky's Warrior. But again, you did say that they rushed the entire execution, so their
Yeah.
plan was not as flawless as you would have expected it to be.
Yeah, it wasn't as flawless as I'd expected it to be because I do have to agree on that fact that they didn't remove the castle armor panel, which connects from the stage hallway towards the kitchen hallway part. And even the second bad part about Hulky's Warriors is that they didn't gain control on the second side, which is on the kitchen side, right? Kitchen side, it was fairly uncontested.
Yeah, that's the issue.
There wasn't any contest being made in towards the dining room side, even on the freezer room side too. And when Arbas just got picked out from Electric, and I have to say that was a pretty good shot coming in from his end, a wall bang through the wall that somehow gets a headshot from an LMG Zofia, which could have made the game. Imagine if Zofia did win that gunfight aggressive. Imagine if Electric died in the attic side. That would have been the entire match gone. Hulky's Warriors, it would have been 5 to 1 on round number 5 if Electric wasn't even defending in the attic in the first place. It was such a very chaotic round. And somehow Electric got away with it. Why? Because it was just a full on frontal push. No one was, pushing towards armory window. No one was pushing towards the bedroom side in which it could have made sense for a cross angle shoot. There wasn't. It was just one particular angle that Electric needs to focus on, and he did exactly that. There wasn't any disturbance. And I have to say, Electric just did a good job at holding that angle.
Yeah,
That's more I can say. I have to appreciate him.
yeah, he did a perfect job. Like that attic hold was one of the main reasons that they did win. But there were many opportunities that the attackers had to not even contest attic that much
Yeah.
and just play purely based upon Sparkle going in for a plant on stage. Stage hallway, primary concern. They completely forgot about it. And that is a fundamental mistake that will happen if you rush an execution.
Ah, man. I mean, for the past 3 to 4 rounds, we've seen how conservative Hulky Warriors are when it comes to timings. We've seen them open up the wall quickly. We've seen them get an early pick within 2 minutes 5 seconds. They're that conservative. But when it comes to execution, that's where G2 Esports can come back. Maybe they could use that into its weakness. But in order to succeed, they have to survive. They need to at least have some man count. At least 3 players in the site, maybe 1 player roaming around should work out. But some certain sites where you see second floor mains DOMs, you always see the rest of the players from G2 Esports just defending on one particular floor. Not a single person we see defending on first floor. We don't see them use their C4 plays, nor they have information regarding this. They could use bulletproof cams. They could have done that. They could use maybe a default cams to try to understand what kind of spawn that they might go through, even if it's on construction site or on a junkyard. Having that early peak, or should I say, having that early spawn peak would give them a bit of a boost for the defender's side. But I don't think they want to do it. They don't want to risk their lives because they think it's not worth it. And aggressive, I need to ask this question to you. Do you think that an aggressive spawn peak is annoying, or is it heavily necessary that can cause the change of the game?
To be honest, does really depend on what kind of position your team is in general. Think of
Hmm.
it like this, Baba. If you are in a desperate need for a round, if you're in a desperate need to play aggressive and maybe shut down that one player that's going to give your team that slight little bit of an edge, not in terms of just manpower, but also morale, then yeah,
Mhm.
go in for the Swampy. What do you have to lose? You
Yep.
are now down 3 rounds. None of your defensive plays were working. Maybe the Swan Peak is the only thing that you can do to turn things around from there. Playing it risky from time to time gives you that slight little bit of an edge and that level of a randomness that your opponents cannot read. And it's not every single time they're going to be checking the spawn peak. Of course, some teams they're just really good at clearing out every single spawn peak before they push their way in. But when you know for a fact that Hulky Warriors, they're not showing that much respect. They're just running, peeking corners, and they're taking fights. You can punish them through the usage of a spawn peak. It's a much more strategic way of using it instead of just, normally what we do in our rank games, just ego peek at everything that you want. Yeah, it's very strategic, but at the same time risky. But sometimes risks are necessary to try and give your team that forward push that they need in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely aggressive. I have to agree on that because for G2 esports, in order to succeed on defense, they have to make risky decisions.
That's
Because for the past 4 rounds, we haven't seen G2 esports make a single spawn peak, nor even be at an aggressive position where you are not supposed to be. Being at an off angle, yes, you would be at a major disadvantage, but you have the element of surprise if the attackers doesn't know exactly where you are. And yes, if you get caught from the attacker's drone, it would be wise for them to fall back, or you can challenge them and ensure you can get a kill instead of just falling back instead. Maybe even if you did get traded out, imagine that if you just eliminated Ace or Hibana or any hard breacher of that type. If you eliminate one player on the opposite type, which would have helped them to open up some certain lines of sight, then maybe that spawn peak that you made can be of some value. It can be. So, what I suggest for G2 esports is to at least attempt a spawn peak, and once you get it, fall back and play it defensively. Because at a 4v5 disadvantage at an early round, it will be difficult for the attackers to not only engage in the site, but they'll take a lot of time to understand what to do next in the near future.
so. We're gonna be jumping straight on back in towards the game, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Invalid was able to make his way back in.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, South Asia, it's Rainbow Six Siege. Technically,
Aggressive. I actually kind of like having this conversation about what to do and what not to do. I actually kind of like it.
yeah, exactly. Like it's us trying to pick into the minds of the players and see exactly
Mm-hmm.
what they're thinking. We are
Defenders, protect your bombs from
putting
being
ourselves in the
defused by
level of the
attackers.
players and what we would do in the battlefield so
Mm-hmm.
that the audience back at home they can make their own hypothesis about what could go wrong, what could be happening, what is the most optimum play to do. And then 10 seconds later, we just see Hulky's warrior just bust down all of the walls all at once, throwing every single little bit of utility that they can, bomb rush their way into the side, run their LMGs through every corner that they peek, and one by one the defenders are gonna fall. That's the
Uh,
strategy they're going for, while we are here
uh,
trying to go big brain, 900 elite IQ, everything.
I just imagine Hulky's
10
warriors,
seconds
especially
left before
Srisha,
insertion.
just smashing down the barricades and
5
just
seconds
scream,
left.
"This is Hulky warriors!" and it just smashed in towards the side
Attackers'
and just
objective
take
is to
out players
locate a
one by
bomb and
one. That would
defuse
have
it.
been even much more great. But
Yeah,
man,
Hulk smash, just run
yes,
their way
just Hulk
towards us.
smash. No one shall escape my sight. Oh man,
Uh,
the amount of rush that you get just from being aggressive just hits you at a different feeling, right? Aggressive. Yeah, this certainly gives a different feeling, that's for sure. Talk about round number 6, in which we will proceed. I believe the clash is right outside the construction wall, right outside the blue bunker entrance to try to provide some distractions and a bit of annoyance for the attackers. Kind of feels like he's just playing it as a bait. But unfortunately for Hulky's warriors, they are not going to focus on construction, but instead focus on opening up the hatches first, which is on meeting, freezer, and laundry, and then they'll make their way by going for a split push. That can be a possibility, and this is exactly what they're trying to do. So let's see how will it work out for them.
Didn't work out proper, but again, Electric, he's been good with it. Goes in for a swing immediate, being able to shut down one, but I think he just got caught with his pants down, and Cheetah just instantly went in for that beat. But this flash could just be a thorn on their side. How will they clear this? Do they have enough utility to make it
A
happen?
bomb
Maybe a
has been
Nomad
located.
charge or a Zofia concuss?
Attackers have
It's
dropped the
difficult
bomb.
to attempt though because they still need to win gunfights. Oh, invalid.
Bomb
Too
located
close for
by
comfort,
attackers.
especially with that LMG, but somehow he'll survive in doing that. Beat! Prone peek. Didn't even expect. Poor Pika, he thought that there was someone at the stairs, but he forgot about the one who was proning right from down the stairs. Sparko needs to be careful about it. Again, beautiful shot, a beautiful headshot at that too to take out Invalid. 3v2, they're starting to lose a lot of minutes. Reina, my goodness, a lot of damage from the frag grenade. Should force himself to back on 20 HP. Now the push needs to happen, and Sparko is doing the initiative, and so does Shrisha from the freezer to take out Reina, which leads to Stark left all by himself once again. Plant will come in, which will be a post-plant situation. They have the high ground control, they have the hatch control, they have everything.
activating
Now
the
all they
diffuser.
have to do is just wait for Star to arrive at his crosshairs. Easier said than done. Shouldn't be much of a problem. But Beat wants to do something
my
else by
God,
dropping
Beat.
down and just takes out Stark just like that. I mean, at the end, I can just say, Mr. Stark, I don't feel too good.
My God.
I don't feel so good,
Beat
Mr. Stark.
just casually dropped in, and he's like, "Yep, I see the play here. Nothing to really worry about." Stark's just completely on his own plane of existence, but it's okay. It's fine. Nothing to really worry about. Stuff happens. And Hulky Warriors. Remember what I said? We were going in for 900 IQ strategies, and
Yeah.
Hulky Warriors just casually were like, "Yeah, just throw every single
Attackers need to
explosive that you
locate
can
and
at the window.
defuse as
Just
many
get
bombs
these."
as they can.
Yeah, I guess Hulky Warriors just checked on the stream while we were just waiting for the rehost to appear. Maybe they were like, all right, I guess.
That sounds like a
I
good
guess-
strategy.
Yeah, that sounds like a good strategy. But have you heard about Hulk Smash? And just
in case.
whatever theory that we had on on the rehost, it's written in a part of an essay and just thrown everywhere like it didn't even matter. Oh man. But still, there are some important points
10
that
seconds
G2
left before
Esports could have done, you know, being aggressive and stuff. But round number 7,
5 seconds to go.
maybe this can be the chance for G2 Esports to come back, or maybe Hulky Warriors can put it out.
Must locate and
We're about to
defuse the
find that
bomb.
out itself in round number 7, the site being on basement laundry and supply room.
You know, the quick as they have to in hand, trying to let's just see exactly how many kills he's gonna get. But our boss, did he go in for a spot peek? Yep, yeah, he did.
Yep, he
Of
did.
course, on the Thunderbird. It's always the Thunderbirds for some reason. Before it was the dogs, and now it's the Thunderbirds. I've been seeing
Yep.
this way too often.
Yeah, let's just say Thunderbird is the new dog aggressive because Thunderbird has the Kona station. All you have to do is just stay in that particular place, get yourself heal up to 60 HP,
Infinitely.
and just yeah, it's just infinitely. Although it's not infinitely, you still have a cooldown for around 10 to 15 seconds, but it's still better than a dog with 3 stim pistols. But every single operator has its own fair share of uses. But let's focus on the matches now as you see Sparko being aggressive through the stairs to take out Pika once again. G2 Esports have lost 2 players, Invalid and Pika. Both of them are down, which means there's only 3 players left, Electric, Reina and Stark. And they have to wait for the smoke to dissipate for a total of 10 seconds, because if they push, they have to inhale those toxic fumes and dealt a lot of damage. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we see Flitz once again to take out Stark, which leads to Reina and Electric. Both of them into a construction site will take out one, but Flitz gets here to take out Reina, which leads to Electric all by himself. Doesn't have any grenades, and neither his life as Flitz arrived, just moving towards the blue bunker side like it was nothing, and just gets the final frag to give the win for Team Hulky Warriors. Round number 7 is theirs, which means that it is match point for Hulky's Warriors. 6-1. And they are here to end it with a 7-1 note in the first map.
This looks to be in a pretty bad spot.
Mhm.
Ouch.
You don't say, aggressive.
How do you win against them on defense? Like, you just can't. If your own defensive side was that
Defenders,
lackluster
protect your
for
bombs from
you
being
to
defused by
show
attackers.
even a smudge of proper team play here on the attack will be a miracle. Because on defense, you should have an easier time trying to coordinate because you have time. You're playing for time.
Mhm.
When you're on attack, you're playing against the time. You need to make your way in, and Hulky Warriors, they're not going to give you an inch of space to work with.
For the attackers, though, time is against the clock, and every second makes a
10
difference.
seconds to go.
And you need to ensure that you have enough time to
5
proceed in
seconds
towards the
left.
site, because if you lose a lot of time, the defenders can just chill. They
Attacker's
can just
objective
have
is to locate a
their
bomb
own
and
tea
defuse it.
party, just have a seat and just drink tea while you just wait for the timer to count down to zero. That's pretty much it. Defenders, they just have to hold their ground. And for the attackers, it's even a tougher job to do so, unless if you coordinate it correctly, make them feel pressure, make them annoyed with the presence that you make in the site itself, and that will force them to make a risky decision that would go in the favor of the attackers itself. But in order to do that, it would be very difficult. Sparko needs to be careful.
Oh
Oh
my
no,
God.
Reina! Oh my goodness, that was too close for comfort, but Sparko will survive nonetheless. Oh boy, crisis averted. But is it still done yet though? Because Sparko is he's just still waiting around there, and Reina is just immediately face palmed himself from that particular wall. But no, he actually gets the kill anyways. Actually, what? A wall bang from the barricade? How do you do that?
That's just called game sense right there.
Okay, I wish
The
I
man
had
is
that.
here in the playoffs for a reason. He doesn't deserve to be here unless he can pull off some miraculous plays because of course, his game sense. My God, that was way too close, and that was a simultaneous double kill from two sides.
Yep.
But they
gu-
have
guess
to worry
what's-
about this nuke though. They still have not yet taken down any of the charges. Things are not looking that good for them. Invalid gets another kill over towards the back end. And now is where the real problems will start. Hulky's Warriors, their defensive hold is crumbling slowly. And then Lucy, where is she in this situation? C4's gonna come out, doesn't really catch anyone, deals a slight little bit of chunk damage over onto one, but that's pretty much it. How much more can they get? Because Pete nearly meets his maker on the side of Attic.
A bomb has been located.
Close once again, but Pete somehow survives it towards the freezer. But is it more than enough? I
Oh,
think
how?
so.
Why?
Bladen Pete actually gets away with it.
He
Oh,
actually
no.
peeked that. The man has balls of steel to go in for something like that.
Yeah, disaster struck, but Electric still tries to find a way to take out one player. At least equalizes it. But you still need to worry about the push being made, and the Lucy's
All the
trap
things.
is given so much information, and it's too late to contest. Shrisha comes back, takes out two players, and we all know what's going to happen here, folks. Map number 1, it will be in the hands of Hulky's Warriors, 7-1. What a performance from them. And map number 2, Villa, will be even much more tougher for G2 Esports because it is Hulky's map pick. Man, and now Hulky must be realizing, wait, but I am in the chat. Who is Hulky's Warriors? Well, we're about to find that out in map number 2.
The Warriors, they're looking quite potent here. And this was their away map, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget that. You're talking about their away map, and this is how good they really are. Things are not gonna be looking that good for them moving on down the line, but hey, as a team, you just need to know how to come on back over towards the game, and you need to evolve and constantly put yourself forward and make sure you break past your limits. We're looking at the side of the team to try and at least maybe find some resemblance of a proper whole because currently they're just falling apart in G2 unless they figure out a way to be a little bit more aggressive and play together as a squad going in for double peaks. Things are just not going to be playing out in their favor. And as we move on down over towards the highlight, Baba, I think that you can
Mhm.
also notice the same fundamental problem. Let's not talk about the roles. Let's
Okay,
not talk
all right.
about the way that they're going in for their attacking strategies.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me honestly, have you seen a single double peak or a possible trade potential peak coming out from any of the members of G2?
Nope. I mean,
is
I
the
can just.
that is the thing. That's the
Yeah.
very primary flaw. We are not talking about the macro at all because if we consider roaming, that is a macro strategy.
Yep.
Your micros are not working out at all. Of course, you're gonna take a massive L.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always that trade outs for G2 Esports that didn't work out well on defense. I mean, at least they could have played it according to the utilities, maybe the Banshee deterrence or the barbed wire, in which they could have used for information gathering. But the way how Hulky's warriors showed their presence in the site, in just 2 minutes, they're in the site itself. They're already going in for post plant. And the only round where G2 Esports succeeded was at round number 5, first floor meeting hall and kitchen. That was the round where Hulky Warriors went a bit too overboard. I have to give it to them because the way how they made their push in towards big tower stairs made the entire defenders focus on one particular angle instead of focusing on multiple angles. So if you just made two true crossfires, it would have worked out for Hulky Warriors to end it out on a 7-0. But G2 Esports, especially Electric, who just made an amazing hold on Addict, pretty much made sure that it won't happen. But other than round number 5, we didn't get to see more of their presence being made from G2 Esports. And just like Aggressive said, no trade outs, no crossfire angles being established, and we all know what the end of results would that be on map Oregon. 7-1, Hulky's Warriors will claim map number 1, and we'll proceed to map number 2, which will be on Villa, where G2 will be on attack, I believe. I guess so. Yeah, yeah, Hulky is actually on defense. Yeah, thank you for that, Assassin. Hulky's Warriors will be on attack on map number 2. Villa will be the site, and it is their home map. So for G2 Esports, it is a tough competition to go through.
So, but hey, let's give the side of G2 the benefit of the doubt. And as we do head on down over towards a short little break, as we set everything up, you're gonna give them an opportunity to try and go back to the drawing board and come up with some different strategies. Because Villa, it's their away map, and possibly if they want to keep their hopes and dreams alive in this tournament, they need to do it right here and right then. But for now, we're gonna be heading on off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short word from our sponsors.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Esports Club Community Cup Series for Rainbow Six Siege Season 2, supported by Ubisoft and our broadcast partner Loco. We are here with map number 2. Hulky's Warriors have succeeded map number 1, 7-1 on Oregon, and they are here to end it off on Villa. What will happen next? We're about to find that out. I'm here with my co-caster Aggressive, and we are here to head off to match number 2, Villa, the map that Hulky Warriors have picked. Will we see another 7-0 flawless victory, or will we see some competitions being held out? I wouldn't say competitions, I'd say some retaliations being made from G2 Esports.
I don't really know. I'll just be that person who wants to just chill in the back and watch how this is gonna pan out. Villa, a map where strategy reigns king.
Mhm.
You need to have a proper strategy and a proper idea of how you want to entry, how you want to clear the roamers, how you want to roam when you're on the defense, and what breaches you want to make to try and give yourself as a defender as well as an attacker opportunities to snipe out players who could be holding from multiple different long sidelines. There's a lot of rat holes in this particular map. And there's a lot of problems that you could be falling into if you're not careful. Now, I'm gonna give all of the benefits over on towards the members of Hulky's Warriors because of what they have showcased to us. But then again, in the second G2, they had some opportunities even though they down over towards the game, on towards the ban phase. What's gonna happen to the teams now? Will G2 just crumble under the pressure, or will they rise up to the challenge?
Well, we're about to find that out in map number 2. Ban phase is active. And G2 Esports, what will be your first attack bans? Will it be the standard ye old Thatcher, or will it be something else like the Flores, Finca, or maybe even more so, an Ace, a hard breacher ban? I see you don't think so because it will be the same once again. Thatcher bans. Hulky could make a decision to ban something else because they're the ones who can ban the second operator. So on a map like Villa, I think it's best if they ban the Nomad because it can block a lot of lines of sight with thanks to his non-lethal claymore. But no, instead of
Which
banning the Flores, they've decided to ban Twitch. Interestingly enough, I believe
they
the
want
main
to keep the
reason.
mirror.
I no, I no. To be honest, aggressive. Currently, Mira isn't available on competitive play, so she's currently in the quarantine zone. So unless she comes back, Mira is not available in play. But other than that, Twitch, I believe the main reason why Hulky Warriors went in for a ban like that is because they want their defensive holds to be strong. And with the mute jammers still being available, it will be even much more tougher to destroy those important utilities. And Twitch would help them get all those utilities removed just by not being in there in the first place. Just imagine you have a drone that can shoot stuff and can destroy important utilities that can help you open up lines of sight. And talking about the rest of the other two defensive bans, we have Valkyrie and Kaid. And the first side being on second floor AVG. Let's see what Hulky's Warriors are thinking of at the moment.
Could be interesting, to say the very least, because
Defenders,
the
protect
way
your
that they
bombs
have
from being
picked up
defused
their
by attackers.
operators, visual is something that we rarely see.
Yeah, true.
And what I'm really worried about here is G2, they don't have a single anchor on their team.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I just realized. Yeah, no
Uh,
one.
wait a minute, what?
What happened?
They have a
No?
Jaeger, a Vigil, an Alibi, a Womai who can be a pseudo anchor. Like, it's a Womai. He can do whatever he wants.
Yep.
And they have Malus.
10 seconds remaining.
And there's a Jackal on the other side who can constantly just be a thorn on their side when it
seconds
comes
to
out to
insertion.
roams.
Oh boy. This is a disaster waiting to arrive at the action phase itself. What is going to happen to them? No trap operators, no denial operators. They don't have smoke. They don't have Goyo. They don't even have C4 operators too. And what's even more worse is that they don't have information gathering operators like Pulse. What is G2 Esports thinking with this coordination? Maybe they want to go aggressive. Maybe they want to have more control over on one particular site. But it will be disappeared in a mere. But it will disappear in mere moments if something bad happens to them.
There's no breach to now.
Yeah.
They can open up every single line of sight that they want. They've already spotted on one of the players. The Jackal's being an absolute menace here on their end.
Attackers have located a bomb.
He's just rushing in. Look at the control. Trophy's been taken over. They're pushing their way in towards Aviator in a couple of seconds here. Give them another 30 seconds and they're going to be in position for a complete push.
Yeah,
And
they
look at the
are.
defenders. They're all corralled into one single site.
Except Pika though. Pika and
Oh.
Reina, both of them are right from below. We're not quite sure they will succeed in winning most of their gunfights. Fitz comes in, Electric goes out from the side, and now Danger starts to lurk around on G2's Esports once again. And Stark needs to make sure that they won't start to corner them once again. And they have to be careful. And they have to act accordingly on what kind of operators that they've played. And within 30 seconds left, and guess where Beat is? He is in the
What?
site. He is at the wall. There's no contest. Invalid is still there to take out Flit. But is this more than enough? Do they have the proper
involved?
information? Not quite sure. No, Sparko is there to take out one. And now Beat is all the way in the site. Just waiting for the rest of the players to come in. And looks like there is a bit of a contest being made. Sparko, actually no, it's Arbaz to take out Invalid. And now it's just Stark. Left in a 1v4, we'll get one to take out Beat, but is this more than enough? They have control on Aviator Room. That's exactly where Sparko is. He's just gonna go in for the plant, but no, there's a cooked nade from below from Shisha. Oh man, that was cooked to perfection.
Okay, explain to me.
Mhm.
How the hell did... And it's... Did he just casually walk into the vault room?
Yep, Beat just casually vaulted in towards the vault room because there was not a single player holding the site. All of them were maybe on study, maybe on the main
And now
stairs
they're
because
going
there
in
was
for the proper
overwhelmed.
strategy.
Yeah. Now they're actually going in for the proper strategy because they just realized they had all their operators wrong. Oh man.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
I
the
have
bomb.
to say, I even didn't realize when you pointed it out, Aggressive. At first round, I was like,
confused. I was like, did I
yeah.
see it wrong? Because I have a tendency of doing this. I look at the operator icons and sometimes I make a mistake. When I see them, I mix and match, mute and smoke from time to time. You know what happens. But in this opportunity, I was like, wait a second, this is not real, right?
yeah. Even I was like, does my eyes deceive me? What is this? Like, no C4s, no trap operators, not a single,
10 seconds left.
smoke gas canisters weren't even there. Just
5 seconds
normal
to go.
impact nades and just Roma's presence.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Man,
a bomb and defuse it.
round one definitely didn't go in the favor of G2 Esports though, that's for sure. Less amount of information gave Hulky's Warriors an immediate control on Trophy. And as they slowly arrived in towards the side, they realized what G2 Esports were thinking of. And next thing you know, it was just done. They had the side control in just 1.5 minutes, I guess.
And that was just W gaming at that point.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Would be an issue, but okay. Fritz immediate with a refrag. Like, I love this play from Hulky's Warriors. They always have a way of refragging one of their teammates. And that's what I love. These are the fundamentals that you always want to see. That always puts me in a position like, it's so trippy. You go in backwards and you somehow flip forward. It's just doesn't make any sense to me still to this day.
Yeah, sometimes it's even tough to capture it in the free cam itself, right? Especially when you have trade-outs like that.
Oh my
BD
God.
didn't even see Stark! Oh man, so close, but somehow
Another
Stark
shot.
will actually win that gunfight. In which the Jackal will be eliminated, which means that the roamers are free to roam as best as they can without giving the attackers the information that they want. Now in 1 minute and 44 seconds, you still have 3 players left on the side of Hulky Warriors, which means G2
Attackers
Esports,
have located
they
a
currently
bomb.
have the advantage. Stark is still alive, which means he will still play from below. And once they get the information from G2 Esports indicating that Hulky's Warriors have already made their way towards the site, they can just use the C4 from below and get the confirmation on the kills. Unless and until if they have a counter strategy towards Hulky Warriors, we might be able to see
Ooh,
something
timing.
about it. And Reina, man, what a timing! Right when the halt was about to be opened, he actually gets one and Pika gets the other. It all leaves to Srisha in a 1v4 situation. He gets electric, but the diffuser has been dropped down from the wall. He needs to be careful on so many angles. He needs to take the diffuser first. He has 1 minute left. He is met with the deployable shield. Gets destroyed from the Gone 6. And now he needs to arrive slowly at the side. No information, no nothing. but he still have the surge. He does have the grenades. He could flush out one of the operators, but he needs to do it
Attackers have
fast
recovered
because
their
if he
diffusers.
wastes a lot of time, the defenders will slowly arrive at their crosshairs and eliminate him before he has the chance. One grenade throws around, which will force one of the defenders to fall back, and he gets the kill. No, it does not. Reina comes back. A headshot to take out Shisha, and with the G2 Esports have learned their mistake. Round number 2 will be theirs, equalizing it 1-1.
Wouldn't he have waited for the Fragnate to kill him out there?
He could have, but maybe I think Finka was just using the grenade to flush the defender out. So
Yeah, that was
It-
a flush out. He openly pushed himself into a corner where the
yeah,
Jaeger would have had the opportunity to survive.
pressure, pressure.
Yeah,
Like
probably the pressure. He just cracked up. Right?
yeah, I mean,
Especially when you only have 30
Mhm.
seconds left on the clock, you
Yeah.
really don't have the mental fortitude in those type of situations, even if you are such an experienced player.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to a pressure like 20 seconds, I mean, you might be thinking, yeah, Shisha could have just cooked the nade in just 3 seconds and then threw it out. Maybe you could have got the confirmation on the grenade kill and then went for the push. But you're losing a lot of time just by waiting for those 3 seconds because for an attacker, just like I said in map number 1, every second counts. If you make a single mistake, that would cause the entirety of the round itself.
Attackers need to locate and
And if I
defuse
have
as
to be
many bombs
the
as they can.
devil's advocate for Hulky's warriors, beat once you start to use the ability, right? The ability that can track foots. Turns out, with the visor that he had equipped, he unfortunately couldn't get to see the Mozzie who was at the first floor living room.
Yeah,
And
that's just
Beat
sad.
almost made that flick happen. He almost made that flick happen, but it was too late, unfortunately, for him.
I have a question for you, Baba, in particular for this map.
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
you think
go
this
ahead.
heavily favors the attackers or the defenders? Because everyone
seconds
says
left.
that this map is very balanced, but in some situations, I feel as though
Attackers
2
must
to
locate
3 of
and
the
defuse
sides
the bomb.
are a lot more heavily defense favored in comparison to the attack. Because the attackers have a lot of choke points that they need to force themselves through, and unless the defenders make a lot of outlier mistakes when it comes down to their roams, there's not really a lot of avenues that the attackers have to push their way in.
Well, if I have to answer that question, aggressive, the main site which gives the defenders a 100% chance would be at second floor statuary room and second floor aviator and games room. These two sites are very strong for the defenders side, except the one on first floor living room and kitchen. That's exactly where the attackers have the main control in. But wait a minute, let's just focus in as we see Pete with the inverted rappel to take out Invalid. Meanwhile, we see Reina comes back right from the window side to get that confirmation. On the other hand, Flit just trying to make his best efforts to ensure that we have the advantage, and he will do so. That would give Hulky Warriors the advantage that they need. With the loss of Beat, they've succeeded in taking out 2 more, but I don't think that's more than enough. Stark with a beautiful angle right from master bedroom through towards the window succeeds in taking out Sparko. Now in this way, they cannot open up the wall on second floor hatchway room, which means that the angle that Electric is in will be even more powerful and more tougher for the side to crack out.
It's such a bad spot here, but again, just have to make their way around. Flit's position already being given away over towards the red staircase, and now
Attackers have located a bomb.
crunch time begins. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock, but they need to gain some space for themselves. Space has been found, but the defenders, they're still in perfect positions. Reina, my god, such a beautiful free fire to get that first initial shot over towards the face of Flit. Didn't even know what hit him. And with this uppercut punch, Hulky's warriors, they look to be the one who could just get KO'd in exactly 30 seconds, honestly. Because none of the members of Hulky Warriors, they're even close to the side. They're all on the outside. And the space that was made by Flit possibly could have been reoccupied by a defender.
I mean, it could be countered. I mean, the uppercut could be countered by a dash followed up with a 1-2 up, followed up with a 1-2 jab. But this is Rainbow Six Siege after all, and I just realized I was talking about in boxing terms. 2 players left on Hulky's Warriors, and they have to play this accordingly because there is 3 players still alive on the side of G2 Esports. Both of them are still currently holding this side, and here comes the cook nade from Shisha. Will that connect? Still some
Buzz is
damage being
dead,
dealt
right?
around. Electric, patiently waiting from saturated room. Aggressive push! And a beautiful execution there from Reina as well to take out the final player. In the end, G2 Esports have succeeded in handling the defensive sides on Trophy and Statuary Room. giving them the lead that they need in round number 3. 2-1 will be the scoreline. And to answer the question that you were talking about, Aggressive, about why Villa is balanced, it mainly has to do with the sites that the defenders pick. Say, for an example, that if you have second floor AVG and second floor Sanctuary and Trophy Room, those two sites heavily favor the defenders, and it always depends on what kind of operators that you pick. And say, for an example, like you saw the statuary room
Defenders,
where you had
protect your
two
bombs from being
reinforcements being
defused by
made
attackers.
and one soft wall with a bit of holes being made too. That angle helps you hold both the windows of bathroom side as well as on the court side. And it is very difficult for the attackers to remove that particular angle because it's a very chokehold and a very strong anchored side that no one can remove it unless and until if they push towards statuary room. Actually, unless and until if they push towards the red stairs. So the only site that G2 Esports needs to worry about
10 seconds to
has to
insertion.
be on first floor dining and kitchen. Now this is where, this site that you're watching right now, Aggressive, this site is where the attackers can get a hold of the advantage. Just by getting control on second floor master bedroom, they can use the soft breaches like Beats' shotgun or maybe even Zophia's breach charge to make a vertical line of sight that can flush out the entire defenders out of the site itself and make their way towards their play.
Looks like the Amaro is going to be going all Tarzan on everyone. Zipped his way forward, but again, our boss, the LMG is going to fire up, but Reyna's been on fire here. This man's just been doing work, but again, the Wamai, he's on the lurk, and of course, Flit's going to be there for the refracts. My god, Invalid. Beautiful shot over towards the face of Flit. And it seems like G2, they did their homework for the map of Villa. We could just be looking at a decider here, possibly, Baba, because G2, they look absolutely untouchable for this particular map.
I totally agree on that. Aggressive.
bomb
The way
diffuser
how they're
has been
playing and the
dropped.
way how Invalid has been
My
so
God.
strong on that shots. A headshot to take out Sparkle at that. Beat needs to figure out a way to eliminate the main cause of the threat. It's been done, but at what cost? They've lost 3 players at the hands of Invalid, and now they just got control on second floor. He needs to recover the diffuser, and plus, he needs to get to the site and ensure post plant, where there's 3 defenders still waiting for Hulky's warriors to make their play. It's difficult.
Attackers
It's
recover
even
the
more
diffuser.
tougher, but it is possible for them to do so. Beat still has 2 of his attack drones. He could still use it to gain information. Srisha still has 2 grenades. If one of them connects, you can remove 1 crossfire out of the equation. But it requires timing. You need to time it right. And the way how G2 Esports are just patiently waiting, they know. They just have to wait. C4 being tossed around at the hopes that they would get the player out from the side of the attackers, but it's not going to work out well. Still have 3 smoke gas canisters which could be used to deny the plant. And if they remove smoke, they will be free to go into the plant. That's pretty much it. Information, they have the information now. All it needs is just a simple wall bang. Oh, almost close. So close, but the grenade will catch off instead. Beautiful. Beautiful shotgun. And another shot from Trisha. The brain plays that Hulky's warriors just did just blew my mind. It's just Pika left. He only has 3 smoke gas canisters. He could deny the plant. And plus, even with the Finker's adrenal surge, it will deal a lot of damage from the smoke gas canisters itself. They're losing a lot of time. How can they proceed with this? They still have 1 grenade. They have 2 smoke grenades. Plus, they have information from the Jackal scan. All it needs is to remove 1 single player out of the equation, and Srisha does it! Oh, baby, a triple for Srisha. My goodness. The brain plays. My goodness. I don't even know what to say.
That
That was
vertical
so
play was
good.
just perfect.
That was so good. Information drone, Aggressive. That one simple drone. Just wall bang from Beat and a grenade confirmation from Shisha was just so well timed.
You really didn't expect this to happen at all. Like, honestly speaking, this was way too close for comfort. How do you get away with something like this? You just don't. The defenders, they could have spread themselves out in some way, shape, or form. Maybe push themselves over towards one singular sideline. Maybe set up some crossfires over from different angles. And yeah, they did try to set up the crossfires. You said it yourself. G2, they had pretty strong crossfires to work with over towards the sideline, but they were not counting the vertical play to last for this long. They were like, oh, it's a 2 versus 3 situation. The clock is going down, 40 seconds left. There's no way they're going to be playing vertical, right? They're going to try to make their way in towards the side. No. Hulky Warriors, they exceeded all the expectations that was set up by the members of G2, and they continued to play vertical, waiting for that first initial peak. They were committed to that play, and because of that commitment, they were able to get this round for themselves. Beautiful execution. Absolutely loved it.
Man, they just used their time so well. The drone work, the wall bang. You even saw Beat thinking of opening up the entire floor panel so that you can see the place. But he didn't want to do it because he had the proper information. All he had to do was just wall bang, and that was more than enough to force Jaeger to fall back. Yes, of course, he didn't get the kill, but the grenade that Srisha threw got it instead. Beat just technically hypnotized the Jaeger to be at a perfect spot. And man, that coordination was just so good. I have to appreciate them. Both Beat and Srisha just played it beautifully on round number 4. But I still have to give props to Invalid though. Invalid triple kill in that early round was so very huge. They could have held that advantage, but G2 Esports somehow lost it. And that is what makes me sad. They had the advantage, they had the man count, but somehow it didn't work out well. But Reyna's beautiful angle towards from Trophy might be able to do something about it. That's the second kill that Reyna gets to take out Beat, while as Beat takes out Invalid right towards the second floor statuary room. But the damage has been done. He should fall back. He should hold his main side. He should hold his main ground in towards the side to ensure that Hulky's warriors would not remove most of the players out of the equation because it's a 3v4.
Starting to fall down slightly. But again, they're still in a pretty good spot regardless. They can make their pushes in one at a time. And I do believe that their defensive side will show a little bit more finesse in comparison, but they're still in a pretty decent spot. They're looking for as many rounds as they can on this side. Working his way up, Sparkle has the Finka burst to make his way in, but again, this Aruni is just such a pain. How do you even want to get through this? Do you have anything to push out? What utility do they have? Absolutely nothing, but Sparkle doesn't even need it. The man has his gun, and he's just gonna tap them heads.
Yeah, he will.
Oh, he's using the ace charges. I forgot he has that.
Oh man, he does have it, but look at that frag once again.
Wait,
He
there's
got
a
the
dog?
repel from Flit to take out Stark as well. Yeah, I just realized I don't think there is a dog. There's a Finka's Adrenal Surge that's giving the attackers more help in ADS, the sprint.
Bomb located
And
by
now there's
attackers.
pressure once again from G2 Esports. Lost a lot of man count, and now Sparko's going for the plant. Electric sees the bag of the Sparko. He takes out one. Can he get the second? Yes, it does. Denial of the post plant. And now it's a 1v1. 35 seconds. Flit has the diffuser in hand. Will he go in for the plant? Will he commit? And I think it would be a best idea if he do so, because Electric, he's the one who's currently looking at the default camps. And Flit doesn't know exactly where Pika is. And it would be a best idea to go in for a post-plant situation. 45 seconds would be best. Some contest being made, and that wall bang actually gets the headshot. Oh boy. Oh man, so unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Round number 5. Back again. It's Hulky Warriors in the lead. 4-2. And we proceed to the last round of the first half.
That was a pretty big panic, though. Who was the last player alive? I don't remember his name on the defense.
It was Vomai, I believe, and I think it was Electric. No, it wasn't Electric. It was Pika who was playing as the Vomai. Yeah.
If he just went in for a full-on prone, I think he would have lived there. I do believe he got a little bit antsy trying to go in for
Defenders,
that
protect your
reposition.
bombs from
It
being
was the one
defused
going
by
up
attackers.
against the time.
Mm-hmm.
That swing was costly.
It was.
I think that G2, they're cracking under the pressure, man. And the much more experienced team being Hulky's Warriors, they're just capitalizing on top of that. They're cool, calm, collected under the pressure. That's what's giving them this edge. You need this round. If you do not get this before the swap happens for the sides, I don't know, Baba. I think that G2, they're digging their own graves here.
10 seconds to go.
And I still have hopes for G2 Esports though, because the
5
players that you
seconds
see
to
on the
insertion.
defender sides, Reina, Stark, uh, Invalid, Electric, and Pika,
Attackers objective
they
is to
are
locate a bomb
experienced,
and
but
defuse it.
the main problem is that they're going up against the best of the players in the South APAC region. Players like Srisha, Sparko, Beat, they are such talented players in this region, and it's very difficult for G2 Esports to go up against them. Sure, there is still an attempt. Invalid is just doing the uh, the best amount of performance that he could give. Triple kills, early peaks, contests, challenges. He's doing it all. He's making sure that Hulky's warriors wouldn't step foot in towards that place. But every time he makes a play, there's always a backup. There's always a trade. And just like I said, Reina taking out Beat might be able to give them the chance that they need. But because this time they just succeeded in removing out the Jackal. Shisha's grenade being thrown around, and I believe one of them will get detonated and gets picked out from Invalid. This is good. This is very good because both of the players on side of Hulkies have been gone at the early round itself, and now G2 Esports, they just need to hold their ground. Pre-fires from our bars, not quite sure it's going to work out, and now it's just a stalemate. How will they push, and how will they proceed?
Yeah, they're in a pretty tough position, but Sparko is trying to equalize. One more kill over from the sidelines could just be what they need. Sparko, he's just so good in these type of situations. And every single time you count out the team, Sparko just comes in and be like, no, we're gonna do it. We're gonna hold. And we're gonna make sure that this is gonna work out in our favor. Flit still on the Amaru, trying to cause as much damage as he possibly can. He's been a nuisance, but the timing. Reina has the better angle, catches him off guard, sends him back down over. But Sparkle, I do believe he spotted out the Tootsies. He's working his way up.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Does he know the angle? Does he know the position? I'm pretty sure he saw the feet.
Quite sure though. No, I think he hasn't. The angle that he has, I think he might have seen it now. Again, here comes the pre-fires from the Zophia's LMG. Unfortunately, won't be able to find one. Selma breach charges to open up lines of sight, but this will give much more of an advantage for the defenders instead. Arbaz gets one, takes out Electric. 2v2. Sparko needs to be careful because he has the diffuser in hand, and now he needs to be careful. The entire saturated room is clear. He could go in for the plant, but also needs to be careful on the close-range gunfights that he needs to deal with in towards Trophy. That's exactly where Pika is, and Sparko comes back. Triple kill for him, and it's now just Reina. 10 kills this man has. He needs to clutch it out. He just got triple. Taking out
Arbaz is just getting
Srisha,
free
Beat, and
heals.
Grid. He might be able to get one. Reina gets one more. Arbaz goes down. It's all down to Sparko. Sparko Dada. Can he succeed? Asama breach charges, but no, he will fail. Reina comes back at the right time, saving the team that he needs, and ends it out with a statement at the first half, folks. 3-3. And we will proceed into the second half. Role swap. G2 Esports. They're not done yet.
Oh, this match is very close, and you don't really expect this now, do you?
Yeah, I seriously don't because G2 Esports, again, not a lot of, let's just say, an appearance that they've shown on map Oregon, but on Villa, this is a map that Hulky had picked. Hulky's Warriors have picked, that is.
They're actually
And
taking Ash?
yeah, I think they are taking Ash. Or maybe
Okay.
they can just change it from the attacker's repick. Yeah, there
Ah,
you
yeah.
go. He'll just change it off from Sledge. So now, and yeah, I have to talk about Ash itself. Way back when R4C used to be a very devastating weapon,
I used to
everyone used
be
to use,
year
yeah.
3, year 4, so I remember that. Ash was my jam back in the day.
Ash used to be a dangerous operator on attack, but unfortunately, she's been swapped out from Iana because Iana has the Gemini replicator, she has two grenades, and the Gon 6. So you have decent utilities plus a great gun that can handle long range gunfights. Whereas on Ash, the R4C had a lot of nerfs. Increased recoil, they removed the ACOG sight, so you only have hollow sight, and because of it, you see a lot of Ash main starts to drop out, and we see a lot of Iana mains being bringing into the fray, and we see that same example from the side of Electric, because Electric used to play Ash a lot, and I could say the same thing to Arbaz used to play Ash a lot, but yeah, it's just very sad to see that we don't get to see Ash being in the meta at this point.
Just stuff. But again, I do believe that certain operators just falling
Defenders,
off of the
protect your
meta
bombs
is
from
quite
being
important.
defused by
Ash
attackers.
was such an oppressive force, especially when she had those flashbangs. But I
Yeah.
do believe that her downfall started, especially when the recharges was added to her kit.
Yep.
Not having those flashes just kind of destroyed the purpose of having such a breathtaking entry over in towards the shrine. You're so oppressive in the way that you can entry that no forms of utility can slow you down. And without those flashes, you just can't do the same.
Yeah, that's why you have you still have Hibana with the 3
seconds
flashbangs. Her
remaining.
gun type 89 is a pretty decent gun. 43 damage
5 seconds.
and a high fire rate. The only
that's-
weakness to it is that it has less magazine
Attackers
capacity,
are moving out to
which can
locate a
be a
bomb and
bit
defuse it.
difficult for the players to handle it. But the gun itself is so satisfying once you handle the recoil itself. But focusing on the meta itself, the main hard breacher that we get to see a lot often is the Ace, the AK-12. High fire rate, once you handle the recoil, it's a dangerous weapon to go through, and a very difficult gunfight that a defender has to go through as well. So let's not forget about Invalid as well. The LMG, 100 bullets, all it needs is just one single shot to the head. And they have a lot of work that needs to be done.
Opening things up, but again, Flit, man. He's just always going in for these first individual frags that he can get. And Lucy holding down astronomy, trying to be a nuisance over towards this side. He has a way of getting himself out if he wants to, but again, we do see the LMG holding down Flit. What a peek, what a swing, and what a shot. That's going to be another our boss from the side. It's going to be able to take down one more of the attackers. They're nowhere even near inside of the building, and they're still getting dropped down like flies. And this Finka, she's just chilling there on the top over on the upside down raffle, but what can he do? There's no way you're going to be finding this kill.
Attackers have
Flit,
recovered
he's
their
just going to be
diffuser.
holding astronomy down as if it's its own street.
Yep, they're just holding the ground and they just keep screaming at the top of their voice, "You shall not pass." And they're just making it evidently so, but wait a minute, he doesn't want to pass. Instead, he wants to increase his boundaries even more. Flit. Okay, master bedroom window, thinking of a run out. He hears the footsteps. Can he get the shot from the Nomad? No, it does not. Too much aggressiveness will cause him the life. And Stark will gladly get that kill nonetheless. But look, on the downside of G2 Esports, they've lost a lot of bodies, they lost a lot of utilities. They don't have information from the attack drones, which means there's only 2 players left. Stark and Invalid. Grenades and flashbangs are the only useful utilities that they could use to decipher the site on second floor AVG. Tough decisions that G2 has to take, and Hulky's warriors, despite their best efforts, if they make a single mistake right here, then it could cause a devastating blow to them in this round.
I think that we are looking at some problem, and my god, Invalid, he's just so beautiful with it. Good shot, good plays. They're getting ample amounts of information here, but the C4 could just cause some damage over from the back end. He's gonna walk his way out, but again, the C4 is not really able to gain anything here. Stark more towards the backside. They need to make their way in because it is still a 3 versus 2 situation, and Hulky Warriors have opportunities, but they're giving it away. Our boss! That swing was so unnecessary. They could have just held. They have dealt all of the damage. You can see 2 players are very low on their HP, and they're make their way in. 7 seconds left, 6 seconds left. Shotgun in hand. That's going to be a shot, and Beat's going to be able to take down one, but Shisha takes down the other. Good hold.
Ah.
And the cocktail bar seems to be not serving drinks to them.
Yep. I mean, at least they'll have on the defensive side, sir. You know, cheers, love. That was a bit bad. I do have to apologize on my end aggressive. Round number 8, second floor trophy in saturated room will be the site. I was trying to make a joke like Baba walks into a bar, tries to get a drink, then Beat says, "Sorry, sir. Unfortunately, we're all out of it." That was a bad joke again. I do have to apologize. I'm so good at making bad jokes.
No, you're
you know?
just tired. You're just tired. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Attackers
You had a
need to
long
locate
day.
and
You had to
defuse
catch the
bombs.
best of 3. All went down into overtime, so it's okay.
Oh man, here's the thing. I'm actually not that great in making out jokes aggressive. You know, every time. Oh jeez, excuse me. Every time I try to make a joke, it always ends up being the worst part. That's why. That's the reason why I rely on puns. I rely on puns a lot because I can do something about it at least. You know, try to make reference jokes, try to make puns. But when it comes to jokes, I am
10 seconds
not
to
so good
insertion.
at it.
You'll learn over time. Take it like this.
5
If you
seconds
don't
remaining.
make a joke, you're not gonna learn. Yeah, people are gonna laugh at you, but at least you make people laugh, right?
Attacker's objective is to locate a
Yeah,
bomb
you're
and
actually
defuse it.
right. I
That
didn't
is
know
the
about that.
objective.
Yeah, I didn't
Assassin's
know.
gonna kill me for saying this, but shit.
Okay. Round number 8. Action phase is in. And let's see what G2 Esports has in store. Spawned in towards the side of Fountain. And now they're slowly making their way in towards the bathroom side with the help of Flores RCE Rateros. Gets blown out from the Mute's jammers. Unfortunately, Invalid could be able to recover back his drone. Not quite sure. No, actually, he does not. Well, that's unfortunate. And now, he needs to push. There you go. Destroyed. And now, the pressure is on for G2 once again. Will we see an equalizer here? Second floor AVG, actually second floor Statuary and Throne Room.
I thought that was gonna be a team kill.
Yeah, for a moment
That
there
was
even has,
very
yeah,
close for a team.
that was very close. Maybe they're also feeling the the long days that they have to go through. I mean, it is map number 2. And the amount of pressure that the attackers are giving right now into the bathroom side. One single C4 is more than enough to blow off 2 players on that specific place. Aggressive plays from Shisha gets 1. That's good. He'll just fall back. No contest being made. No trades. And now G2 Esports are forced to make a decision. Aggressive push from Frit. Not quite sure if it's a good idea. Reina will actually get one. C4 not working out. Arbaz gets one more too. Shisha is down on the
Rain.
couch. Every single thing has been pressured around on the side of Sanctuary Room, and now it's a 4v2. Hulky's Warriors somehow are in the advantage here with Arbaz still holding his ground. Takes out Pika. It's all just down to Invalid. He gets 1. He still need to find 3 more. Arbaz taking a lot of damage. He needs to fall back. Shrisha is down into his astronomy side. He could go back for the revive. Sparko needs to go back for the revive of Shrisha. But I believe he's just going in for the wait. Invalid still in towards the bedroom side. And he's a bit worried that he might get caught off by surprise. Information being given from Sanctuary Room. They know exactly where Invalid is. A simple peek and a shot should be more than enough to gain the kill. Shrisha unfortunately gets caught out, unfortunately. But in the end, it will be Arbaz to get the final frag. I have to say, the hold was just so chaotic.
What was that free fire? He just knew. Or did
Yeah.
you see the gunbearer? I don't even know at this point.
I mean, technically, we did get to see the yellow pings being made, so he just made a prediction. So he just went in for a pre-fire like that, and unfortunately, he just arrived right at the crossfire. It's just perfect timing. It's actually very difficult to do it, you know, the pre-fires that they make. But all in all, I have to say, Arbaz, he's a one-man army. 3 kills. He just roamed around the entire second floor master bedroom. He just
Defenders
kept
protect your
bobbed.
bombs from being
He just
defused by attackers.
bob and weave the entire place and just came back safely into his trophy room and gets the final kill. He's just said and done. And now they're in 5-3. Round number 9. Here comes the toughest side of all. A dining room and kitchen for Hulky's Warriors to defend.
It just goes south here pretty quickly. Prepping it out, but again, with this Oryx, I think that there's an opportunity for them to be aggressive and defensive at the same time. Think about it. With the Oryx,
10
you have
seconds left
control
before
over the
insertion.
bottom floors, the top floors. You can easily just roam around and be a nuisance
5 seconds to
constantly
go.
while being on the
Yeah.
move. And you allow everyone else
Attackers are
to
moving out
play
to locate a bomb and
based
defuse it.
on your information. So basically, you are now a drone for the defense. But then again, this drone is very mobile, but at the same time, if he's a bit too aggressive, Beat could just be finding him a bit more than you.
Yeah, I mean, Oryx is kind of an underrated
Wait, did
operator, to be honest.
Sparkle
Yeah.
use his C4 somehow?
I think, yeah, I think he has. There's actually a pre-play C4 being placed around. Not quite sure exactly where it is. Or maybe he could have used it to make a rotation in towards the kitchen side. Not quite sure. But here comes Oryx once again with the oh yeah ability as he takes out Pikachu. Again, apologies, aggressive. I just like doing it because the Oryx as an operator itself, he's more of like a buffed character who can just open up walls. He's such an agile character that can, you know, jump towards the hatch itself. He's such a versatile and an agile operator. But for now, focusing on the round at hand, Srisha sees one of the players, but he forgot about the player pushing into his laundry. Stark is here, he's in the side. He takes out one, he takes out two. There goes Beat. 3v4, he's in it. The pistol is out. Can he guess the shot? No, it does not. 3v3. Beautiful shot, but it's not going to work out. The C4 for the connect, it's not going to work out. Arbaz is still here. They're still trying to make sure to come back. And somehow it's working out for them. Hello?
Lit? Why? How?
Okay.
Confused Ooga Booga Baba because...
I'm confused.
No. First question. Shisha was holding with the pulse. He spotted a one player. He tunnel visioned while the players just ran in from the closet. That's
Yeah.
fine. I don't mind that. 2 seconds later, the players are inside of the site and they get run over by the players outside of the site
Oh,
without
man.
the diffuser going down.
I tunnel visioned myself just by looking at Stark aggressive. I was like, okay, Stark is gonna do something amazing. 3v3, and then suddenly, from a 3v3, it just becomes 0v3, and I was like, excuse me?
I think
When
that
did that
Stark was
happen?
over aggressive there on the sledge.
Defenders
Yeah, I
protect
think,
the
was
bomb
yeah, I
from
think
being
it was,
defused
yeah.
by attackers.
Reach out over towards what's that room called in particular? It's very rare that I ever play this site in general, so I don't remember the name.
Hmm.
It's
Wait,
right
wait.
next to kitchen. It's right next to kitchen where the entry is.
Are you talking about the stairs, right? The basement stairs?
No, not the basement stairs. It's the room next to it.
Yeah, the entry that Stark made while he removed the Shrish out of
No,
the
the
equation, right?
where Stark ran into after getting his first kill.
Yeah, okay. You're talking about it's called as the laundry room. Yeah, the
Oh, yeah,
laundry
the
room.
laundry.
The laundry room is exactly where Stark appeared and picks out Shrisha. And you're actually right because Stark,
Why push
it
into
wasn't, for Stark, it wasn't necessary for him. He could have just patiently waited it out. He could have reloaded his elite assault weapon because it's even much more powerful than a pistol. He could have waited it out, and when you reloaded the gun at the right time, he could have just shot it. Like I said, when pressure gets a lot towards G2, when pressure gets a lot towards a specific for a specific player, it gets tougher to recover it. And for now, Hulky's warriors, they are currently in a calm, cool, collective mind, and they're just patiently trying to understand, trying to figure out the equations that they need to find a solution for it, and it's working out for them. Okay,
It's gonna be an issue, but my god.
all right.
The lion just walks into the waiting arms of one of the players, Beat. What's he doing so aggressive on this smoke? He's supposed to be an anchor. The man's just anchoring over on the staircase with the most unorthodox shield that I've seen in a while. You don't place that shield that close to those two porters.
You know, I could have understood if you had a proper weapon to deal with, but an SMG-12 to control on study is a very difficult one to go through. Invalid finally succeeds in taking out Sparko. That's your Jaeger down and out. But Arbaz not quite sure by doing that would be a good idea because Reina is here with the G8 LMG to take out Arbaz. And Reina gets caught out from the smoke gas canisters. Not quite sure if that aggressive peek was a good idea. Here comes Flit back again in 1v3. He gets one, he gets two. Now it's a
Okay.
1v1. Stark, the LMG in hand versus Flit, the MP5K.
No info.
Oh, no info.
Oh,
This is not
timing
good.
is hard.
Stark just arrives at the right time. Headshot towards it. And G2 Esports will deny the clutch for Flet. It's 4v6, but match point is still in at the hands of Hulky's Warriors. And I have to say, the pressure is still on for Hulky's Warriors if they make those mistakes more than once.
Looks to be quite simple on that regard. They have a proper setup for themselves, but again, I do believe that Beat was just playing a tiny bit more, let's say, trigger happy than you would have hoped for. He was too hopeful here. The man's just play. I really want to know: is that a something strategic that I don't know about? To place your
The
shield right next to the staircase.
Actually, yeah, sort of, but the main thing about Beat is that the way how he placed the deployable shield, he was meant to hold the stairs with a shotgun because at close range it's very, dangerous
Defenders,
and
protect your
difficult
bombs
for
from
the
being
attackers to
defused
win
by
that
attackers.
gunfight. But majority wise, the main common deployable shield that they would place would be near the stairs, but there's actually a desk on the left side of it. That's exactly where they place their deployable
that's what I
shield.
normally use.
Yeah, with the Vamai
Attackers have
or
destroyed a
any
location for
operatives
bomb.
has a decent SMG that can handle long range gunfights, but the way how Beat was playing was actually unorthodox. I can actually give you that because that is very unexpected to be playing in that situation because SMG 11 not a good weapon to be contesting long range. And the way how Beat plays with the SMG 11, you would be surprised when you see him land headshots with that gun. High fire rate, less magazine, has less amount of sight because you only have holographic sight to deal with, but he still gets the job done. That's the reason why that's the reason why Beat is considered to be the best support as a smoke main or as a mute main. He just gets the job done just like that, and it shows how much of a greater support he is, and also how much of a great fragger he is as well, both at the same time.
Being a support on a fragger is important, but again, if you have an entry like Reyna on your side, just look at this guy. 16 and 7. He has a 2 point something KD.
And now he just disappeared out of
No, 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 I cursed him. I'm sorry. Please don't attack me on Instagram.
Poor Reina.
The caster's curse is
Oh,
there.
man.
The
The
cruel lady
curse.
is just waiting in the background, trying to make sure that I never talk about a player again in my career.
Poor Reina. 16 kills. Poor man just got early picked out of nowhere. Sparker comes in with the second. Electric goes down. Stark has been dealt with major damage from the main stairs, and now he'll be forced to be at a certain spot. He could go in for the cook nade. This might connect if he does it right, but not quite sure it's going to work out because Flit is doing his own god's work by taking out Invalid. 3 kills already. The grenade, will that connect? No, it does not. It would have been better if he just cooked the nade and tried to head it towards the floor instead of the stairs, but oh man, that is not good at all. 2 players left from G2 Esports, so we all know what's going to happen here. All 5 players from Hulky Warriors are still present. Can they arrive? Can they succeed? Stark sees the head, but he can't connect because it's flipped back again. Simply for him. He will deck one, but Pete is still here with the survival. And Pika will go down as well. And there you go, folks. Map number 2 is done and dusted. Here's your winners. Hulky Warriors, 7-4. And the Superman landing from Flit. 7-4. Man, what a performance from the Melusi. What a performance from him indeed.
Honestly speaking, Reyna was just in.
Yeah, I have to agree. I have to agree.
You just cannot make it up. The Ash was just running around, causing so much chaos. And then when he was on the defensive side as well, man, that one Malusi was just incredible to watch. The way that he was running around, the way that he utilized the breaches being made by his teammates all over the map to put himself into the best possible situations. And what you love to see. But for now, things have calmed down. The players have also taken a deep breath.
Mm-hmm.
And right at the very end, it was just complete and utter domination from the members of Hulky Warriors. We expected this to happen, but G2 they put up a really good fight, especially after what we saw a very lackluster approach in map number 1. No real players being set up. Things are completely different. And as we head on down over towards the highlights, we're going to be able to witness that and relive it one more time with all of you. And this is what I would like to see. A team that never really gives up, but then again, right at the very end, forget about giving up. Just look at plays like this. Man, it's really hard to go up against strategic prowess. 40 seconds left. You would never expect the attackers to still be holding on to a vertical sight line. They would try to figure out a different point of entry. But Hulky Warriors, they stayed. They committed to the vertical and they were like, we have to guarantee at the bare minimum of 1 kill here. If we don't, there's no way we can enter into the site, correct? Hulky Warriors understanding every single one of the micros and also the macro were able to get a lot of advantages. But G2, they were constantly adapting. But these are the rounds where the real problems started to arise. You can see they got overzealous. They started over peaking a lot of the corners. They had control, they had advantages, but they started making mistakes under the pressure and they just could not really communicate or play together as a team under that. But if it is a calm, cool, and collected environment, then G2 Esports, they could easily take over Hulky's Warriors.
Yeah. Reina just made such an excellent efforts from his end. 16 kills, both was on attack as well as on defense. He did made his best efforts to put G2 Esports back on track, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. There were so many rushed moments that G2 Esports weren't supposed to make. Aggressive peaks, aggressive angles. I mean, I could say the same to Hulky Warriors too on round number 10. They went very aggressive from their end too. But all in all, it has to come down to the conclusion, and we all know who will be the victors for it. Hulky Warriors will succeed on map number 1 and map number 2. They will proceed into the next phase. But unfortunately, for the side of G2 Esports, they have to go in towards the lower brackets, where they will go up against Won't Stop Peaking. But we still have two more upper bracket matches that will be conducting in tomorrow's stream. So there you go. That's pretty much it. That's two matches done and dusted. One of which was a heavy best of three decider map, where Makers 5, being at a man disadvantage, somehow made their way into the deciders map and succeeded in winning it. And the second matchup, Hulky Warriors was G2 Esports. Well, there you have it, folks. The upper bracket, we will see Makers 5 and Hulky Warriors having their first match. And talk about tomorrow's matchups, we have TikTok Summon versus Risha's Warriors. Fractionaries versus Team Phalanx will be the fourth upper bracket matchup, followed up with lower brackets. Just like I said, Won't Stop Peaking will go up against G2 Esports in a best of three format. But let's not forget, for Won't Stop Peaking and G2 Esports, this will be their final chance. If they lose, they will be eliminated out. But not to worry about it, they will at least secure 8th place with a total of 300 credits.
It's gonna be a sad story if they do go though. As a team, they are up and comers. I would say they have the ideologies of what they really want to do, but at the end of the day, they just need some more time. And hopefully, throughout this community tournament, they're gaining the experience that they need. And hopefully, going on down the line as we head on down to even bigger tournaments, we never really know, they could be the next big thing.
Yeah, absolutely aggressive. I just can't wait what we have next in stores for the next for the next future matches that we're going to see for tomorrow, and also for the Pro Series, which will happen in the next month too. But for now, I believe it is time to sign off. It's been a fun, it's been a ride. And now we just have to take a break, and we will definitely come back for tomorrow's matchups. So this is me, Baba Gusta, with my co-caster Aggressive and our production team Assassin 47, and we will see you guys in tomorrow's stream. Until then, good night and take care.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red. I could, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire. I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could.
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the